All right, guys. How are you guys doing? Welcome to this very special episode here with a special guest once again, a very good friend of the platform here, Cynthia. She's a Mexican American, and we're going to be talking about why she supports Trump and various related topics. Now, tonight, I was supposed to talk to a socialist Democrat, but I don't know, she didn't show up. She hasn't
That's
confirmed.
typical for those liberals.
You think she's scared?
No, I just think they just don't value their word. You know what I mean? And their word don't means nothing to them, so they have no values. They don't give a damn.
Right.
We love
So,
socialism. Roadrunner. Wow.
wow,
Please explain
Roadrunner.
why.
Roadrunner said that he loves socialism.
You're in
Yeah,
a world of
so
hurt, my
Christina,
friend.
if you're out there, Christina, you're welcome to join, and I will change the background and I will put talking to a socialist. You don't mind saying that, right? If we talk to her, if she comes by.
No, not at all.
Exactly. So you
Bring them
see,
all, baby. Let's go.
Christina, if you're out there, you're a socialist Democrat, you're welcome to come by, and then we can have a discussion. But since you didn't show up, then tonight's special is going to be with Cynthia then at this point. And again, you're welcome to come, and we'll be two co-hosts in that case. Cynthia, I have Bumblebee here that wants to ask you something already. Do you mind if I put him on just for a minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, Bumblebee, but just a question, okay? Because we want to move on here. I have a lot of questions for Cynthia. So welcome to the panel, and go ahead.
Hi, Bumblebee. I'm sorry, either your microphone
Go
is
ahead, Bumblebee.
muffled. Something is interrupting your communication.
Bumblebee, you got to unmute. Bumblebee, are you there? Okay, so I'm going to drop him, and then you can come back. I'll give a quick word here to another guest. Payback, welcome to the panel. Go ahead. If you have a question for the special guest, Cynthia, please share it.
So are you? I'm guessing you're Latins for Trump too, Cynthia.
Yes, I'm a Mexican American for Trump.
Are you first generation, second generation, third generation?
I am actually first generation. Well,
First generation.
technically it's second generation because it's a long story, but yes.
And so what policies do you like that Trump? What policies do you like about Trump that make you support him?
What policies? Okay, where do I begin? I like the
Very simple.
fact that he made us more aware of everything. Like the STEP Act was a good one that I thought, although it didn't apply for Latinos, but I thought that was a good start for like the African Americans. The policy for me now as a business owner was that the corporate tax was a little bit less. Payroll tax, it was also talking about removing the payroll tax, which that's a major one because enable for us small businesses to be able to hire people. It's important for us not to be taxed to death. So those policies alone, but the ones that when he was in office that were applied was for sure the corporate tax and the STEP Act and also the DACA. The DACA that he made it better.
What? I'm confused. The STEP Act doesn't apply to you because you're not African American.
No, it doesn't, but it was good because it applied to some of my friends and it benefited them who are because I'm not a racist. I have African American friends. Well, I even tell them that now black friends. They just say just call me Black American because I was never born in Africa. So yes.
Okay, so the only thing that you support for him.
No, I like the fact that he also keeps this country safe. I like the fact that yes, we're rule of law, that in here, even when I apply for my ID or everything, there is a process. We have to know our civil history. And I learned that. I learned through that through history, and that's what made me. At first, I didn't understand it because I was just like, oh, whatever. I'm like, I don't respect this country. I don't care. I'm just here. I'm just taking a little space. But as you grow and you see a lot of things on how the system is implemented, you start understanding on why your points of views and your mind starts changing to where it's like, well, wait a minute, there is a process. Because when I go to Mexico and there is no process and it's just bribery all the time, it sucks when you're just all it is just bribing. At least in here we have a system in place
So
that I
Cynthia,
want to
for
make sure
you,
we
it's
don't
very
lose that.
important what's happening at the border right now. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
So for what you're saying is that it's important for you what's happening at the border right now, like
Yes,
the
because I've never
crisis.
seen anything like it. This is not the same typical people coming from the border, so that's
Got it.
why.
So
And may I ask you something,
safety is an
Payback?
issue for you as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, like, how about you? You've always lived here, your first generation or your second generation?
I'm fifth generation American. I think probably sixth. My
Fifth
family's been here
generation.
for
And
a
what's
long
your
time.
background? What is your ethnicity?
Mexican, black and white.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And I obviously from your what is it, like your profile picture? Obviously you don't like Trump. So may I ask you, why don't you not like Trump? Like, what is it that you don't see that it has improved?
Well, I can start just by more than anything. He's the most disliked man ever to be in politics, and he's just in every way possible. He's bad for the country.
But do
Um,
you
he,
but do you
he
ever question why? Why is he the most hated man
yes, his
when you have
actions, his actions,
his
his
actions?
actions.
Okay, what are his actions? That's just telling the truth? That to tell the truth is wrong?
Ma'am, he was fact checked as the president to tell the most lies ever. What did he
But
tell the
when
truth about?
no, he does tell the truth.
What did he
Except
tell?
that people that don't like it, they don't like it. I mean, yeah, he tells it like
Yeah.
it
So
is,
so
and it's a
What did
payback
he
different
tell
just
the truth
story.
about?
payback just to follow up on that. Do you agree that most of the mainstream media is liberal?
Most of the mainstream media is liberal. What does that have to do
Yeah.
with anything?
Yeah, that
What
they
is?
attack Trump more than they did on Obama and Biden right now, even with the crisis that's happening right now in the country. So, do you
Yes,
think
but
that
he was
most of the mainstream media is supporting the Democratic Party?
he. Well, I would agree with you that the mainstream media is majority leaning left because of it is majority left leaning and left biased.
Okay,
Now,
so then they are biased,
yes,
correct, towards the
yes,
Democratic Party.
right.
Okay, so then when you say that he's the most hated, he was the most fact checked, most of these reports came from the left leaning mainstream media, correct?
But they're facts though. That it doesn't matter if
They're
it's
not
left or right.
But
facts.
Facts are
correct or
facts.
no? It's coming from them, correct?
Yes, but facts are facts though. It
Okay,
doesn't
so
matter
then
if it's
how can
left
you
or right.
What's a
trust?
fact to you?
How can you trust?
The
Hold
truth.
on. How can you trust payback? How can you trust a left leaning, biased media telling you all these things when you know that they are biased?
Okay, but bias does not sway facts though. Facts are facts. Whether you're right leaning or left leaning, facts are facts. It doesn't matter if there's a bias. You can't. There's no way
But they
to.
didn't do the same thing with Obama, though.
What does that
They're
have to
not
do
doing
with
the
it?
same
We're
thing
not
with
You know
talking
that
Biden
about
with
right now
Obama,
Obama,
either.
sir. We're
there
not
were the
talking about
most
Obama. We're
illegal,
talking about
the
Trump.
most. Pardon me?
We're talking about Trump. We're not. What does
But
Obama
my
have to do
no,
with
my
this?
Because
point
it's
with
the
bringing
same
Obama
thing.
up, hold on. My point of bringing Obama up to you is to show you that all these things that you're saying, they didn't talk about Obama or fact checked Obama or Biden. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you are completely manipulated by them into believing that Trump is the most hated,
That's
which,
not.
by the way,
He's
he
the
fills
most
up arenas
unpopular.
more than Biden could ever do.
He's the most unpopular politician ever, sir. That's a fact. Even the Republican Party hates him. He's the most unliked politician ever. That's
Well,
not.
because he is up against an
Wait.
establishment
Can we agree
that
that's true though?
that's what he is. And when you have a corrupt system, it takes a lot of balls to do what he's doing to change it.
Can
It's
we
like
agree
it's like
though?
when you're in a job and then you're is getting is gonna get a new company is in a new management, what do? They fire everybody. Why? Because it's the same thing. When you're trying to fire a corrupt or a business that is not working and you bring a new management into place, well, what do? They fire all the people because now you got to hire new people that is going to agree with your policies, that is going to run things right, because there's a reason what their company was selling, right? So that's the same thing. When you have a corrupt establishment, whether it doesn't matter the party, Republican and Democrats, they're both corrupted. There's few Democrats that are good, and there's few that are Republicans that are good as well. Yes, but the fact that Trump is trying to save this great country, because believe me, I love this country and I don't want it to become another Mexico. All right. When people say, "Oh, California," yes, but you know what? It has done so much better during the United States ruling than when it was under Mexico. So that's what I see.
Yeah, and Payback, by the way, just want to echo what Wally said in the comment, that those Republicans that hate him is because they're part of the swamp. Meaning,
Yes.
are those rhino Republicans? If you're going by that, that's not really a valid point. But go ahead, Payback. I'll let you either ask a question or point out a statement, and I'm going to let you go. There's other people waiting. So go ahead. Thank you, Alpha. Payback, go ahead. You got unmuted. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was saying thank you for at least having a civil conversation, at least like, adults. I've been in other conversations where it's chaos. This is my last point that I want to make to you. Are you guys aware of, as Mexican Americans, I'm also Mexican and I predominantly look Mexican, so I have
I'm not
most.
Mexican, by the way. I'm Venezuelan American, but Cynthia, the special
Oh
guest,
well,
she's Mexican
well it says
American. So go ahead.
okay, well it says Mexicans for Trump, so that's what I
Right,
figured.
because she's a special
Yeah.
guest. That's why.
Okay, got you. So let me ask you this: Are you guys
Yes, sir.
familiar with with the policy that he plans to enact? That he plans to bring what's the word? Stop and frisk back for people that look like illegal immigrants, which would directly affect both of you as Latin Americans. Are you
For
guys aware
people
of
that
that?
look like illegal immigrants, what does an
Yes.
illegal look like to you?
I have no. The point is that he's gonna have policy where it's going to be legal. Where if you are Latin
No,
or if you have an
Payback, I think
accent,
you're being
Hold on,
so
Payback.
brainwashed
Hold
by
on,
what
hold
you
on,
hear
Payback.
on social.
no,
Can
wait, wait,
Payback?
Yeah,
Can you
listen. We're
that
talking
is not,
facts. We're
Trump
talking
did not
facts.
say
It's
that.
not my opinion.
hold
It's
on,
not my
Cynthia?
opinion.
Because
It's a
I
fact.
just wanna ask Payback this real quick. By the way, opposition on this platform is welcome. I talk to everyone. I don't insult anyone. I just give
I didn't insult
respect,
you.
so I get respect as well. And I appreciate Payback is being respectful, so I appreciate that. But
Oh,
Payback,
were you referring that I said something disrespectful? I wasn't referring
no.
to you.
I'm just saying because you brought up that you're happy that you're here and you're having a opposing view,
Oh,
and we
okay.
have been able to have a conversation. I'm just highlighting what you said.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying that you did anything wrong. No, you haven't.
Okay.
I just want to because you said that he's looking to enact a law where it says if you look illegal. Can you tell me the title of the article or a source where it says that's a law that says that if you look illegal, you're going to be stopped and
It's
frisked? Can
not.
you
It's
please
not.
let me know which one that is?
It's in his what's it called? Agenda 47.
All right,
It's in
let's check it
Agenda
out.
47.
And it specifically says if you look illegal.
I don't know if it says, but the point of it, the point of
Well, Payback, I got to
the
push you on this
policy.
because you said that he was going to enact something that says if you look illegal, you're going to
As
get
in, if
stopped and frisked.
yes,
So I got to press you because you said that.
yes. But the point
Now
is, if
you're
you
saying
look
you don't
Latin
know
American,
if that's the exact wording because that's,
okay,
you see, this is what we have to be very careful because the media does this a lot. What's the exact wording? Does it say that you look illegal, you're going to get stopped and frisked or no?
do you want me to actually look it up and tell you the actual
Yes, because
the?
when you're saying such a claim, we need to verify that that's correct.
It's in his
That the
Agenda
bill says
47.
if you look illegal,
I'm
which I
looking at his
highly
Agenda
doubt.
47 now. I don't see anything but positive things for this country.
Okay,
I,
Payback, how about
I,
this? Payback, I'll give you a minute. I'll let you stay. We'll do the research on that and pull up an article where you can quote to me that it says that if you look illegal, you'll get stopped and frisked. In the meantime, I'm going to give the word to Dell. He's been waiting for a little bit. Guys, I'm going to let you ask just one question, and then I'm going to move on with the conversation with Cynthia because I have a lot of things to ask her. Dell, go ahead. One question.
No, I wanted you guys to ask me a question. You guys want to know if I'm a Trumper or if I'm a Biden? I'm for Trump. I'm a Latino for Trump.
Nice. How did you? Were you always for Trump, or you just after all this craziness that you see now, you became a Trump supporter? How did
I've
that
always
come?
I've always been on the Republican side just because I don't like Democratic policies ever since Biden. I mean, before Biden, when Biden and Obama were in office, I didn't like a lot of their policies, and they're the ones who started the split of this country. I mean, believe it or not, friggin' Obama started all the racism bullshit, and there wasn't no racism. He just friggin' poured it on to say that it was, and it wasn't.
Okay, Dale, I appreciate your point of view, but let's be careful with the cursing words. We want to protect the life. Okay, so let's try to avoid those.
All right, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Dale, what's your background, by the way? You said you're Latino background. What country?
Yeah, I mean, both of my parents were born here, but their parents were from Mexico.
Got it. Some Mexican background. Okay, got it. Okay, so you're just opposing the Democratic policies. Are you near? Do you mind sharing what part of the country you live in?
I live in Nevada.
Oh, we do too, Dale. Cynthia and I live in Nevada too.
Yeah, and I mean, Nevada is it's kind of a mellow state. There isn't too much, biased stuff around. You can walk the streets without it, and do your Trump thing.
That's why we're here, man. We love Nevada.
Or
We
you
love
can
this
do
state.
your
We
blue
feel pretty
thing.
safe here.
I mean, you can do the blue thing, you can do the red thing. I mean, that's what makes it a free country. That's fine. But when people try to shove it down your throat and it's their way or no way, then that's when the problem starts. And then it's just like, we don't need to get all the Democrat policies just beat into us. I mean, it's a choice. So
Got it. Thank you, Dale. I really appreciate your time. I'm going to let you go because I want to move on here with the live.
good. You're
You're
good.
welcome
Thank
to
you for
come back,
having
by
me.
the way. If you stay during the live and you want to share a point of view or you have a question, feel free to send a request, okay? Thank you so much. All right,
right,
Don.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
You too. Merry Christmas.
Hey, I'm gonna so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for it and then I'll come back in a little bit because I'm driving right now and I don't want to drive in.
No problem, Payback. Drive safe and you can send the request whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
You
And
too.
Payback, are you gonna be? Are you? I don't know if he was gonna still be listening to us, but I wanted to kind of go back to what he said on the mandatory stop and frisk. I did find something here where, not specifically, but he was just saying like mandatory stop and frisk. Trump also said this is from article from Forbes, and I found this on DuckDuckGo from Forbes. When was this? It doesn't say. Oh, on July 21st, 2023. And it says Trump also said he would require police departments nationwide to implement a controversial policy called stop and frisk, a police tactic of detaining and searching civilians for weapons and contraband items. Even though the tactic was deemed unconstitutional by a federal judge in New York in 2013 and faces widespread criticism for discriminating against people of color, following up on a campaign promise he made as then candidate in 2016.
Got it. Okay, Cynthia, just hold on to that article right there so that in case Payback returns, we can sort of see what he's going to bring to the table here and then we can just cross-reference. I want to give the word
I'll
to...
wait for him because I did have a couple questions. I mean, I
Yeah,
didn't have a couple
he said he
of,
was driving, so I'm sure he's listening still to the live. I want to give the word to Don. Don, real quick, please share your question and then I'll move on. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have a question. Well, I just wanted to comment on the gentleman's on the previous gentleman, or what was the guy's name?
Are you referring to Payback or...
Payback, sorry.
Payback,
Sorry,
okay.
sorry about that. So yeah, I'm a Latino, and everyone in my family is gonna vote for Trump.
Yay!
And like you have to be blind not to see what's going on.
Exactly.
It was okay when they wanted, same-sex marriage and adopt kids and all this and all that. But now I had 3 kids of my own. I got 3 little babies. And now I'm going to homeschool them. I'm not going to send them to be indoctrinized.
Why are you going to homeschool them? Can you please specify?
Because California has proposed a law, and I think it goes into effect next year, where you have to provide your child, quote unquote, gender affirming care. And the school doesn't even have to disclose that to you.
Exactly. It's like that's what I
So
don't
wait,
understand
it's
why
a
people
must?
don't get.
You have to?
Well,
No,
it's
you don't have to. But for example, if a kid, if I may, Don Garrote, I'm sorry, I don't mean to
it's all right.
interrupt you,
It's
but
fine.
only because I also a part of a mom army and I started joining this other, I don't want to say it as an activist, but we're against everything that is happening against the children and child abuse, because what California is trying to do is that they're trying to take away parents' rights. And so if a kid says that or, say it's a little boy and the boy is starting to say, oh, I'm a girl, if the parents reject that, they could take away the kid from the parent just because the kid wants to transition. And at the time, I mean, obviously kids don't know what they're doing. Man, I'm almost a 40-year-old woman. I don't even know what the heck I'm doing, let alone you're going to tell a kid that you're going to change his gender. Like, that's ridiculous.
Cynthia, and this
So
is happening in California?
this is
It's
happening in
everywhere.
California.
I've
It's
heard,
everywhere.
by the way, I've heard about this, but I just want to play the devil's advocate here for a second. Some of the people in the comment section, Don, are saying that you're wrong. Others are saying that you're right. Can you please specify specifically,
Yeah.
maybe
If you give me a
specify the
minute,
name of the
if you give me a
law or
minute, I
the?
can come back and pull up the SB, the
Please, can you do that? If you can bring a source,
the Senate bill.
feel free
Just to
to
give you a little
find it
flavor.
and then come back and send a request. Okay.
Now,
All right,
now, in
but just
regards
to
to that, Don
quickly let you
Garrote,
know, Newsom vetoed it. It did pass. Okay, some politicians in Sacramento passed it, but then Newsom vetoed it, and I think he vetoed it because it's very controversial. They're literally talking about removing your kids. They're literally talking about some grown person, quote unquote counselor, that's gonna help your child get gender affirming care. Gender affirming care is permanent, folks. If you can't even get a tattoo,
exactly.
if you're underage, which is permanent, a tattoo is permanent. Now they want to inject the kids, boys. They want to inject them with, I believe, is puberty blockers. That's what they give to convicted sex offenders. It's a chemical castration. And for females, they give them hormones to make them more like, deeper voice, and uh, they also suggest removing their breasts. So a lot of these things are permanent, and they think that the parents don't know any better and that the government knows best. So it's all
Yeah.
about money.
So
It's
Don,
all about
Jorge in the
policy.
comment section is saying, "Where you believe," uh, he says, "What you believe not doesn't mean it's true." So he thinks that it's a belief of yours. So that's why, if you can please pull up the source so you can read it briefly to us. I'll let you read it so that you can answer those sort of doubts that some people in the comment section are bringing up. Because I have heard about this. I haven't looked into it that much, but I have heard about it.
Yeah,
And
I can't like if you're sending your kids to public schools, you're exposed to anything. So I can pull up the articles. I can turn blue all day, and someone's gonna turn around and say, "Well, it's BS," or "That's your opinion." Look, folks, if you want to look it up, it's very simple. Google it. It's there. I mean, I'll do you a favor and I'll look it up just to give some credibility to who I am, and I'll come back. So let's leave it at that.
absolutely, Don. I appreciate that. And by the way, that's pretty wild. But at the end of the day, it is LA, right? It's California. I mean, are we really surprised that a Democratic state is looking to do stuff like this? And perhaps maybe even other Democratic states. I wouldn't be surprised. What do you think, Cynthia?
I did find another article where it says Trump said that he will call on Congress to pass legislation to punish doctors who provide gender affirming care to minors. And it says also a GOP backed initiative decried by Democrats and LGBTQ organizations after a slew of states enacted laws restricting gender affirming care for trans children or banning trans children from using bathrooms that match their gender identity. I'm the same way. I am a mother and I totally disagree with this nonsense. And you know what bothers me the most? That is childless politicians telling me, a mother, how to raise my child. Is like, shut the heck up, you know, because it is frustrating. It is annoying. It is frustrating. And the fact that they're now trying to take away and become the president state to try to make this to where they're trying to take your kids away. Now, mind you, too, another thing that I haven't stated is that I was a foster parent here in the state of Nevada. I was a foster parent. I did it for 6 years, and I helped over like 42 kids. The system is fucked up. I'm sorry. The system is messed up. I forgot that we're live. The system is messed up. The reason I stopped being a foster parent here was because eventually they threatened taking my own child away from me from an incident that happened that wasn't even anything. Now you have to also remember the kids are being indoctrinated in the system. They know that they're not loved, and they know that are just treating us like property. And they would come to me, and I would have to like show them a lot of love and attention, because you're even taught in the system of government that that's what they are, that they're just property, that they're not even human beings. And if this can happen just in the foster care system here in Nevada, I can only imagine what's going in California, which is even more liberal and more crazier. You know, it just boggles my mind.
And I don't have children, by the way, but I can feel where parents are coming from, because you raise your kids. You work hard to maintain their well-being, their clothing, their meals, right? So you have the right as a parent to give them the values you think is right, for them to follow whatever ideas you have. I don't see anything wrong with that, because you are the parent.
And you know what
So
is sad now too, Max, is that now we're having parents having children that they're growing up in this liberalism culture, and we're losing those values. We're losing, what it is to be humans. And now they're confusing you, because we're losing pretty much. I don't want to become like a religious person here, but I am have to bring that I am religious. I know God for me exists in my life. Again, this is my belief. And I feel that when you live in a godless society, now you even have parents that say that they're not even willing to die for their kids, and that they don't care for their kids, and because now they want clout themselves. It's just ridiculous. It's so selfish culture that now is becoming, and that's what I'm afraid of.
I want to give the word to Joel. Welcome to the panel. Please state your question. Go ahead.
I just for clarity for me, just for clarity. After all the things that Donald Trump has said about Mexico and Mexican Americans, how can you still support this guy?
Can you be specific? What did he say about Mexicans that you didn't like?
Everything. Pick one.
Can you be specific, please?
But you can pick anything. When he walked down the gold escalator.
Okay, you pick. You're bringing it up, so be specific.
When he walked down the gold escalator and announced that he was running for president, he made a statement about Mexicans then.
Can you quote that, please?
Mr. Joel, may I say what is your ethnicity, sir?
I'm black.
Okay.
I'm a black American.
And do you know that he's actually has helped
No, he
the
hasn't.
the Black American people more than any other president? Even not even Obama did that with the.
No. I'm not.
Okay, but hold on, Cynthia. Before we get into that, because Joel brought something up first about the Mexican community, can you be specific and please quote what Trump said that, according to you, is bad towards Mexicans and Mexican Americans? Can you please quote that for us?
He said that all Mexicans that come here are part of MS-13, that they're rapists. Come on.
Sure,
Okay, Cynthia, do you want to respond to that, since you're Mexican American and we actually spoke about this various times?
Because I actually, sir, I went last year to the border myself, and I saw from my own eyes, and I interviewed a lot of Mexicans, and unfortunately, there is evil Mexican people that are rapists, and they are controlling the border.
Let's use RP for the live. RP. Instead of the word, let's use RP.
Sorry, you're right. I forgot about the stuff, but yes. And when I go to Mexico, there is people that take advantage of what's happening and they do a lot of briberies on the border because they know that that's their form of doing business. So when Donald Trump said those things about being racist, I didn't take it personal because he is telling the truth. And MS-13 at that time, when he said it in 2015, 16, I believe, MS-13, just so you know, it's a gang that was allowed by the Mexican government. They're actually from El Salvador, and they were allowed just to stay there on the Mexican border to control certain areas, because obviously, you know, that has something that's different than what Trump's trying to say. And what I was trying to tell you, sir, was that I feel that the safety of all Americans, and that's including you, I mean, I'm assuming you live here in the United States. When I see a president that wants to protect that, I'm going to go for that guy that is telling the truth, because that is the truth. Mexican people and Salvadorian people that are on the border, they're not doing a good deed for this country. They are there to make money and to do human trafficking and all the things that come across. And then you also have to remember how the media took that narrative and manipulated just that little word. But if you read the whole conversation, that's not what he meant. He said there's a lot of other important stuff that were very crucial.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. And I don't want to come off as rude,
No, go
but
ahead, Mr. Joel.
you cannot take and not
I
look at
didn't take it for face value. I did go myself because I'm actually I was born in El Paso, Texas,
yeah, I
although
was
I live
thinking El
now in
Paso, Texas.
Nevada. So last year I went myself because I wanted to see for myself if this was true or not. And you know what I did see? In Juarez, Mexico, there is a bunch of people, and mostly male, a lot of males, and they look between the age of 25 to 40. And I'm like, well, where are the families that supposedly the Democratic Party are claiming that are coming and they need asylum and that they're being oppressed by, political prosecution or some war or political bias, whatever? None of that is happening. I'm telling you, this is a different agenda that is happening right now.
Let
And I
me add
never
out
seen
to,
anything
let
like
me
that.
add something to that, Cynthia, because you did mention, but I think Joel didn't really sort of understand or maybe believe what you were saying specifically. Joel, I believe you're being manipulated by the mainstream media because you specifically came saying that Trump said all these things about Mexicans and Mexican Americans, which is not true. I'm going to read the quote here, the entire quote that the media likes to cut and not show all the time. Okay, the mainstream media. So, and I quote, when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems. And they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. There are PSTs. And some, I assume, are good people. I'm using RPST for the sake of the life, by the way. The quote continues. But that's what you saw, Mr. Joel. I believe you saw that and it didn't end there. And I'll give you that. Up to that point, it sounds pretty bad. But this is the remaining part that he said like a fraction of a second right after that. He continued and he said, but I speak to border guards. And that's important because then now we know he's referring to the border. But I speak to border guards and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes common sense. They're sending us not the right people. It's coming from more than Mexico. It's coming from all over South and Latin America. And it's coming probably from the Middle East, but we don't know because we have no protection and we have no competence. We don't know what's happening, and it's got to stop, and it's got to stop fast. So that's very important because the fact that under a second later, after he said, and I assume some are good people, then he said, but I speak to border guards and they're telling us what we're getting. That tells us that he was referring to people crossing the border the wrong way. I'm trying to avoid the word illegal, just also to be safe. So he was specifically speaking about those crossing the border. And as Cynthia just shared with you, it's true. Some are RPST. We know that a lot of people are getting RPST'd over there. And there's a lot of unaliving over there. There's a lot of trafficking over there. So
here in
Did he
America.
say it in a sweet, kind way? No, he didn't. But what he said was completely true. And I didn't get offended. I'm not Mexican, but I'm a Latino American. He mentioned South America. It's true. There's a lot of bad people in our community. There's a lot of good ones too. But we cannot be blinded and believe that all of those coming through the border are good people with halos above their heads. We cannot be unrealistic about that. I know I shared a lot of information and I spoke a lot here. So go ahead, Mr. Joel. I'll give you the word.
We have a lot of bad people here. We have white supremacists here. We have people here that are doing the exact same thing that folks that are coming from these other countries are doing.
Exactly.
But
So why
Mr.
don't we
Joel,
fix
hold on, Cynthia.
America first
Hold on, Cynthia.
before
Hold
we
on. Hold
bring on
on.
other people?
Hold on, Cynthia, because I want to specifically just, Mr. Joel, can we please stick to, because you came saying here that Trump was insulting all Mexicans, and I just proved to you what he meant. He was specific to the border. So what do you say about that after I read the entire quote?
it is my right to feel the way that I feel that
Absolutely.
and that he is, and I don't care how much you try to clean up. What, as Maya Angelou said, when a person tells you who they are, believe them. And
Yeah,
he
that's why I
told
believe
me,
him because he's telling the truth.
he tells me that anybody that is other than white is wrong for America. And when he says make America great again, what I can refer to and what I've read and what I've seen is that is a playbook from Adolf Hitler. That is
Okay,
also
let's sort of use that last name. You can say Adolf only, please.
okay, and also a part of the Southern strategy. And the Southern strategy back during the 50s, the 60s, during the civil rights movement and segregation are the same words that the governor of Alabama used. These are the same things that have been used in the past, same words. So I can't, as a black American, I can't say to myself that I can support somebody when every race that you
Mr.
denigrate.
Joe, I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead. I'm waiting. I'm
If the
waiting.
Democratic Party says to you, all American people are now have to, because pretty much this is what they're doing with our taxes, right? We have to also ask where our taxes going because obviously we live in a system. If the Democratic Party were to tell you, okay, you are gonna have to hold 2 immigrants in your house, would you be okay with that? You don't
So
even know their background, you don't even know anything, but now they're forcing them onto your house. Now they want them to come to your house. What would you do?
I don't understand your question. I guess I don't get how you're what
I have a
the
point, but I just want you to see how you're gonna answer that.
but could you phrase the question so I can truly understand or
Yes,
re-ask the
if
question
right
one more
now under
time?
the Democratic Party they start saying, okay, we're gonna ask mostly like the people that are, I guess, Democrats, and they
They're in
would ask
support of
you,
this. Let's say the shelters
they're
are full, the hospitals are full, the churches are full. And now they're going to ask the citizens of this country that support this, what's happening right now at the border. And they tell you, you're going to take a family at random. It could be a single man. It could be a man with his brother. Could be a mother with kids. We don't know. Just whoever comes next through that side of the border, you're going to take into your home. Would you say yes or no at random?
I'd have to rely on my faith, and if there's a man in need and God asks to help, then I will, as a man of God, sure, I will help somebody that's in need.
but they tell you, but now you gotta keep that person for like minimum 3 years. What will you do?
Hey, I don't know where my blessings going to come from, so I'm not gonna knock. God is stronger than all of us.
So you would take a Mr. Joel.
If that is what God has,
But what if
it's
the
nothing
people now they start destroying your house? What happens when they start destroying your house and they don't appreciate the good deed that you're doing to them? What will you do?
then as a person, then I have to make that decision, or you have to go.
Yeah, Mr. Joel, I appreciate your opinion, and like you said, you have the right to have your opinion, and we respect that completely. Again, everyone is welcome here, guys, whether you have a difference of opinion or not. So I appreciate you joining and stating your opinion. I don't agree with what you said, specifically how you started the conversation, saying that Trump, it's against all Mexicans. I specifically broke it down for you to show you how manipulative the mainstream media can be, and as far as because you mentioned about how he's using this talk against people of color. I don't believe that. He's speaking the truth. And we are Latino Americans. We know our community very well. And we know that there's a good side and a bad side. And you also
And let me tell you,
mentioned,
even the president of Mexico has said insulting things to his own people. And this is, but again, this is me being a Mexican, and I don't really pay attention to Mexican politics. But all I'm saying that obviously we are the biggest nation in the world. So Donald Trump gets all the attention worldwide. Obviously, when the Mexican president says something like that, he doesn't get the same clout. So I'm just letting you know how we gotta be vigilant of the things that we see and how things are happening, because even Mexico's border between Mexico and El Salvador are worse, are very bad. They're very inhumane. If you research that, you'll understand that I'm telling the truth. Compare to how nice we are in the United States and what we're allowing.
yeah,
However, I
and
live
there's
in the
another
United States.
and it's another talking point, Cynthia, too, that Mr. Joel brought earlier when he brought up earlier when he said that, well, we have a lot of criminals here already. So, we're, like you said, we have white supremacists here, he said, I think, and we have this and that. But Mr. Joel, just because we have our own, crimes going on in the country, I don't believe it's a good idea to bring additional crime from outside of this country. I don't think just because we have problems here, we should bring additional problems from outside of this country. But I respect your opinion. And thank you for joining. I'll give you a minute if you want to respond, and then I'm going to let you go. There's other people waiting. Go ahead, Joel.
Sure. I'm sorry. I will never understand. I mean, I've been black in America for a long time, 50 years. I've been black in America. And I've seen experiences, and I've watched, and I've had a chance to read a lot. And
You know who Thomas Sowell is? Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to. Do you know who Thomas Sowell is?
no, do tell. Who is he?
Oh man, he is a beautiful person. I recommend that you at least just YouTube him. It's
Oh, that's right.
Thomsowell, Thomas Sowell, and just do one little YouTube search on him, and then come back, and then you'll understand how the politics work in the United States and in the whole world, and how it is all how it is. It doesn't matter the skin color. It doesn't
It
matter.
does. It
I
does.
believe in the United States that we're a meritocracy that is based on your ability, not on the color of your skin.
No, it's just based on the color of your skin. I've lived it.
Okay, go ahead, Joel. I'll let you finish your statement. You have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I've lived this experience that you say, and I know what it is to be black in America. Just like I can't tell you how to be what it is to be Latino in America, I can tell you what it is to be black in America. And it's a lived experience. Everybody's experience is different. Some people are exceptions. It's not the rule. So it is different for everybody because no one lived experience is the same.
I
So
understand,
I appreciate you
and
giving
that
that
is true,
opportunity.
Mr. Joe. And what I do see is this, that this country has given me so much. And what I see now, and that's why I'm very vocal, this country has given me so much more than the country that my parents came from. And because of that alone, I'm willing to protect this country because now I understand a lot of things that I didn't understand even 5 years ago. I even would say, I'm like, why do even soldiers go and fight wars? Well, little do I know that we have to fight wars because there's evil in this world. And because there's evil in this world, we have to protect what is good. And right now, I really do feel that the United States, for you and I to even come and look at what we're doing now, we're trying to, yeah, we could agree to disagree, but for me to see that we're losing our country, it means a lot.
I agree, Cynthia. And thank you, Mr. Joel. By the way, Mr. Joel, if you want to come back again and share another point, feel free to send a
Yeah, please
request.
do so. We're so
Thank you,
excited
hopefully.
for to have different discourse, you
Absolutely,
know?
absolutely. I just want to move down the line here. I don't want to have a whole panel because I do want to talk to Cynthia about a lot of things that I have questions for her. That being said, Mr. Native American, go ahead. Welcome to the panel. Please state your question.
Peace and love to you guys.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank
hear me?
you. Yes.
Um, with the whole immigration issue, there's so many people coming in right now that we don't actually vet. They're coming in from China, they're coming in from Iran, they're coming in from everywhere else on this planet. And there's no one there to vet them. and we're supposed to be happy with that.
Are you
I am
concerned about what's
an
happening then?
Yes, I am. I am an indigenous people, and I really don't agree with it. Everybody should be vetted. Everybody should come through the proper channels. Like when America was founded, which I can actually say I really don't agree with, but everybody came through and they submitted their paperwork, they got vetted, and then they got it admitted to the country. But now we have people coming through every day that nobody knows where they came from or what they did. There's a lot of prisons getting released in El Salvador that are coming up through the train right here. Most of the people that are coming through our southern border are men of military age.
That's true.
And that
I saw it with
and,
my own eyes. Yep.
and that makes me I'm not a scared man. But that makes me worried.
I
Now that we're
echo that
having
feeling.
another
Native, look, I echo that feeling, and we talk about the crisis at the border in my platform here a lot. Okay, so completely, it's a very concerning situation what's happening, and we're seeing a surge of migrant men coming via the border right now. So much so that the media is struggling to keep the narrative of mother with kids, mother with kids. That's what they like to show, but they're having a hard time showing that now because we're seeing a surge of, like you said, military aged men. So thank you for
But
sharing that point, Mr. Native. Do you have a question at all?
Can I
So I
say
move on
something
here.
real quick, please?
Go ahead. Go
Absolutely.
Can I
ahead.
say something real quick, please?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Now the ATF is giving them permission to own firearms. How is that possible?
I haven't heard about that, but I will look it up. You said the ATF?
Please look it up. Yeah, the ATF is giving them permission to own firearms now,
Well,
without registration, without back checks, without anything. They can have firearms. Only thing they have to do is apply.
Thank you so much. I will look it up, and then I'll definitely check this out to see if I can source put it here on the live so everyone can see. Thank you
yeah,
for sharing
absolutely.
that.
I'm interested to know if that's even real
Yeah,
because that
I
even make
actually
it
put it
more
on my
scary.
notes already.
We're in
Thank
an
you.
invasion, dudes.
Thank you, Native. I appreciate it. If you want to come back later, feel free to send a request. Okay?
Can I still listen?
Absolutely. You can stay on the live and listen. I'll just move on.
Thank you.
I'll just remove you out of the panel because I gotta keep other people waiting here want to join. But you can still listen. Absolutely.
love,
Thank you so
brother.
much. Okay, let's see if we have another person here waiting. Antonio, welcome to the panel. Go ahead. Please state your question.
JM.
If Trump gets reelected, or
Yes, sir.
Antonio, go ahead. Antonio, you got to unmute so we can hear you. Go
hear
ahead.
me now?
Yes.
The fuck.
Go ahead. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
I know, but I keep hearing myself repeat. Hold on.
I think it's refreshing the page. Let's see.
Hello.
Yes.
All right, now it's working.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Right now, if Trump gets reelected, do both of y'all have your bags ready?
Bags for what? To go to the White House?
No, y'all both getting deported.
We're getting deported.
Yeah, we're all getting deported.
So how come we didn't get deported back in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20?
Yeah.
But Trump said on day one.
I actually got more money during those 4 years. How come?
You got more money in lockdown?
I got more money during those years. Yes, my income rose substantially.
So,
Absolutely.
Mine too.
So you're saying
Mine
Yours too,
lockdown was
Cynthia,
better
right?
For you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Antonio, how come I didn't get deported? How come Cynthia and I didn't get deported then?
No, you got more money during Trump, so you got more money during the lockdown?
Oh yeah.
I did. Yeah.
How did you get that kind of money? What is she
Been
doing?
Well,
working hard.
I invest in the stock. Personally, me, I invest in the stock market. The stock market was open. Cynthia, do you want to respond to that on your end?
Yes, I have my own business.
And you were open during the lockdown.
Yes, it was.
So you live in Florida.
So, pardon me?
You live in Florida,
No, I live in Nevada.
in Nevada.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But hold on, I just want to go back to the first point because you said if he gets reelected, do we have our backs ready? You didn't answer my question.
Okay. Yeah.
Why we didn't get deported, Cynthia and I specifically,
Oh, well,
2016,
I just told
17,
you
18, 19, and 20. Why we didn't get deported, Antonio? Can you please answer that?
because that wasn't a promise that he made then, but this is a promise he made now.
Oh,
When he's
okay. That wasn't a
dictator for a
promise back
day,
then.
No, he hasn't.
when
He hasn't said that.
when
I'm
he's
just being
dictator
sarcastic,
for a
Cynthia.
day,
Absolutely.
what
I
do
know
you
he
think?
didn't say that.
He's getting rid of the anchor babies. He's getting rid of birthrights.
Mm.
Who do you think he's coming after? He ain't
Well,
coming
because
after your
Antonio,
boy
do you
Jason or
may I ask where you
Kyle.
work, Antonio? May I ask where you
Huh?
work or what you do?
Yeah, I work on cars.
Okay, so you work on cars, right? So let's say you work on cars
Uh-huh.
and you've been doing that all your life, and then now you have all of a sudden you have your boss that tells you, you know what, Antonio? Too bad. Yeah, you worked with me for 30 years, but guess what? I'm gonna let this opportunity to the other people because I don't care about your merits of everything that you did here for the car company. You gotta go. Uh, how would you feel about that?
I don't understand. You're saying they're firing me?
Yes, I'm putting it on a personal perspective on how I see the government.
Okay, so what if they fire me? I'll go get another job.
What
I have
happened?
skills, ma'am.
Hmm?
Hello?
Oh, did you hear me?
Yeah, you were saying, sorry.
I said if they fire me, I'll go get another job. I have skills.
You have skills. Okay.
Yes.
So now you have skills, right? And you're gonna go another job because you're confident that you have skills. So now the people coming into our borders, right?
Uh-huh.
Um, do you feel like maybe there should be like it's a privilege also to come to one of the greatest nations in the world,
Uh-huh.
and shouldn't they be vetted instead of just saying like, oh, okay, well, who cares? Now, don't you see that it's all
Are you
like
saying they're not
political?
being vetted right now? Are you saying they're not being vetted
And
right
the
now?
reason I correlate that to your job is because I'm trying to make sure that obviously you have some skills, right? And when
Mm-hmm.
you go to apply for a job, they ask you
Uh-huh.
for a resume. They ask you for what skills you have. Well, shouldn't we be asking the same thing when people come across the border and that's what is vetting? Because we don't
Ma'am,
know their
ma'am,
intentions. We don't know
everybody
a lot of
lies
people.
on their resume. You know that, right? Everybody
Well, there's
lies on their resume. So what is your
well, I'm not talking about
comparison?
just a
Are you
resume,
do you
but
do
then
you want
okay,
the
so say
people
that.
to lie on their application to become American citizen? Is that your suggestion?
Well, no, I'm not saying that, but it does happen because
You
they take
see,
advantage
so
of the
you're making
system.
a weird comparison. Your analogy makes no sense.
It makes
Okay,
sense only to
I
the
don't I
point that I'm
no,
trying
it
to
makes
let you
sense to
understand that
you
you have
because you
skills,
don't
and
understand how the
before you
thing
get to a
works.
job, they ask you questions to
Mm-hmm.
see if you're
Uh-huh.
compatible to that
And what
job that
else do
you're
they ask for?
applying for.
They ask for what a couple of people that have vouched for you, right? They ask for phone numbers for
Well,
people that
Antonio,
have
I'm not
vouched for
sure
you.
about your job, but if depending on the job, at least I'm in technology, so they're very
Uh-huh.
specific and they really go into details into your
My point,
specialty. I'm not sure about you, but
my point
Okay,
is just that
and
when
you're
you
telling me you
apply for
don't
a
lie on your
job, they're
application.
asking you and they're questioning you. Well, the same thing that they're questioning you, and there's other people that been on the system first
Hmm.
that I think for me we should start talking about those people first that been already here. They're still illegal instead of accepting these new people because now you see that it's all political and it's only feeding a political agenda where then also that affects us as a whole, and that's my only point when I brought like what do you do as a, because obviously there's things that you have to do like other nations, for example. You have to prove why are you going there, and once you're in their country, for example Sweden, if you want to go to Sweden and become a national for Sweden, you have to prove that you're
Ma'am,
going there as a teacher,
ma'am,
a lawyer, or
ma'am.
a doctor. Other than that, they don't accept you in their
Can I
country.
interrupt you? Look, This is America, the greatest country on the earth.
Well, we're
Nobody
losing
can
that
stop
because of
comparing
people like
us
you.
to loser ass countries, okay? We are the greatest country on the earth, and you keep comparing us to other countries.
Because
Nobody
that's what it
compares to
is.
us. Nobody compares to us, ma'am.
Well, sir,
Okay?
but when
You're
it's an easy
comparing us to
job and that you
nobodies.
see things
All
that
right?
they're trying to
There's not an
destroy the
issue.
country,
They vent all the people that come across the border. Guess what? I live on the border. I see where the people, once they're vented, they have an exit that they come out of the border. All right? The church, people that have their little nonprofit organizations, they help them out. They clothe them. They get them food. You know what I'm saying? And they help them make arrangements to get to where they got to go.
and who do you think is costing that? Who do you think pays for
I
that?
just said nonprofit, ma'am. Nobody's
Okay,
No.
paying for it.
Antonio,
You're
but
not
but
paying
And how
for
does
after
it.
the
that, you said
the
that
nonprofit
they're
also
on their
gets their
way
money?
after that. Hold on, they're on their way after that. What happens after? Where do they go?
I don't know, bro. I don't follow them on the bus. That's really not my
You haven't seen the
concern.
news?
Hmm?
You haven't watched the news?
No, I don't watch the news because it's
Oh, so
fake.
you're uninformed. So that's why you come here at the
Yes,
beginning of
I'm
the
uninformed.
conversation saying, "Are you guys ready to pack your
Tell me what
bags?"
happens. Tell me
So
what
you're
happens.
completely uninformed
Tell me
on
what
the
happens
subject.
once they get on the bus. What do they do
Well,
to
hold on,
them?
Antonio. You're completely uninformed on the subject. So you want to come here and say that Cynthia and I should pack our bags when Trump wins, which, by the way, you already know he's going to win. And on top of that, I asked you why
So
Trump
you already
didn't
got your
deport
bags
us.
packed, don't you?
Why didn't Trump deport us back in 2016, 17, 18, 19? And your answer was because that wasn't his policy then. So if Trump was
I said
so
that wasn't a promise
racist,
that he
how
made.
come he didn't get rid of all the Latinos back then? But he's going to do
You
it
know there was
now in
more
2024,
deportations
according to
under.
you.
You know there were more deportations under Obama's administration
No, he
for the
doesn't know because he
Latinos.
doesn't watch the news.
Oh,
Okay,
that's right. He's uninformed. So
but
why are we
guess what?
wasting our time?
We also weren't shut down during Obama. I don't remember
Yeah, but
America
you that
shutting
was a
down.
COVID. That was
No, ma'am, stop
a
making excuses.
worldwide.
So what?
Are you talking about the
There was an
shutdown that the
Ebola
Democrats
outbreak. There
kept
was a
pushing?
worldwide Ebola outbreak during Obama. We didn't experience that. So what is your argument now?
Your
What was
argument,
it?
sir,
What
does
did you
not make
say? Can
sense.
you
Okay,
hold on? Can you repeat repeat your question?
there was an Ebola outbreak, and we didn't experience that here in America under Obama.
Are
So
you
what's your
kidding?
argument, huh?
Are you
Three
kidding?
people
Obama was the
died.
worst president we've ever had.
Are you
Yes,
That's right.
okay? Antonio, hold on. I want to give
the worst
the
president
word
that
to
that never
FU
been
because
impeached, never got a charge, no scandals.
look, Antonio,
You know,
Antonio,
the
you're
biggest
heavily
thing is
manipulated by the
y'all
mainstream
consider
media.
Michelle to be a man.
Right?
That's your
Okay, I
biggest
let you
thing about
speak,
the
Antonio.
Obamas. Come
I let you
on.
speak. I let you speak. I want to give the word to FU now. Go ahead, FU. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, good night.
Cookie butt.
Good evening.
Cookie butt.
What I don't understand is how Antonio feels like you're going to get deported because you're Hispanic. That's not going to happen under Trump. That's it, that's a farce. That's a lie, and I just don't agree with it. So I'm on your side. So I'm not opposition to you. I'm actually agreeing with you that Antonio needs to wake up and smell the roses and understand that Trump is good for America.
Yes. Like somebody said, I also want to quote Matt, I guess on the comment section, there was a person named Matt, I believe. I think that's what it said, that America is a business. So, and Donald Trump is a businessman. So, what's good for America is to have a good business guy. And Donald Trump is that. And for the people who don't understand that we are a business. United States, it is considered a corporation. And that's why we have a social security number because we're kind of like slaves in a way that way. But obviously it's a system that's made us live a little bit more freely than any other country in the history of the world, even
Okay,
past
well,
back
tell me
then.
where shutting down for business is good for business.
Well,
Because
that's
Trump shut
where do
down
you live? Where do
America.
you live,
Tell me
Antonio?
where shutting down
Trump
business is
didn't
good
shut
for
down.
business.
Trump
All
didn't
right,
shut
because
Okay,
down
he's
anything,
so
sir.
Yeah,
Trump
Trump
let
didn't shut
everything
down.
open.
hold on because Antonio asked the question. I want to let FU answer that because I know where he's going to go with this. Go ahead, FU. You can answer that.
Trump didn't shut down America. Fauci did. Fauci and the mainstream media and everyone that was in the mainstream media shut down America. It wasn't Trump. Trump just went along with it. Am I for absolutely Trump? No. But what I am for is freedom. And as
Yes.
soon as we lose our freedom, that's where it lies. And I'm not angry with Antonio. I get where he's come from, but I'm on a border state too, and it is nasty, bro. It is very nasty. I live in a city that's on the border, and it's bad.
Yeah, I think as Antonio said, he doesn't really follow the news, so he doesn't know exactly what's happening. Sparky, go ahead. Welcome to the panel.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good, sir.
Thank you for joining. Go ahead. You're welcome to share your opinion or question. He dropped. I'm not sure what happened. Okay, Dutch, welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me up. Yeah, first, the thing I just popped in on is the whole business thing for our country. Our country's not.
Can you please get closer to the microphone? You sound very far away.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, the whole thing about this business, like our country's a business, so when I have business, like Trump's a terrible businessman as is, but we're not a business. The problem is we're trying to go towards like corporatism and late stage capitalism as opposed to going towards the other way. Like becoming a corporatized country is not what we're supposed to fucking be. That's the absolute opposite of it. So
Let's just try to avoid profanity for the sake of the live. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can continue. Go ahead.
Well, now it's kind of just like my main question there is like, why do we think Trump's line of how he's run businesses has not been good? It's not a profitable thing. He has had failure after failure, and the bankruptcies he had 4 of those were on casinos. Like he just kept giving less of a percentage for himself in order for those to go, and they still failed. So I just don't understand why he seems like the better choice. And I'm not at all like I really get mad if people make me defend Biden because I hate him even more. So like that's.
Mr. Dutch,
So Dutch,
reply
go
to
ahead,
you?
Cynthia. Go ahead, Cynthia.
I just want to say, Mr. Dutch, what I see, right? So I also have a business. In order for me to create the business took me a long time. However, just like as you have successful businesses, you also have businesses that fail. And me as a business person, when I have hired people, because a lot of people just go with that, oh yeah, well it was a casino business that he failed. Well, when you're building something, it's not as easy as people might look at it from the surface. If you're really looking on the in depth, it takes a lot to build a business. Now you also have people on the other side, and sometimes there's businesses that you have to go with a government, and there are union, right? So when you have all these things that are running, sometimes even the union on the other side is not that great. And let me tell you, Trump is not a dummy, right? And when you see that it also maybe the other or like the contractors are trying to stiff you, obviously, yeah, you rather just file bankruptcy or do something because you also know that on the other side, there's 2 sides to every story. That's all I'm trying to say. So sometimes we got to look at the bigger picture because we only see what we see. And then, like I said, I only say that because I understand that it happened to me where the contractor that I hired, they were trying to really bump my prices up, right? And I was like, no, wait, but the cost of this is this. Why are you charging me like triple the amount? And I get it, they're people as business owners, we pay taxes. We pay more taxes than the normal civilians do, I guess you can say like that, or that other people that are not businesses do. And that's another thing that a lot of people that don't know businesses don't understand, that when you're in the business side, it's a totally different ball game. So there's 2 sides to every story. It's not that I'm defending Trump. Maybe he was at the time. I don't know the deal, but we live in America, and are you telling me that you wouldn't do the same? All I'm saying is that before you criticize somebody, really look at the bigger picture, because I really feel that everybody says that about him, but if they were in his same shoes, they would do the same exact thing, and they would file for bankruptcy again.
Cynthia, I agree. Look, I agree with what you said, but even going deeper, right? Because Tony just stated that Dutch stated that he actually hates Trump, hates Biden even more, he said. Is that correct, Dutch? You did say that, right?
But let me tell you, I remember listening. Go ahead, Mr. Dutch. Sorry,
No, I
I'll
was
stay
just,
quiet.
You did say
yeah,
that I hate Biden even more, correct? Is that what you said?
yeah, I was just saying that, yeah.
Okay. So then can you agree that under Trump, the economy, the country, when it comes to stability all over, when it comes down to the economics of it, and even around the world, it was much better under Trump than Biden?
I
No.
mean, pay wise for the not working and shit like that, some got a different. And I think that's where we're at. Is got a skewed view because we had the whole pandemic time
Oh
where
yeah.
they kind of messed up, and like we didn't
Who
have to
messed
work.
up?
The government in whole, like they have us not working, but they were paying these people more to not work than to go to work, right? And I
Paying
think
who?
the big thing
Which
happened
people?
there.
Who are these people?
I'm saying our government in whole, like when they did how they tried to plan out the pandemic for us and everything, it was like they didn't know how to handle it to a point they messed up. Like Trump's whole thing was about image. He wanted the stimulus checks to go out with his name on them, and it worked. I hear people
But you're
that
focusing on
listen to Trump.
COVID. I'm talking about pre-COVID because COVID destroyed the world economy, not just the
Right,
U.S. It
but
was the whole
that's where
world that
the
was
money came
affected.
from. The people, right? But that's
Correct.
where it came from. A lot of people are happy about the money that came from the stimulus stuff. Because even
No,
prior
no,
to
I'm talking about
pre-COVID,
before
listen,
pre-COVID,
right? But
pre-COVID.
even if we just look at pre-COVID, that's people like trying to say that like Obama did great, and it wasn't great under Obama either. It's like they're trying to. It just plays these numbers that don't show for the American people. The
Exactly.
ones that
So,
did,
Mr. Dutch, so are you for, I'm assuming for you said American people for freedoms, but don't you see even now what they're trying to do for him and how the government is trying to even get Donald Trump of the vote,
I don't
the
believe.
ballot?
I don't believe like the way they're fighting with this shit is like that. But I don't. At the same time, he decided to run again. That didn't happen. He didn't decide to run and then the shit came out of nowhere. He was going. He's been going after him, and then now when he realized that he might be in some actual trouble, that's why he ran again. It's because he can go to jail. He can literally be convicted of this shit, go to jail, and if he's voted in, he will
But
get
why
the
is he gonna
presidential
go to
coverage and
jail
help.
of what? He hasn't done anything.
He's done. I mean, whatever they have now, they're putting on him. He's not this clean end guy. That's what I say. Like I don't think
No, I
when
know. I'm
people
not
say
saying he is, but I
it,
mean his business dealing. For you to be in business, obviously, like when you go and ask for a loan to the bank does their duty, the due diligence to make sure that they check everything and they check all your backgrounds. And if it passes, how is that illegal? So then, right there, I know that the
that like
government and the media are trying again to manipulate people because they think that we're dumb and we don't know the rules, or and that's what bothers me, that the media is controlled by the Democratic Party and they try to manipulate us and indoctrinate us with this fake nonsense because they know that we don't do our research. They know that for the most part people just go with what the media tells them and it's like, oh, the media said this. Well, even if the media says that, no, you got to check like 10 times and read and make sure that you double and triple and 10 times verify anything before you even say anything.
Okay,
100%.
Dutch, go ahead. I'll let you reply, and then I'm going to let you go because I want to move on to Tony, and then there's also some feedback with your microphone. So go ahead. You can finalize your statement. You can answer.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I 100% agree with you about when it comes to the point of like we don't look at that's both parties though. This is like the part I've gotten to now is that it's this whole thing where people are blaming the Democrat side or Republican side, and both of them are really working together against us. And it's always about when
Yeah.
you're something, it's about look over there, look at what they're doing this time. So
Well,
like just tired of both of them screwing us over, and then like the Democrats are worse to the point right now because it's all about like oh if you they just try to bully you into fucking voting. Sorry, I'm sorry. They just try to bully you into voting for Biden at this point, and it's like he's not helping anything. Well, if this happens, if Trump gets in, the world's over. Like Trump's already been president, the world didn't end, so that's not a good enough excuse.
exactly. No,
Okay, so
and
last
that's no,
question,
and Mr.
Dutch.
Judge, it seems no, you're absolutely right, and you do see at least what is obvious, and that's what I'm trying to also point out that, it's obvious that I think that's why they hate this man so much because, you know, he is trying to eliminate the swamp, and the swamp is both parties, both the Republicans and the Democrats that are against the American people because they're trying to control us for their freaking agenda.
Thank you, Dutch. Thank you, Cynthia, for that. Also, Dutch, feel free to send a request again if you want to share a
Yes,
statement. I do
Theo
have to move
Phoenix.
on. Your microphone was very staticky as well. But if if you hear something and you want to say something, you're welcome to send a request again. I'm just want to move on here to Tony. Go ahead. You can share your question or statement.
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, I don't care what Mexicans or whoever votes for Trump. That's fine. I mean, but when I hear, Trump's economy was great and it was better, I mean, there's never anything to back up your statement. So, like, the first year of any incoming president, the first year belongs to the previous president. We were going through COVID. I mean, there was a lot of things happening during the Trump presidency, and I'm not saying it's his fault. What I'm saying is the first year is always the previous president's economy. Why do I always hear these Trump supporters saying, oh, it was all great under Trump when it wasn't? I mean, we ran into a lot of problems.
What were the problems? Can you name one of the problems?
Well, besides the shutdown, but I'm
What were the
talking about
problems? What were the problems?
besides the shutdown, the COVID thing. Yeah, that was a
Yeah, we're
big,
not
major.
talking about COVID because COVID affected the whole world, and you said it
No,
yourself. So, what were the problems? We're
I'm talking about the
asking.
whole world. I'm talking about the
I
United
was able to
States.
buy
I
a house
know.
because
Right.
of
So,
Trump.
what were the problems prior COVID?
No, I didn't say there was problems prior to COVID. I'm saying the economy. We're saying Trump. The economy was great under Trump when we know the first year
But
belongs to
Tony,
the
you said there were problems during his presidency. What were the problems?
problem. Okay,
You
the
brought it up yourself, so it's fair to follow up on that statement. What were the problems under Trump prior
I'm,
COVID?
I'm sure that. Okay, so the problem we were having is one, he didn't take responsibility for the whole crap that happened. His the
What
way.
what crap? What happened? Be specific.
What crap are you talking
Okay,
about?
I'll be specific. I will be specific. He doesn't take responsibility for, and again, the COVID thing. He doesn't. He never took responsibility for that. He shushed it off like it was nothing.
Tony,
He
I said pre-COVID. We're speaking
It was nothing.
pre-COVID. What
well,
happened pre-COVID? You mentioned there were problems pre-COVID. So which problems are you talking about? Be specific.
during his presidency there were problems, not pre-COVID. I didn't say there was problems pre-COVID. What I did say pre-COVID was the economy from the last president is for the first year belongs to the last president. But during his presidency, the major thing that happened was COVID. That was during his whole majority of his presidency. We were starting to deal
Why
with
do you
that.
think COVID happened?
I think COVID happened because, much like the Spanish flu, it was an outbreak.
No, no. COVID is fake.
Really? So the people that died in my family
Yes.
were, what did they die of? Explain that to me.
Were they incubated?
Two were.
And remdesivir was not in the picture?
Whom?
Remdesivir. Have you heard of this?
No. No, please explain.
So, remdesivir is a drug that they gave all of the patients that were under medical care. And what happened is remdesivir was under a 10-day protocol. And what happened is under the 10-day protocol is they died on the ninth day. So when you say that you have people in your family that died under the COVID, it's a mute point. It's they died because of remdesivir. They died because they were incubated. They were on a ventilator, and they were given this drug called remdesivir, and it killed a lot of people.
Correct, but not all of them were incubated, bud.
So who do you know that died that wasn't in the hospital?
I'll just say family members. I'm not going to get specific like a cousin and stuff like that. Just family members.
I
That'll
don't know
make
one
me angry.
person. I don't know one person that died not being incubated or
No,
on a
I mean,
ventilator.
well, okay. Well, I mean, I'm just going to leave it at that because that's going to start another. I'll just say that. Let's just leave it at that, but because that's what the
Okay, so
argument.
let's just
And
stick to the economy, Tony. Let's stick to the economy. So you
Well,
mentioned
if
that.
I may, I
Go
just
ahead,
wanted to
Cynthia.
point out something when it says that we're talking about doctors, right? Just a personal throwing out there. When we're losing morality as a whole, and even doctors, like I remember last time I was on this podcast, there was a guy named Patrick that said, I will always believe a doctor over you. But one thing that we have is uh, our self righteousness, because we're sovereign. That's where, as Americans, we fight for those freedoms, right? We are that. And with that said, I want to say is morality. But when you have also doctors that when you become a number to them, and instead of curing you, they only see numbers because their bottom line is them enriching themselves instead of what doctors are supposed to do is do the right thing and help you make sure that you stay alive. When you see that, now that's when I feel that we're losing that morality. And that's what happened to me too. Like I have a daughter one time, for example, I'll give you an example. I took him to an orthodontist. My daughter's teeth were not that great. She hadn't one. To make the long story short, I went to one orthodontist. The orthodontist said, "Oh yeah, she's gonna need 2 surgeries." Well, I don't have insurance, so 2 surgeries is pretty. It's a lot of money. But my common sense, my cognitive reasoning told me that that doctor was not in it for me. He was just doing it for the sake of money. And when he
Correct.
was just putting money in between, I said, nah, fuck this. I mean, sorry, screw this doctor. I'm going to get a second opinion because this doctor, I don't see that he's looking out for my daughter. So sure enough, I went to see another orthodontist, and the other orthodontist is like, yeah, there's no need for 2 surgeries. That's crazy. So that's what I'm telling you. So for me, COVID was a money making scheme in a certain thing. And there's so much more to what we are taught to believe that it
right,
was just COVID.
right.
I mean, either
I
way, but
agree.
and I agree with you. Look, I've been here on vacation in Colombia for the last 4 months.
Yes, sir.
And I was when I got here, I was taking 11 pills. Right now, I'm just taking my heart pill. The doctor told me for the rest of my life, take it. I've lost 38 pounds. The food over here is not processed. I mean, Medellin is full of hills, etc. But my point
Right.
is, there. I'm not taking all these medications because American. I don't think it's just American, but doctors in general, I do believe that they're not there to cure you. They're there to kind of keep you kind of hanging on.
Yeah,
You know,
because remember, a patient cured is money lost for them.
correct, correct.
it's a it's a
And
patient loss.
I haven't seen this physique in over 30 years. And I feel really good. But I mean, and like I said, back to the Trump thing. I mean, I don't care who everybody votes for, but uh, I for me personally, I've been asked why I don't like Trump, and I'll tell you, as a veteran, I'm a retired veteran. That's why I'm vacationing
Thank you for
for
your service.
Yeah,
absolutely.
thank
So,
you, sir.
I don't like how
Thank you
he's
for your
not when
service.
it comes to veterans. I don't like that. I mean, for me personally, I don't know any veteran that
You said, Tony, you said that you don't like how he treats veterans.
how he talked about veterans, how he's responded to veterans, Gold Star families, how he responded to John McCain. People might not like John McCain's politics, but John McCain was a prisoner of war, and for him to say, "I don't like people who are captured," that to me, that's beneath him. He's
I
veteran.
hear you, Tony, but you know that McCain did call Trump voters, I believe he said
Yes.
crazy,
So talk.
correct?
Yep. Yep.
Correct, but
Tony,
when
do you remember that?
yes, I do. But
So
let me
is it okay for a veteran to call American voters crazy, like a portion of them?
let me tell you something here. As the president, you do not have that right. I don't care what somebody calls you. You have to be better than that, and you know that being a leader, being
But McCain wasn't just someone. He was a veteran, but he was also a senator,
A
if I'm not
senator for
mistaken, at the
Arizona.
time.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying about Trump, but let's be fair. Also, McCain,
okay.
he was a high level politician, a veteran, and he made those comments. So if you're saying that Trump shouldn't do that, I get your point. But then let's also go back to how it started. McCain also had a level within the politics of this country, and he made those statements towards Americans.
No, and I understand that, but here's the thing: with Trump, it's not just John McCain. It was Gold Star families. It was. I just don't see the respect coming from Trump. Honestly, if he wants more votes, if he wants more respect, shut your mouth. That's the truth. If
I hear
people
you,
really
Tony.
think he's that
Okay,
great, I mean,
just,
and that's my problem with him. He
just
has
a
no.
follow up, just a follow up question on Tony, and then I got to move up to
I got.
payback here because he's waiting. A
I got.
follow up on that. Are you okay the way veterans are being treated today, in contrast of how migrants are being treated today under the Biden administration?
Okay,
No.
so I can answer that directly. So
Go ahead, Tony.
how veterans are treated. There's a lot of veterans housing. A lot of veterans are homeless because they do want to be homeless. I know this because I've been there. When I got out of active duty, I was a mess. I wanted to end my life a couple of times. And
Um,
I've managed to get through it. But I know a lot of veterans, and I don't know every veteran, but I do know that there's veterans housing. Immigrants, they're not just here getting a free ride. And you guys know this. You should know this. They pay into this system and they cannot file for them taxes. You know that like in Florida, they chase them all out. And guess what happens? All that crap is going to waste.
So,
So,
Tony, you're saying that you're generalizing that all the migrants coming in are paying into the system, all of them.
yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They're
They
all
have.
hardworking taxpayers.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said they pay
Well, you're
in.
saying they're paying into the system, so you're generalizing all the migrants coming in. Is that what you said?
When they work, when they work, and they have a TIN
And
number.
when is that, Tony?
What do you mean? Specify.
Only 2% of the migrants in New York have applied for work permits. That means that 98% of them either don't want to work or still haven't applied because for whatever reason, but only 2% of those, this is per the New York Post, by the way. I can pull up the article if you want me to. And I've spoken to federal workers. I'm not sure if you follow my lives. I've spoken to federal benefit workers, and they've stated that they've spoken to a lot of them, and they don't want to work. I've interviewed migrants on my show, and the one of the migrants that I interviewed on her TikTok, she is telling her followers that she is getting sustained by Father Biden, as she calls it, and she's reaping the benefits, working under the table, getting payments in cash, so that she can continue to be sheltered in the city and living for free, basically, and getting free meals. So she's using the system. Are you okay with that?
I'm not okay with her. Absolutely not. But again,
But that's happening. Most of them, just because I'm correcting what you said, that
I
they're going to pay into the system. That's incorrect. Most of them, at least the new ones right now, they're taking advantage of the system.
well, I can tell you, being from California and dealing with Mexicans, I do know that Mexicans do come and they do work. So I don't know about New York. I don't know about like from El Salvador or places like that. But
Tony, you're
well,
correct.
sir, I can attest to that. As a
The
Mexican American,
Go ahead,
we
Cynthia.
Mexicans do work. But let me tell you, I've dealt with Cubans, I've dealt with Hondurans, Nicaraguans, and they're not hard workers. Not all of them,
I'm
not
gonna
all of
tell you,
them, but for the
I'm
most
gonna tell
part.
you, I gotta agree, and it sounds kind of biased, but when the Mexicano gets over here to the States, they want to work and they busting their asses in 104-degree weather. So my hats off to them. I used to do it, and I'll never do it again.
Another
Tony,
thing,
I
Mr. Tony,
think.
that I do want to
Go ahead,
say,
Cynthia.
at least we could all agree that we should all agree because you were talking about, your service and everything that you experienced. I mean, maybe what we should do as Americans is unite and fight the government to
Yes.
abolish big pharma's political stance and how, they have all these laws in place so they protect themselves so that they don't get sued. And I think that's once we take that out, I think that will be a major step forward for the American people
Oh,
because I really feel that big pharma has a lot to do with our economy. And
I'm telling you guys, I've been here for 4 months and I'm lighter than I've been in over 30 years. I have stomach muscles. I'm just tripping out here. And I think it's because I got away from the food. I'm not taking all the medications that metformin was.
So you're saying that you feel better now, Tony?
Absolutely,
Good for you.
absolutely.
I'm very happy to hear that. I really am.
Taking the insulin, the shot. I'm not taking that no more. That was
Tony, are you said you're in California, right?
I'm in Colombia right now. I'm from California.
Oh, you're in Colombia right now. Oh, wow. You live in Colombia or just traveling?
I'm vacationing.
Oh, that's amazing. You're talking to us and you're on vacation. I'm very honored. I really
No,
am.
it's almost midnight. I do all my fun stuff during the day, and at night I just wind down. I get on TikTok a lot. At
Listen,
night.
Tony. Well, listen, I know you're vacationing, but hear me out. Tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, I have a special guest. He's a veteran and he's for Trump. I would love for you to come if you can join us. I know it's early and you're vacationing, but if you can join us tomorrow, I'll let you in and talk to him so that he can tell you why he supports Trump, and then you can be more specific as to why you don't like Trump, and we can have an open discussion of two veterans discussing their points of view here on the platform. Is that okay with you?
No, it's absolutely okay. Right now, just so you know, it's 11:53. So whatever time it is over there, and that you're, what time is that where you're at right
Right
now?
now it's 8:53. I'm here in the state of Nevada, right next to California, so I am Pacific time.
Okay, so what time your time is
So my
in?
time will be 12 p.m. Pacific, and that would be if you're 11. That means you. I think your would be 2 hours, so maybe 2 p.m. I think.
No,
No,
3:03.
what time? What time is it? You said 11:53.
Yeah, it's almost midnight.
Okay, so you're Eastern time then. So that
Yeah,
would be 3 p.m. for you tomorrow.
yeah.
I'm gonna go live tomorrow, Saturday, special episode. I usually don't go live on Saturdays, but this veteran wants to talk to me. He wants to be on the live, and I'm honored. He's a
I think
veteran, and he has my platform open. So you're also a veteran. You have opposing views, but I'm okay with that as well. So you're welcome to come tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, Tony, and
no,
then we
he's
can
been very
have both of you
respectful.
guys talk to each other.
Just
no, you know what? I'm waiting for
Tony's
the kid stuff.
history.
Okay. That being said, thank you,
Tony,
Tony. Hold on, John. I want to move with Dana. Let's be fair here. Dana's been waiting. Thank you, Tony. I'm going to let you go so I can move on. Okay. So I hope to see you tomorrow.
Ciao.
Thank you,
I'll
Tony. Go
check
ahead,
out
Dana.
too.
Welcome to the panel.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. So, I don't know if y'all remember, even before Trump was president, how many troops did he fly in on his own dime in his private jet to get to go home for Christmas? And nobody talks about that. Number one, I have a cousin who died of PTSD. He was a Marine, came back and was a firefighter EMT. And, he was very much a Trump supporter, as I am. But yeah, I mean, it's like people, if you look at the news and certain media, it's not telling you the truth. It's not telling you what Trump has really done. No, they want you to see Paw, with his dementia, who doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about any of them.
I believe that the mainstream media is heavily manipulated. We see a lot of talking points when people join here. And I think Mr. Joel, he joined earlier. He was saying that, Trump hates all Mexicans. I pull up the quote. And then when I read the entire quote, you see exactly what he was trying to say, but they're sort of blinded already when it comes to what the mainstream media has told them that Trump is, regardless of whatever you see outside of that. And you're right, Dana, they don't really show everything he does. Cynthia, do you want to respond to what Dana said?
No, but very much I agree with her too. Another thing I just wanted to point out is hopefully, I don't know, you guys, I saw on YouTube, there's a documentary called The Great Awakening, and I recommend everybody to check that out.
Okay.
The Great Awakening, it's a documentary. Is that on YouTube, Cynthia? I think I watched it on YouTube.
Yes, it's on YouTube.
It's an amazing documentary to watch. It's really good, guys. Please watch it. Thank you, Dana. I want to give the word to John. Go ahead.
Well, not so much on topic, but what I want to do was point out to Tony, one, John McCain was called a songbird for a reason. He was a collaborator, and he was a hot dog for a pilot, and he set his own aircraft on fire if there was somebody that actually flew, they could explain it to you better. And when McCain first got to be senator, he went out of his way to close the book on Vietnam MIAs and POWs by claiming they found what they call a walking K that the airmen used to use. And he says, oh no, it's just some farmer's kid that likes K. So he went and all this stuff. So McCain was no hero. He was a collaborator, and he was on the list of number one on the list of 35 men to be shot for treason, but Nixon pardoned them.
Okay, John, thank you for your statement. Tony left. He was going to join us tomorrow. And John, I'll have another veteran tomorrow. So if you want to join and talk to them about specifically what you said, I can't verify exactly what you said. I'm not sure if it's accurate or not. But I respect your opinion and your take. You're welcome to come back tomorrow and speak to the veterans I'm going to have here on the panel. Dana, just a quick question for you, and then I'm going to let you go. What do you think about how veterans some of them are struggling to get help from the federal and state, while migrants are being priority in most cases? What's your take on that?
Oh, my take on that. So yes, certain migrants do deserve their share. Some have really worked here for a long time. I've known an 18-year-old had no idea that she was undocumented until she applied for college. That's one thing. But again, our veterans who have fought for us, my cousin all I can guess is...
Cynthia, can you try to mute your mic so we can hear her better, please? There's like a little button. Thank you. Go ahead, Dana.
I'm sorry. And so anyway, it's like, there's so much PTSD out there for our veterans, and there's not enough psychological care for anyone. I mean, whether you're a veteran or not, whether you're just a healthcare worker. 2020 messed me up, and I'm an ER nurse. 2021 was worse, but it's like, yes, we do have to take care of our own, but we also have to take care of those who are coming in honestly and trying to make a living and trying to become a U.S. citizen. So it's like I'm on the fence with a lot of that because I can see some of both sides. However, yes, my whole thing with the fence, and I call it a fence because the wall, was needed. The fence was a joke. There were so many broken pieces, so many areas. I worked in El Paso, and there was these apartments, and there was a hotel I was in, and just see all these little broken in. You could just see people walking through. I could see in backyards.
So you're okay with them coming right now? You're okay with that?
No, I'm not.
No, because you're saying that some should get citizenship. So I'm a little bit confused. So you're on your take.
Okay. So say, you have someone who's an 18-year-old who's been here all of their life, right? They go to apply for college, and then they discover at this point that, holy shit, I'm undocumented, but it's someone who was raised here, who's been here for a long time. See what I'm saying?
Copy. So you're talking about the immigrants that came years ago. You're not talking about the ones that are coming in right now.
Right. The ones that are coming in right now, I don't necessarily trust all of them. Some of them have great intentions, but some of them could be from a whole other country who wants to bring terrorism, and, when I was working in El Paso, you could just walk right through that little fence. It was a dilapidated little tiny fence. And that's why, they're talking about, Trump and he wanted his wall and all that. Well, yeah, because there were also areas that there was a fence. It was a little fence that's between the two countries. You could look in somebody's backyard that was in Mexico and you're in El Paso, which is in Texas. So, you're standing there and you're watching all this and you're seeing people come in and out and you're like, okay, this could be an actual terrorist from a whole other country, because all they have to know is, oh, I can cross right here. So I'm going to fly into Mexico and I'm going to cross over.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Dana. Exactly like you said, we just don't know. There's could be a good group, a bad group, and some that just want to take advantage, and we don't know. The thing is that we're seeing a trend that a lot of them want to take advantage of the system, and that I don't agree with. But thank you, Dana, for sharing that. I'm going to let you go as I'm going to move on here with the live. You're welcome to come back, by the way. If you see or hear something that you want to respond to, feel free to send a request. Mr. Dutch is back. Go ahead, Mr. Dutch. I'll let you share your statement or question, and then I'm going to move on. There's other people requesting here. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just for the immigration stuff there. I don't know if a lot of people have read up on what Trump's new policies are to be. The one he's trying to push is it's pretty similar to what Biden's trying to push right now, so he can clear more money to send to Ukraine, because that's what we need right now. It's going to be higher deportation.
Was that sorry? Was that sarcastic?
Very, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, wait, what do you mean? That's what we need right now.
Yeah, sorry. But it's supposed to be literally to the point where it's going to be like those immigrants you were talking about, Dana, actually, where like they've been here a long time, they don't know. It's supposed to be against like chain migration, as they call us, where basically like, the parents, and if they came here, if you're born here, that used to be like the thing. They'd come here, and if you're born, call them anchor babies, right? Those are now going to be illegal too. So that would like revert that, and anyone that was born here is not going to be considered American anymore. That's because they would be still immigrants technically.
Yeah, so you're basically like you're saying, it's unfair, right, for immigrants that have been here for years and they are undocumented still, and they've proven themselves that they are not committing crimes and they're paying their taxes and they're raising their kids, and you feel that they should be looked into first than the migrants that are getting all these work permits right now via the asylum process. Cynthia, do you agree with that? What do you think about that? Thank you, Mr. Dutch. I'm going to let you go. You're welcome to come back. Go ahead, Cynthia.
No, on that I do agree, Mr. Judge. I say the same thing. It's like it's not fair, because I also know people personally that have been waiting. They're actually, very good citizens and have contributed to this great country. And I'm like, man, that is not fair that now these people are coming. First of all, they're not even getting vetted or anything. We don't know their true intentions, but now they have to prove themselves. It's like, but here I have the people that I do know that, have been doing it the right way and have been contributed to this great country, and then therefore they can still not nothing, they're still not a citizen, or they're still not even being processed to get like their green card or what. But so yes, I agree with Dutch on that point.
Yeah, me too. Definitely, we should look into those first. I want to welcome to the panel here, Yeah, go ahead, Guava.
Guava berry. Oh, guava berry. Oh, nice.
Let's keep it a guaf. Let's keep it a guaf. Go ahead, Guava.
Fine. How you doing? Thank you for
Good. How are you?
in. Oh, I just wanted to let you know, there's some information about that they were talking. Someone was talking about veterans, healthcare. I'm a veteran, and I just
Thank you for your
want to let you
service.
know. Oh, you're welcome. That the medical care has actually improved a lot. Um, like since Obama took over, he changed everything, and everything forward has been improving all the way to now. So it used to be really bad before, but right now, especially in my experience, mental health, and I mean, we have a lot of support. Some people don't, maybe because where they live, they don't live in a place that is close to a big city, but it has improved a lot. It's not as bad as they make it seem. It needs more improvement, definitely, but
Yeah,
we're moving forward.
yeah, Guav. So, look, I've had veterans that come on the show. I've actually had family of veterans that have come here on my live, and some of them don't agree with what you're saying, as far as the fact that, like you said, it still needs some improvement, but some have come here and shared their frustration of how they are not getting help. So I can see your point that yes, some stats are showing that there's an improvement for sure, but the fact that there's still one veteran out there that needs assistance from the government and he's not getting it, yet we're seeing migrants getting all of this special treatment right now and all of these benefits and all of this sheltering, and it's costing billions of dollars. That has made a lot of people angry, and I don't think that's fair, because I think before we help anyone outside of here, there shouldn't be one veteran asking for help. That's what I think. I don't know, what do you think about that, Cynthia? And then I'll let Guaf respond to that. Go ahead, Cynthia.
No, yeah, I agree with that too. That you couldn't have said it better, Max, when it comes to the veterans and taking care of them as well. Other than that, I agree with you that the system hasn't always. I mean, I know it's based on individual basis, but I also, for the most part that I've heard, it hasn't benefited a lot of veterans. And then you also got to consider the veterans. We all get up in age, and they make it so hard for them to also like do a lot of paperwork and stuff, where it should just be more like a thank you for their service kind of thing, I feel.
Go ahead, Guaf. You can respond, and then I'm going to move on to the list here. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, depends. Everything depends, like she said, individually. What your problem is and who can help you fill the paperwork. For example, I have helped older veterans, like from the Vietnam era, to help them with their claims, and fortunately, they have been able to get their claims approved. So you also have to know, how to fill everything correctly, and have a doctor that can help you with that too. So it's not an easy process, but I like I said, I don't know anyone really. I live in a place where most of the people around here are veterans or active duty, and I haven't met one person that's having, a terrible time with the VA, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that are having problems with the VA, but also we have to think, why is this person having a problem? Is it because they don't know how to fill the paperwork? Is it because they don't qualify and for something, related to service? So there's a lot of
Most of the complaint
variables.
I've gotten here on my channel is because they don't qualify.
Because we can get free medical care or low cost medical care um, through the VA, even if you don't qualify. It is based on your income.
I
Yeah,
love
So
I love
and
talking about the benefits and how to qualify for things, but I have a short amount of time, and I'd love to comment on the banner that says that kind of attracts people. We got 180 people in the live. I need
okay.
everybody to scroll.
Since
It
he has
says
to go,
Mexicans for Trump.
I'll skip Don because he has to go. Go ahead. Is it Greg or Greg?
Green Gasha. So
Oh, Greg. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
so your banner that says comment down below, Mexicans for Trump. I think in the United States of America we confuse your nationality with race. Mexican's not a race, right? So the term using Mexican for Trump, you mean Mexican citizens? Or
So yeah, guys, everyone watching. So the special guest for tonight is Cynthia. You see her picture right there on the background. She doesn't have a TikTok account. She's using my backup account, Vega Access Backup. Make sure to follow it. She is joining via that account, and she's a Mexican American, and so she's a special guest, and that's why the subject
she's
is
dual
Mexicans for
citizen?
Trump.
She's a Mexican American. Does that mean we're talking about nationality, so she's dual citizen.
Correct.
Yes, I
Okay.
do. I do have dual citizenship.
Okay, cool. Just because citizens of other countries, I don't think should comment on political views necessarily, especially when it comes to voting. Second point, it's interesting because, people say,
So
hey, what are
citizens
you?
or dual citizens?
What was that?
You said you don't agree with other citizens from other countries to have political views here in America. Are you saying citizens specifically or dual citizens?
Sorry, I may have misspoke. I'm saying citizens of other countries, what doesn't matter to the country, shouldn't necessarily interfere with voting in other countries. It doesn't matter if it's United States citizens commenting on Russian voting or
Oh, okay, got
or
it.
their
Okay.
political. You see what I'm saying? Dual citizens, of course. If you're
Can
a
I
dual
can I make a
citizen,
comment?
I'm a dual
Hold
citizen.
on, guys. Let's go ahead, Gringuasha. Can you finish your statement, please?
Yeah, no. So I'm just going back to this point of growing up. I'm a dual citizen. I immigrated to Peru and became a Peruvian citizen. I'm from the United States. No one in my family speaks Spanish. I moved to Peru and I lived there for 10 years and I became a Peruvian citizen. I am now dual citizen, Peruvian, American. If that makes any sense.
Okay.
The
Okay.
reason why
So
I'm
what's your
explaining
point?
this, the reason why I'm
Okay.
explaining this is the following. As growing up, it was always, hey, what are you? Oh, I'm white. Okay. Oh, I'm Italian. I'm not white. This whole idea of nationalities being race, I think, has caused a generational disconnect in that, for example, Mexicans for Trump, this whole idea that just because you're from a different nationality, I would put in the banner. I'd rather see in the banner. And at the end of my argument, it doesn't even matter. But I would say Latinos for Trump, because at the end of the day, Mexico is a different nation, right? So unless you're a dual citizen of the country of Mexican, you're not even necessarily Mexican American. Because in Mexico, there's different races. In Mexico, there's Jews, there's Afro Latinos, there's Native Latinos, there's Euro Latinos. You see what I'm saying? Mexico is
Yeah,
a very
Gringasher, I
diverse
think I
place.
get where you're coming from. I get your point. I think you're taking the
The
subject of
title.
the live literal. Yeah, literally.
Literal.
So,
Yeah.
No,
I've done Latinos
I
for
get it.
Trump on my lives too, by the way. But since it's a Mexican American, that's why I have the topic there specifically. That doesn't mean that I believe all Latinos are Mexican. That's
No
not
problem. And I
what the
don't
And
mean
there
point
to
is a
is.
difference
get hung
there's
up
a
on this
difference
because
between
I
nationality and
Go
ethnicity,
ahead. I'll
and I
give the
think
word to
Mexicans for
Don. Go ahead,
Trump
Don.
is. Yeah, let me just, because this is just taking up, I'm sorry, I don't have much time too. Mexicans for Trump, my understanding is everyone that's ethnically Mexican and wants to vote for Trump can
But
and shouldn't be
there's no such thing as ethnically
bound
Mexican,
to
is
the
my point.
Democratic Party.
There is no such thing as
Because
ethnically Mexican.
because there's a lot of innuendos, there's a lot of insinuations that if you automatically support Trump or the Republican Party, you are anti your own race, which is far from the truth. And it's
Agreed.
actually a fallacy that you start playing into, and you start and if you don't realize it, you're being manipulated.
Oh,
You're being
100%. I
manipulated.
agree. And those are
Yeah.
valid,
So
very valid points. And I don't mean to get hung up on. It's just something that I'm
you
passionate
took
about in
it
my life
literally,
because
so I don't understand but why you took that
Cynthia, do
literally.
you
If you
want to
understand
respond to that, being that you're the
ethnicity,
special guest for tonight? Do you
Yeah,
want to
no,
respond to
that's why I wanted
Gringasha?
to respond, because I was like, well, the only reason he did that was because I am Mexican and I do have dual citizenship in Mexico and then the United States, although I was born in the United States. Um, but yeah, I hope that answers your question. And yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Green Gasho, and I agree with you too. And I think it doesn't matter, no matter where you're from, and you are now here in America, and America has provided for you, you are an American. So for the most part now, I try to change my wording, and I do try to say that, hey, I'm an American, and that's that.
I
I
see, and
think, although I think
that's
Gringasha said that he was from here, but he's living in Peru now, correct? Is that what you said?
correct. I immigrated to Peru and became a Peruvian citizen. Yeah,
Got it. Okay, so he's actually in Peru, Cynthia, I think. That correct, Gringasha, you're in Peru now?
correct.
Oh,
Okay,
got it.
okay.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay.
So no,
Well,
and
nice.
so
Cool.
Cynthia, that's
Yes,
exactly
sir.
my point. And I didn't mean to. I think it was Greg or Don.
No, no
Sorry,
worries.
Don
Yeah,
Correte.
Dangarrote.
Don Garrete, disculpa. So it wasn't like I'm not trying to get hung up on this. I just think it's important. I think it's very
To
important
understand the difference.
to understand the difference and
Yeah.
like retrain the United States public, the American public that, bro, it ethnicity, there's no such thing as Mexican ethnicity, because Mexican is a nationality. You can be Jewish Mexican, Afro Mexican, Euro, you can be
Yes.
white Mexican. My point, coming back to the real point here, the real point is, for example, using that as an example, when people say it's not illegal immigration because that used to be Mexico, how is it different from a Euro white Spanish government claiming native lands. For example, I'm from Utah, okay? Utah is native Ute Indians, right? So Ute, Utah. That's the reason why it has it. How is it different from Spaniards coming into Ute tribal lands and saying this is now a Euro Spanish government Mexican land than what the United States did? My point is nothing. There's no difference between the Euro white government of Mexico taking over native lands, combining tribes, building temples, Catholic religion on top of pyramids, cultural, whatever, and what happened in the United States. Okay, that's where I want to go with the banner, and I don't need to get hung up at all on that. And I actually agree with all y'all. If United States has become, for example, my great grandma came from Sweden. I don't know anything about Sweden. I'm not shamed in my family for not speaking Swedish. It doesn't matter. She left Sweden for a reason. She came here, started a life, and we're American. If that makes sense, where I'm trying to go with this.
Yes, that makes sense,
I
and I
get
agree
you.
with you.
I get you, Ingrasho. I know that Don has to go too. Go ahead. You can reply, and then I'm gonna go to return. Go ahead, Don. Don, you want to reply?
Oh, okay. I mean, he explained the comment regarding his point. I understand what he's saying, but I'm also trying to let him understand that, like, in American culture, like, I can say I'm Salvadorian for Trump, Salvadorian American for Trump. We have our own culture here. We have Salvi Americans for Trump. And I want to point out, you guys were mentioning earlier that MS is a criminal organization, and Trump declared it a international terrorist group, which is true. But he also met with President Bukele, who promised him and said, Bukele said, "Hey, we don't want your money. We don't want your aid. What we want is our autonomy. We want to be able to make our own decisions. We want to be able to fight our own battles and not have to migrate. Nobody wants to leave their land."
Exactly.
And he kept to that promise.
Yeah.
He kept to that promise. And now, like, I just want to show you guys an image of,
No, and
like,
just by the way,
the
I love Nayib Bukele, which is the new
the
president of
war
El
on
Salvador.
gangs. It's like he did the war on gangs. Like, he did what he was gonna say he was gonna do. He was gonna bring peace. And it's a poor country, but you know what? If you have, sorry, yeah, I guess you couldn't see my video, but he's declared war on gangs. Okay, there's an image there.
Yeah, where he has them
And
all
Oh yeah,
captured.
I've seen that. He's doing an amazing
okay,
job over there. He's doing
so
amazing.
so he's done that. He's done that, and he promised Trump that he was gonna clean up the country, and he's done that. So, um, if there are people coming here to the U.S. And they are Salvadorians, yeah, a lot of them come because there's not a lot of jobs. But understand that that's by design. That's by design, that everything in the world has gone up, especially fertilizer. So you have all these hungry people from third world countries coming to the US, okay? And I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before, where you have both Republicans and Democrats. They're allowing this to happen. They're allowing this to happen. And
Oh,
to
it's
me, it's
specifically the
like,
Democrats, in my opinion, they're allowing it to happen.
but you have to look at the Republican Party, and, like, you have a uni party. We don't really have. So the only outlier
Yeah, but
really
Don,
here is Trump.
let's be real. Under Trump, we didn't see this mess. Under Trump, the numbers were way lower under Trump.
No, I understand that, but you had a leader, you had Trump. What I'm trying to say is, if you had a unified Republican Party, you should see some opposition. We don't even have that. We don't even have an opposition. Like, we have Merlin, we have Matt Gaetz, we have a couple people, that are fighting the fight, but we need to get to the ethnicities of America. So Salvi Americans, we all support, most of us support Trump because we're all on the same page. We want decency. We want to live in a safe country. That's all we want. We want end to corruption. We all want the same thing. Look how LA, look how San Francisco's run. It's by design that they're allowing crimes to happen in our cities, because what's coming next is AI, automated intelligence, where, like, everything is under lock and key. Look at Amazon Fresh. If you ever go there, The future Amazon, you just walk in, they just recognize your face, or you put your phone and you can buy anything. But guess what? When that social credit system comes, just like they have in China, a lot of people are going to
Yeah,
be left out. A lot of people are going to be left out of the system, and that's where the Democrats are
are
taking us.
pushing.
Now here is the article I was telling you guys about earlier, and I'll leave with this. It says this is one of the reasons that woke me up. I was like, what the hell is going on? Rick, I don't know if you guys can see it. But it says here, um, California governor vetoes a bill requiring custody courts to weigh affirming to weigh affirmation of gender identity. Sorry. This was September 23rd, 2023. So California Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill that would have required judges to consider whether a parent affirms their child's gender identity when making custody and visitation decisions. In announcing his veto Friday night, Newsom released a statement saying he has a deep commitment to advancing the rights of transgender Californians that has guided his decisions while in office. That said, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to skip his message, but basically the bill would have made gender affirmation one factor among many that courts already have to consider in custody proceedings, including whether a parent has been abusive and how much contact a child has with the parents. The bill would not have required
When is
judges
this
to
article
prioritize
from, by the way, just for context?
AP World, AP News,
But when? What date?
September 23rd, 2023.
Okay, so just a couple of months ago.
Yes.
So why do you
So
think he vetoed that?
I think it's high. It's very unpopular because it literally says, if you read it, if you go into the bill, it talks about how they can remove the child from you. So to give you an example, I know it talked about custody battles. So if you're in a custody battle and within the custody battle, the child says, hey, you know what, I think I'm this or I think I'm that. Like, the parents have to stop what they're doing and have to provide that child gender affirming care. Otherwise, it's going to be seen as neglect. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just where they're heading.
That is
And
some wild stuff, man. I've heard
here's
about that,
another
and I'm
one.
glad you
Here's
came
another
back and you showed
California
the
law.
article.
Here's another California law that will go into effect, and it has to do with foster parents. Let me see. California Consumer Law, California State, California Public Safety, California Public Health Laws. LGBT youth support under SB Senate Bill 407. The California Department of Social Services will be directed to ensure LGBTQ youth are placed with supportive and gender-affirming foster parents. The law requires a family to demonstrate the ability and willingness to meet the child's needs, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. So,
Okay,
I
you got
guess I don't
15
know
seconds.
how
Go ahead,
you
because I
would,
gotta give the word to return. Go ahead.
yeah, I don't know how you would show that, but this is where we're headed. This is where we're headed. So
Your
my
concern
advice
as
to
a
parents:
parent
keep your
is
kids.
that that's why you're homeschooling your kids now?
This and many factors.
Got it.
All I can say
Yeah.
is keep fighting. Make sure you spread the awareness. And this is crazy. To me, is the Democrats. I call them. I call them the Democrats. Sorry for all the people that are voting the other way or they still haven't waken up to this
Like I
nonsense.
said,
But
hey, something else is going on, folks. Something else is going on. I've never seen this before, and so just prepare yourselves. And
yes,
God bless and take care.
Don,
you
thank
guys.
you for sharing that. Thank you for taking the time, coming back, showing the article. I really appreciate your time. You're always welcome here. Thank you again. Return, go ahead. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. We're dealing with demons here. You got to get your rosary beads and your candles and all that good stuff. So did Dutch? I wasn't listening. Did he talk about like the main I guess origins or sources of illegal immigration to the United States?
I don't think Dutch got into that part of it. Did
He didn't
he,
mention that.
Cynthia? I don't recall.
Yeah.
I don't recall either. I said we've been talking
We
about
had so many
something.
guests already that it's hard to
I got
pinpoint
you. I
who said
understand.
what
Yeah.
at this point.
I mean, but that's like, that's why we're focusing so much on the border, because the majority of illegal immigrants come over the southern border. So that's why it's such a
Yeah.
focus.
So, when it comes to what's happening right now at the border return, what's your take on that? What do you think? Do you think that we should be concerned? There are some liberals that are saying that the borders are secured. What's your take on that?
Well, would you agree with that? I mean, because you obviously talk about this stuff a lot. You agree that it's the majority of illegal immigration is comes through the southern border between Mexico and the United States.
I believe that right now, perhaps yes. I know that the mainstream media likes to pull up the data on visas overstayed as the biggest immigration concern. They love to pull up those numbers. But even if those numbers were accurate, when you come via visa, you are vetted. You go through the whole application process, and it's not instant. It's not instant like a lot of these migrants are experiencing right now to come to the U.S. So whether we're getting more via visa overstays or through the border, I'm more concerned of the border because of the safety issue. There's no vetting system for them. They just say, as you probably know, I need asylum, my life is in danger, and then they start the process, and then they just catch and release.
Right. Okay. So, but if the higher percentage of illegal immigration is done, or is happens via visa overstays, why you know why isn't the rallying call like, you know reform the visa process instead of build the wall? Is it maybe because Republican politicians understand that their voters need these things fed to them in a sort of soundbite format rather than
No, I don't think so. Return. I think
complicated
I,
rather than a complicated like reform process or oversight committee or something like that. Do you think maybe that's part of it?
no, I don't think so. Look,
That build the
Teo
wall is
Phoenix,
easier to understand than
Teo,
reform the visa process.
I get what you're saying. Teo Phoenix from the comment section said visas are for the wealthy. And I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but he does have a point where you don't see people that come via visa, and when they overstayed, they go and overwhelm the shelter system in America. They overwhelm the benefit system overall in the United States. You don't see that. So with the migrants right now, you're seeing that. And once again, they are vetted. So that's why, even though if that was larger in number, maybe in the previous years, now probably after this, I'm sure the ones crossing the border are going to overtake the visa overstays. But that goes to my point. You don't see them overwhelming the benefit system in America. So that's why that's a
So
bigger concern.
that's interesting. How do you get benefits if you don't have a social security number?
Yeah, that's a good question. We had a federal worker here that she was asking that a sarcastic rhetorical question to us. How are they getting this? And she brought all those applications to her supervisors, and they basically told her to look away. The higher up said, you have to take their applications. And in some cases, they get like a weird TIN number in order to complete the application process. And that's happening, my man. That's happening. They're getting benefits. They're not qualified to get them on paper. They're not supposed to get them on paper. There's no law, because we had a lot of liberals come here on this show too and say, but look, the sanctuary city says this. It's nothing to do with benefits, or the ordinances. There's nothing that says that they're going to get benefits. And then she's right. There's nothing on paper that says they're going to get it, but they're getting it. How or why?
Right.
That's the
So
big
I talked.
question.
Right. Yeah. So I talked to a different federal worker that said that no undocumented people were getting benefits. So that's how I would refute what you're saying there.
So return, as I said, she specifically said they're not undocumented. They have a specific weird looking social number or TIN number in order to finalize the
test
application
identification. Yeah, I
process.
know what it is, but what I'm
So
saying is
they're
like
not really
that's just
undocumented. But what I'm telling you is, like, I also spoke to a nonprofit that I interviewed here on the live, and she mentioned how for residents and citizens where she lives and still working right now in Massachusetts, they go through a process, like you said, where they have to get documentation, birth certificates, proof of address. As you know, they probably ask for all those things. But for migrants, they were waived. There were migrants that showed up to her state and said, I lost my papers. I crossed the river. I don't know what happened to them. Some are wet, some are, you can barely see them, but they still got put through. So that's happening.
Yeah. Do you think maybe a way to decrease, uh, asylum seekers and illegal immigration over the southern border would be maybe to, for neoliberals, um, like the Republicans and the Democrats, to not sign trade agreements like NAFTA that decimate the agricultural industry in Mexico, and then also for our intelligence agencies not to meddle in the in civil wars in El Salvador, and meddle in Nicaragua. Do you think maybe that would be?
I get that. I get that point a lot here in the live. I don't agree with any of that. I think that's just the victim mentality, trying to blame the U.S. for things that
The
happened
victim
decades ago.
mentality.
Victim mentality, absolutely. You mentioned El Salvador. I'm glad you did. We had someone that just brought up El Salvador previously. El Salvador is doing really well right now. That's because they have a great president that's not a corrupt politician. All of these South American countries are full of corruption. That's not
Yeah,
because
because
of
we're
the
not.
United States. That's because they are full of corrupt politicians in power. They got a lot of money. Their people are poor. Now, if those presidents were poor and broke, I would say, damn, return. You got a point. But they are filthy rich. So the fact that they are filthy rich and their communities are poor and broken down, it's their fault, not ours.
Yeah, well,
And in
I'm not
regards
saying
to
I'm not
that,
saying they don't have corrupt politicians there, but like, I
Yeah,
mean,
but I'm not
like,
broke. Are you
are you
broke?
aware? Like, are you
Wait, are you
aware of
broke?
what we did in the 80s and 90s in Nicaragua and Panama and El Salvador? Are you aware?
I am aware, but El Salvador is doing really good right now.
You
So
just
if El
don't care.
Salvador is
Well, I'm not
doing
talking about
good,
right
in a
now.
country like Venezuela, which is where I'm from, that has tons of oils and they're broke as hell, something is not adding up. That math is not adding up.
Well, El Salvador was destabilized for
But
decades,
but my
though,
point
right?
is El Salvador is doing good
Correct.
today. So
yeah,
how is
I
it
think a lot of
possible?
Well,
people get stuck in the past, and it's like, no, we gotta move on that and see what's.
it's not about getting stuck in the past. It's about understanding the effects of history,
I get your
understanding the
return, but my
effects
point
of
to you is
events in
if your
history.
point was correct, why is El Salvador doing so good right now in a country like Venezuela that's richer than Salvador is in the toilet right now? So can you
Because
please
we're
answer that?
and also because we're not meddling in their affairs. Um,
But you said that we did. You
yeah,
just
no,
said that we
I'm
did.
saying yes. That's why yes, that we're meddling. Yes, I'm saying they were destabilized for decades. We're not meddling in their affairs anymore. You're saying they're doing well now. That's what I'm saying. That's why.
We're not meddling in Venezuela either. Venezuela, what the Venezuela did to themselves is what the Chavez and Maduro did to the country, not America.
We're not meddling in Venezuela.
No, we're not.
Okay. Why is it that every time a country tries to nationalize an industry, the CIA takes that as an invitation to do a right wing coup? That's
Guys, can you
interesting.
please mute your mic for everyone joining so Return can ask the question properly? Thank you. Go ahead, Return. Please repeat.
I was saying, why is it that
Manny, hold
every
on. Manny, can you
time?
please mute your mic?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Return.
Why is it that every time a country nationalizes an industry or makes some attempt at a non-capitalist organization of the economy, we feel the need to place an embargo on them, or the CIA sees that as an opportunity to uh, you know do a right wing coup. That's interesting.
So, are you referring to a specific country or?
I mean, yeah, like Iran. Iran, Cuba are like the main two. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually have a veteran here on the panel. Jacob, welcome. Do you want to respond to that?
Love to greatly. Um, uh, so if you're talking about Iran, what in particular are you talking about? Because I was in country, not in Iran particularly, but I was in Afghanistan. But I understand some of the politics and some of the economical constructs that happen out there. What exactly are you wanting to refer to in Iran?
Let me see when what year this happened. When they let's see. I guess I was thinking this was in the
Okay, return. So
beginning
how
of
about this? Do the research. I'll let you stay while you do the research. I want to give the word
I
to
know when the
Manny because I
event
want to keep
was.
things moving
I
up
know what
here.
the event was. They nationalized their oil industry in the 50s.
Okay, during the 50s. Go ahead, Jacob.
Iran got their oil from Kuwait, so I'm trying to understand where Iran had oil other than coming from Syria. So unless you're referring to the refinery establishment in the Middle East that happened in I think it's 1954, 1955, when Saudi Arabia became one of the largest production operations of oil next to Kuwait. But Iran gets their oil supply mostly from Kuwait. That's why we went into the Gulf War to begin with in 1991, was because Iraq and Iran, which was run underneath Saddam Hussein, didn't like what the process of being restricted oil from them. So he went to Kuwait and basically destroyed half their oil refineries. So the only thing
Yeah,
coming.
no. So what I'm talking about is the nationalization of the Iranian oil industry. The
Was it?
legislation was passed.
Go ahead.
The legislation was passed March 15th, 1951. It was verified by the Majlis on March 17th, 1951. Legislation led to the nationalization of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company.
Mm-hmm.
The movement was led by Mohammad Mossadegh, a member of the I can't read these words. The National Front, and future Prime Minister of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And the aftermath here. In August 1953, the government of Mossadegh was overthrown by a military coup d'état orchestrated by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and the British Secret Intelligence Service. Yeah, and their leader was sentenced to 3 years in prison, kept under house arrest until his death in 1967. So yeah, so why do you think that is? Why do you think even though like socialism is such an impotent, limp dick way to organize your economy that always fails, why is it necessary for the CIA to come in and orchestrate a coup d'état?
Man, you're barking up a question that's way above your pay grade.
Oh, is that your argument?
No, because here's the thing. Here's the thing, bub. Let me tell you something real quick. I work with spooks multiple times, and I'm not big fans of them. I'm not big fans of them because they got me. They got me in some serious situations, and a few of my buddies killed. So,
Unalived.
oh, excuse me, unalived. Sorry. Um, but
But
the
why do you think that is though? That like I said,
because
if
the only other
socialism
thing.
is such an impotent, like I said, impotent limp dick way to organize your economy, why do you have to do a coup d'état after people nationalize industries? It's interesting.
Well, the only thing I can think of was because there was from my history understanding, and this is based off of my knowledge. So, from what I've read, the only thing I can think of is because there was an issue with Saudi Arabia having a problem with Iran trying to claim independence of it, and maybe that's why the CIA got involved, or is because Iran was going to back their oil on gold, which the United States didn't have it at the point in time. And if Iran was going back their oil up with gold, that means we couldn't afford trade with it because we didn't have the gold to means of that process. But you're also asking something that happened in the 1950s, which there's probably a lot of stuff scrubbed on it that isn't truly released to the public. So what you're reading and what information you pull up probably isn't the full truth. I wasn't sitting in office. Neither of these people who are on here were sitting in this office when those decisions were made, because what you're reading it wasn't is what was on white,
And probably a lot of those are not on Earth anymore. Probably those that did those deals.
Okay, but I'm just asking on principle, like, why is it necessary to do a coup d'état if socialism is always doomed to fail?
Look, return, as Jacob said, we really don't have those answers. Is America perfect? Absolutely not. No country
Well, I
is.
mean, I know why. I'm trying to get you to understand why.
Okay, so do you want to answer that question? Go ahead.
Um, because capitalism is based off a system of global exploitation, and somebody in that system of exploitation has to have a monopoly on violence, right? In a more micro sense, or not necessarily micro, but a less macro sense, the people who have the monopoly on violence in our daily lives are the police, right? Like, who, if you don't pay your rent, who comes and removes you from your home?
First, that small claims process you got to go through with whoever you're dealing with as a public agency.
The constable.
That's not
The
what I asked.
constable
I
comes and
asked,
gets you.
Sheriff.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes,
return, but get to the point
the
because
police, right,
you share a
right.
statement that you ask a question. Just get to your point.
Because I'm trying to make an analogy so you understand better. Okay, sorry.
It's
Anyway,
not that it's hard. It's just that you've been talking for a long time. I'm letting you speak, but get to your point.
oh, I'm sorry, I'm boring you, but so anyway, in a more macro sense, the entity that has the monopoly on violence in the global system of capitalism is the United States, right? Like that's what happens when people try to mess with our money. We come in and fuck them up. That is what that is, right? They try to nationalize our oil industry. They try to dig into you know our money, and we went and fucked them up. That's how it works.
So you're saying
That's
that
like
the government of Iran is
we
not.
run the biggest protection racket in the world.
So your solution is what? Socialism?
No, what? No,
So
that's
what's
not
your
what I'm
solution
saying.
then?
I'm that's Oh, my solution? My solution is to dissolve the CIA for that specific thing. I mean, yeah, in general, yeah, I think socialism would be a more equitable, or would allow for a
Got it.
more
So we got to
equitable
your point. So
distribution
you're
of
a
wealth.
socialist then. You believe in the socialist economy.
Um, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
essentially. I
Okay.
mean, I'm not a communist, but yeah, I think communism
Got
is
it.
a pie in
I
the
get where you're
sky.
coming from now. That's what I wanted to get to see what was your solution to this problem that you're stating according to you. Manny, welcome to the panel. Go ahead. Manny, you got to unmute.
How about now?
Go ahead, Manny. Now, go ahead.
Now, socialism, what I don't understand how people keep with uh for people to help out the unions, the workers, and the poor, because that's what we have to do. But yet they complain about doing that, but yet they let the rich get richer. And that is something I just don't understand how they keep voting against their own interests. Because some of us, not me, because I'm 65. I also served in the military while Ayatollah Khomeini took over the embassy and everything. I served at that time. I served under Reagan. You know, so mentally, it's like,
Pardon. You said you're a veteran?
yes, I'm a veteran.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. I was proud to serve. That's for sure. Uh, you know, if you go back to the first war and you see that why all this hate, and then the second war, how this hate was, and then you have this moron repeating the same thing these dictators are doing, are
Hold on, Manny.
saying.
Let's just try to, let's not use those words like moron because we're trying to protect the life.
I'm trying to say Trump.
Oh, I know, but let's try to avoid those type of words. Let's try to keep it civilized. Go ahead.
Okay, well, here comes a person who really does evil. If a
I
person cannot
I have
see
a question. How
evil,
do you see? I have a hard time believing that because on Trump's presidency, I did not see any wars. There were no wars under his presidency. And that alone, to me, speaks volumes. To me, speaks a leader. And a leader does go and talk to dictators to make sure that he keeps the peace amongst the world, knowing that we're the greatest country in the world. So when you say dictator, I don't see
I'll
that.
tell
I'm
you.
like,
I'll tell you. I'll tell
there
you
were no
about
wars. There were
dictatorship.
no wars under
That
his
it
presidency.
doesn't. Let me tell you something. Trump was preparing to get out of NATO. Okay, so Putin could go take over and make another USSR.
It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
that's
He
my
didn't do that. Look,
military mind. That's
all
my
that is
military
happening under
mind.
this administration, which is a
It,
Democratic
it,
Party
it's
administration.
it's it's happening on this administration, which has no control. Neither does Trump have control of other countries, only our NATO countries. Okay, so when you see somebody who's evil, that the first thing that he wants to do is take away the insurance for poor people, that's evil. That's nothing with God.
But that's not
Okay,
accurate, sir. I don't
then
know
no,
where you're
no,
getting that.
what do you mean I'm not accurate? I'm not
No,
accurate.
that he's
Then
taking
look, research it.
insurance.
He was trying to take the Obamacare out the first day he went in. Is
Of
that
course.
evil or
Even
not?
I agree with that. Even me as a
But
citizen, because it
why?
didn't benefit. Because it doesn't
Okay,
Why?
benefit
hold
the
on, Manny.
American
One at
people.
a time. Cynthia. So Manny's asking you why you were
Why?
against Obamacare. Okay, Manny.
Yeah.
You asked the question. Let her
Yeah.
answer one at a time. Cynthia, go ahead. You can answer.
Sir, for me personally, Obamacare was a disaster. As a person that doesn't depend on the government, because I don't believe in handouts. I believe in working hard, and you get what you paid for. And I mean, you get what you get. For me, Obamacare was a disaster because now the government wanted to take money from additional money from me to pay for that system, for that program, for that health program. And that was ridiculous for me. I was like, no, I feel like it wasn't right. It wasn't right for me to pay for
Okay.
other people that don't want to work.
Can I
Well,
answer?
sorry, you do
Okay, hold on,
understand that, like,
because hold on. Return. Let's give Manny the chance to reply. Go ahead, Manny.
Listen, United States never had an insurance for everybody. That was the first time. Okay. Was it perfect? No, it wasn't perfect. But at least and at least my son, my kids, up to 26 years old, they will still could be in my insurance. Now find that in somewhere else. Up to 26 years old.
That
Okay.
still that
And
still
then
applies. That hasn't changed.
yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know it hasn't. Now, because we still have Obamacare. That's why we still, but that was the first thing he wanted to do bad. Okay. Which is evil. Okay. What was the second thing? Him and Bannon. Okay. And my boy up there that he's from the military. Him and Bannon. Okay. Wanted to do a mission with the SEALs. Okay, that was the second week of him being there. Okay, with the SEALs. Okay, between him and Bannon, instead of going with the chief of staffs and all that. Okay, what happened? One SEAL died. So it wasn't a perfect, and nobody really gets into it, but I do. I watched the hearings because that's the only way I'm going to get knowledge. The guy is evil. Okay. Another thing. Okay. He goes on a peaceful protest in front of the White House. Okay. Has his National Guards shooting rubber bullets and gas so he could go in front of a church that's closed, a closed church with a Bible backwards. You don't call that evil? You can't see evil in that? The things that he has done and everything is all him. He's the best. Somebody tells me at work, they told me, he's close to Jesus. I said, so let's crucify him. See if he comes back up in 3 days. You know, people are one man, and he don't believe in our Constitution. My boy up
Who
there, he knows the Constitution. He knows our oath that we take.
No, sir. I
Okay,
think with
and
all
it's
due
very
respect, you're very
serious.
misinformed. I don't
No, I'm
understand.
not. No,
Yes,
no,
you are.
no, no,
You're
no.
very
I'm not
misinformed.
misinformed. No,
Yeah,
no. Well, why don't you research it?
I
Take
Okay,
have.
I want to.
Therefore, I that's why I used to be a Democrat, and that's
Something
why
to
I
add to
changed.
this.
It's
Okay, I
got
want to
nothing
give.
to do with Democrat.
Okay, Manny, hold on, because you did bring up Jacob, the veteran we have here in the panel. You brought him up in the conversation. Jacob, you want to respond to that?
Yes, there's two things I would like to respond to, and again, brother, I respect you and what you have to say. But for one, this is the only reason I say this is because my father was a SEAL for 15 years, and
Look at that.
the thing about Navy SEALs are they understand the risk and what they sign up for, and not every mission goes perfect. You know this better than I do.
No, no, I understand
Hold
that.
on,
But
Manny.
So,
Let's let him reply. Go ahead,
okay,
Jacob. One at a time.
and trust me, no one likes having a fallen brother, but that is a job that requires a certain mindset and a certain skill set and a certain responsibility of understanding the choice in that. I would that's you're putting a what's the word I'm looking for? You're putting a you're you basically, in my opinion, because that I grew up in that family.
uh-huh.
You're making his death or his life that he once had in vain,
No,
and he knew what he was doing.
no, no. I'm not putting his life in vain. Believe me, he's a hero. What I'm trying to say, how that mission was planned. That's what I'm trying to say. How it was him and Bannon, not the Joint Chief of Staff. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say.
Poorly
You-
planned. That's what you
What's
think.
that?
Poorly planned.
Not
Or
not
Look,
not
I'm not putting no shield. I'm not putting no military person because for me, whoever's been in the military and served our country, they're all heroes. They're heroes.
I agree with that.
You know, they're heroes. I see it like we're like the protectors, you know, and we can't fail our oath. The oath is very serious.
No, it is very serious. And Manny,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there was something that was very. What branch of service were you in?
Army.
Army. Do you remember ORM and what it stands for?
Yeah,
Operation Risk Management.
especially yeah,
And the thing is, even though you can plan that over and over on your side of things until you're in country, that plan may go
right.
as predicted, or it may go south for the winter, and even you could be as prepared as possible. Yes, the mission may have been planned as best as possible, and it was in the execution process. It could and it was done poorly. That's why we train for this. This is why we spend 24/7 doing what we do in the military. And you're I
Jacob.
I get you're looking for someone to point,
No, no,
but
no, no, Jacob. What I'm trying to say, when Obama went after Bin Laden,
yes,
okay, who was at the table? Who was there? The whole chief of staff, right? Obama didn't do that by himself.
I wouldn't know
No,
because I
what
wasn't
I'm
there.
trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is, he didn't count on the chiefs of staff. He didn't count. That's what the president's supposed to do. He took it upon himself, like pumping his chest that he could do this and all that. And look, just because Trump, I know him since I was a kid from New York. He's always been a con. Always. You know, he's always been a con. Look at, if you see Atlantic City, it, all three of his buildings were blown up.
But he wasn't a politician. You gotta understand that he's
Well,
not a
okay,
politician. So there's a difference.
So
okay,
you're
no, no,
saying if
no,
you're
no,
not a
no, okay,
politician, you can't
okay,
do
okay,
messed
no,
up
no,
stuff?
no, okay,
One at a
okay.
time. Hold on.
I
I'll
just
give
want
the
to
word
say
to return
something.
after that. Manny, finalize your statement, then return
Uh,
has something to say. Go ahead.
when people tell me you're not a politician, okay, I tell them then don't go to the doctors, go to a mechanic then, because you have to go to the doctor. You can't go to you can't say he's not a politician. If he's not a politician, then he's not supposed to be in politics. All he did was enrich himself. That's it. That's the end of me.
But
Okay,
that's what I'm
period.
saying. Don't you think? How come all the other politicians that have been serving and they have an annual salary? All of a sudden, these politicians are super mega millionaires.
Yeah,
How is that
Manny,
even
do
possible?
you believe that
It's a
Nancy
difference.
Pelosi enriched herself?
Yes. And our
What
stocks,
about the
our
Clintons?
stocks, yes.
But
Okay,
the
But
so
guess
difference
then
what?
is
But
that
guess
those
they're
are
what? Let me
politicians,
tell you
politicians
right?
that were.
this.
What did two wrongs
Let me
make a
tell you
right?
what's the difference. She will
Well, no,
tell
because
you.
you're saying that
There's a
a
huge difference.
non-politician shouldn't
There's
be
a huge difference.
a politician. So my question to you, you're sort of saying that you should be in politics only if you're a politician. And you
Yeah,
said that Trump only enriched himself,
he
singling him
did.
out.
Yeah, he
What about
did.
Pelosi? What about the Clintons? What about the
What about
Obamas?
Yeah,
Biden?
but this was in 4 years. Pelosi was 12 years plus what
Yeah,
she was in
imagine how much she
the
got.
Congress. But that what they got to get paid. They're running. When you're a
Sir,
leader, you got to
they
be.
don't come
When
out
you're a
millionaires,
leader,
sir. They as a president, I believe the last time I checked, they only get paid 495,000 a year.
450,
For Congress people, it's two hundred
450,000,
thousand dollars a year. Let's do the math.
for for
If you're
450.
why are they worth more than what they're getting paid for? There's something obviously the math doesn't add up. So it's not only
I
Trump.
mean,
You gotta look at if you're gonna blame one person, you gotta see the whole picture and
No,
say,
no.
hey, at least Trump was doing business deals, and he
With
was.
who?
I mean, you're not going to catch me like defending Pelosi and Clinton or
Okay,
whatever.
let's give
But
the word to Return. He wants to say something. Go ahead,
Go
Return.
ahead, Richard. Yeah.
well, yeah, two things, and then I'm gonna drop because I gotta get to bed. But so the first thing you're talking about Obamacare a while ago. There is a Harvard study that says we would save $80 billion a year as a country on healthcare if we had Medicare for all rather than the private healthcare system we have now. Because a ton of the money that goes into private healthcare goes to advertising and
Lobbyists.
executive bonuses. So the other thing is that what Manny said about Atlantic City is correct. In the 90s, when Trump, this is just one example, when Trump was building his Taj Mahal casino, um, he has still not paid back $300,000 worth of labor to a contracting company in Atlantic City. This is in 1993, so this was 30 years ago, and he has still not paid them back. So
And
he
like
is,
I
I
said,
mean,
I said,
and
I said earlier, you don't know
he has
the
a
whole.
history of not paying his bills. But I mean, I don't know if you guys consider that to be good business sense, or I'm not sure.
It depends on the context of a return because the media can manipulate anything, as we know. So it depends on the context of
Well,
each story. Each
then I'll just
story
ask you directly.
has a different
Do
context.
you think it's good? Do you think it's good or bad to not pay somebody for their labor after they've done
Well,
it?
it depends. It depends if they did the job right to begin with, and there's also
I
contracts
was going with
and
that.
there's
Hmm.
contracts and liabilities and forms signed and so on and so forth. And again, you're pointing at Donald Trump when he has a list of people. He's a multi-billionaire. He has people doing these things behind his back, and he's trying to do all these things at once. And yes, he is the pinnacle point of his empire,
Well,
and
I mean,
everyone.
maybe that's why he stopped building buildings and started just licensing his name. Maybe that's why, because he
True.
didn't want to pay the contractors. Maybe that's why he stopped actually building buildings
No,
and
there's
just
two
he
sides.
started just
There's two sides
licensing
to
his
every
name.
I
story,
want
sir.
to highlight what Nicola said in the comment section. Context is key, and that's very
Right.
important
Has Trump
because
ever done anything bad?
I'm
Is
pretty
there
sure. I mean,
anything
nobody's
that he's
perfect.
done that you
Nobody's
probably, I
you
perfect.
want
mean,
to
yeah, exactly.
defend or
Nobody's
spin?
perfect, but
He
I don't
seems like he
focus on
Okay.
is.
the
Okay.
Can I go
Name
after
one
him?
bad thing. Name one bad thing he's done.
name one bad thing he's done.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything because
I
I'm not one to
personally I don't
judge.
know him, so I don't know anything
It's
that he's done
awesome.
bad to affect my point of view of me voting for
I could
him.
tell you. I could tell you. Who you said, Biden or Trump?
No, he said Trump.
No, Trump.
Okay, I could tell you. I could tell you.
Go ahead, Manny. Just one, please, because I know
Uh,
that Guav wants to say something.
Legitimate bad.
the five kids from New York, Central Park Five.
That was
He
the
put in
media.
87. No, he
That
paid
was the media that
87.
manipulated that story.
Listen. 87 million
How did the
dollars
media manipulate it? Please
He
elaborate on
paid.
that.
Can I
I
say
will.
so? $87,000 page on the New York Post. He paid for it so they could bring the death penalty back for them kids. Okay, so research it and check it out. He paid no, I'm sorry, it was exactly $84,000 for the front page for them kids to
Okay,
to
Manny,
get the
thank you.
death penalty.
Okay, Manny, thank you. Return. The media manipulated that narrative. They had those
How?
guys
Okay, you
guilty
just keep
before they
saying the
were.
media,
Let
the
me let
media,
me
the
answer
media, the
because you told
media.
me to
Explain.
elaborate. So let
Explain.
me
You
answer.
have to
The
elaborate.
media had those guys guilty before they were proven innocent. The prosecutor had those guys guilty before they were proven innocent. Trump was voicing what everybody was thinking at the time. So the media once again manipulated the narrative, but decades later, we focus on what Trump said to the media once
Okay, well
again.
I mean that
No
goes
one's no
against
one's
his
mad at the
wait, hold on.
media. No
I
one's
thought
mad
he
at the
was
prosecutors.
the truth
Always is
seeker.
Trump, Trump, Trump.
They have
Guav, go ahead.
the
You want to
Trump
say
deranged
something?
syndrome.
So he was being
Yeah,
a
go ahead,
sheep, is what you
Guav.
were saying. So he was being a sheep. Okay, I got it.
Yes.
He
Well,
was
I
listening
have
to the media.
Go ahead, Guav.
a couple things to say. But first of all, can you understand me okay? Because I have a speech problem and
Don't worry
sometimes I
about it.
sound
We
like
do.
I am drunk.
No, you're
So,
perfect.
all right. So I just want to go back and talk about a little bit for a couple things about the insurance, Obamacare. I didn't use it because I work and my insurance, my work provided my insurance. But I know you guys sound very young. So when we have a policy and let's say it doesn't work for you, you also have to think about that it might help other people and maybe it will help a lot more people than you think because Obamacare provided a pre-existing conditions before you couldn't get insurance for a long time before and now you are able to. So that was huge for a lot of people, especially people that um, were diagnosed with cancer and neurological disorders and things like that. So, I'm not saying it's perfect. I never used it, but I'm just saying that, we have to look at the whole thing. So I understand both
I agree
sides.
what you're saying, Guaf, but like you said, we have to look at the whole thing, and you also got to look at the other side of the picture, right? Like people like me, for instance, I was getting charged ridiculous amount of money, and the deductibles were beyond even more ridiculous. So, we, like you said, we got to look at the whole picture. You cannot help one group of people and then just screw over the other group.
Hey, yo, Vega.
I want to give the word to Rocky. Go ahead, Rocky. Welcome
Hey,
to the
what's up,
panel.
guys? Oh, I'm just going
I
off of
do
what I hear.
hold,
That
on,
right
hold
there.
on. Sorry, Rocky. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do want to come back to what Guava said. So
Go ahead,
I'll
Cynthia.
just end with that note. Go. No, no, no. Go ahead, Rocky. Finish up.
No,
I'll
finish
Okay,
come
what
back.
you're
Rocky, go ahead.
saying.
Go ahead, Rocky. You have the word.
All right. No, I was just saying, like going off of that, somebody that was forced to use Obamacare because if not, I got fined, or somebody that never had medically, like I don't have to go to the doctor much. I'm blessed, whatever. The premiums were outrageous. Yeah, it's free healthcare, great. But the back end is what you don't see. It looks good on paper, but it's not what it's advertised as. The
Just like
premiums, the
socialism, it looks
deductibles.
beautiful on paper.
What?
Just like socialism, it looks beautiful on paper.
100%. Like they basically sold the lower to middle class in the election year on a oceanfront property in Arizona when California hasn't fell off the map yet, and that's what Obamacare was. Going off of that right there, just saying. The topic before that, when we were talking about the Central Park Five, yes, the media made them look guilty. Anybody in their right mind that was watching the news at that time thought these guys were guilty, and no, they wasn't. And it sucks, but that's the way the media spewed it the way they do now. We were all like, "Fuck these guys," excuse my language, "Screw these guys," or whatever. And we did not give them a chance to prove their innocence, which is not what this country is built off of. Innocent until proven guilty, which is why we're taking people off the ballot in Colorado when they haven't been proven guilty of anything yet. Exactly what y'all are accusing Trump
I
of.
agree.
He did this without knowing the guiltiness as a human being is exactly what people are doing right now with a guy who hasn't been proven guilty of anything. I'm done. Sorry, Vega. I appreciate you letting me rant for a second.
No worries, Rocky. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned because Manny brought up the Central Park Five. The media has a lot of people guilty before they are proven innocent.
And you
So
gotta
Manny,
remember the
go
media.
ahead,
The
Cynthia. What do
media.
you want to say?
Sorry, Max. Sorry, just I have so many things in my head. The media is also a psychological tool, and they use the media as psychological warfare on us to also propagate a story and a narrative and make sure they push a certain narrative. So just keep that in mind.
Can I chime in on
Yes.
that?
Go ahead, Jacob.
So, has everyone here seen the movie Good Morning Vietnam with Robin
Oh
Williams
my
in it?
God, yes.
No.
Oh, so it's based during the Vietnam War. The guy was a radio talk show host. The guy actually, it's based on a true story. There's a
Yep.
part of the film where Robin Williams, before he would go do his airtime, they would be print out reports, and these twin brothers would be sitting with these print out reports with the red ink or red pen and circle and cross out what he couldn't talk about. And what ended up getting him kicked out of Vietnam is because he started speaking of things that were outlined in red because they didn't want the soldiers to hear the real story, or they didn't want the people across the seas to hear the real story. And this was manipulation of information and news back during the 60s and the 70s. Another big part of media that was changed, I believe it was in 2004 or 2005, was the whole propaganda laws. The propaganda laws got retracted, and that's when all these advertisements and news articles didn't have to be, journalists didn't have to have 80% factual information or more to put out what they had to put out. That's why TMZ and all these big things started, you saw these things popping off with information and catch me news, and it was pulling people in because the propaganda was starting to spew out. If you can sell information and people believe the information, then you continue to feed the source. And the thing is, if the information is not factual yet people are still believing it, they're going to sit here and fight the conclusion that the information they were understanding was previously in their knowledge true, and then they get presented a different means of information that's actually fact. There's going to be conflict with it.
Okay, another thing that, like you said, to prove your point is like, how is it that every conspiracy theory is becoming true, right? Like it's crazy how that is even happening as well.
Like,
That's actually pretty wild, and I spoke about that last night. I want to give the word to Guaf. She has something to say, but the comment section is calling Erica to join the panel. She has a difference of opinion. Erica, you're welcome to join the panel. Just send a request.
Before
And
you bring her up, I just want to say this quote, and this is a quote that I saw from Thomas Sowell, which I recommend everybody to really look him up.
go
Some
ahead.
things are believed because they're demonstrably true, but many other things are believed simply because they have been asserted repeatedly. Think about that. That's what the media does to us.
I agree.
I
Guaf, go ahead. You have the word.
yeah, I have a question. She said that some conspiracy theories came through. Like what came true?
Like they don't want Trump to run for president, and you can see that right now. That's the pattern where it's going. Colorado is trying to do that now, and I believe there's other states that are following suit.
Yeah,
Like
I
they're going
never
to
heard
also like they're
that.
going to imprison Trump. They
How
were
they're trying
saying
to
that
What?
before.
indoctrinate your children, how they're trying to change
What?
all those things with the gender community, with the LGBT community. All that stuff used to be like a joke like 10 years ago. Now it's become true.
Well, I'm
What about
going.
COVID that came from a lab? They said that that was crazy talk. How can you say that? And then look at the reports that have been coming out in the past year or two.
Oh, it was no. Yeah, that's true. Well, I am leaving, but before I go, I can't believe your life is
Biden
so
laptop. Sorry, Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Guava, but there's all these things that they were saying were conspiracy theories, and they all have come true. Even Epstein Island, how that didn't happen, and this and that. All those things are becoming true, you know?
Okay. I'm glad you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm an independent, so actually,
Trump,
your
baby,
life
Trump.
is like this is very nice. Nobody's screaming, and you letting everybody talk. So thank you very much. Um, well, have a good night. That's it.
Hey,
I
take
Thank
it
you,
easy.
Guav. Yes, all
And
my
I don't
lives are
know if
like
you ever
this.
heard of Pizzagate. Pizzagate was another thing that was kept hush hush, and that's really, really horrible stuff that
Hold
it's
on,
in regards
before we
to.
open that can of worms, I want to thank. Hold on, I want to thank Guav. Thank you, Guav, for joining. You're always welcome here. My lives are like this, guys. Everyone can join. When everyone sends a request, I accept. I don't look into whether you're a Democrat or Republican. I don't care. We can all share the opinions in an educated manner. Manny, you want to respond to that? I heard you. Go ahead.
I don't want to respond to it.
Why not? You can share your
Go
opinion.
ahead, man. If
No,
you
Go
no,
think I'm
ahead.
no,
crazy, let's
Thank you,
go. Let's
no,
Rocky.
hear it. I don't get offended. Let's
no, no.
roll.
I just. How about the guy who went into the pizza parlor looking for the basement? There was no basement. I'm sorry. I don't.
I mean, look, Cynthia
What?
brought it up. Do you want to
No,
respond
there
to that,
was, there
Cynthia?
was, except everything is hidden and everything is kept a secret. And of course, they say there was no basement, but there was. There is children on there. There's, and this is the PEDO word that I can't say because we get censored, which is crazy. But for the most part, it's been brought up by it's been known to be affiliated with Democrat politicians, and that alone is another thing that I will never tolerate.
Did you?
Children, I will not tolerate that. I will not.
Uh,
Well, oh, go ahead, Manny.
did you? Did you just see how many Republicans got caught for just last week? And all you have to do is search it because I don't really. When I hear it on the news, I want to search and find out. You know,
No, I do.
search
And like I said, I'm not
Charlottesville
saying for the most
Republicans.
part.
And whoever does bad, I'm not trying to say whoever does bad, whoever does anything bad against the law. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if it's Democrats. In fact, I call Menendez that he should resign. I call Menendez, and he's Democrat, but he was caught. And there's no way. I don't care what anybody say. You got proof that whatever guilty before. No, the mug is guilty.
What about Biden and his son?
Well, wait a minute. That one. Okay, let me tell you about
Oh,
the
whoa.
Biden and
Tell
the
me about
son.
that, please.
Okay, Biden's son, okay, never was in any administration. He was never in any affiliated politician. You know, he was just a son. And I'm going to tell you something. I know about sons being on drugs. I just lost my son 5 years ago.
I'm so sorry
Okay,
for your loss.
so I know what it is, how
Sorry.
the father felt. You know, I identify with him because his father was a union worker. He was a worker, and he lost his wife. He lost his daughter. He lost his son. You know that I could identify that because that's what I went through. I didn't go through no
So,
$11 million put in my bank account.
so
You
Manny,
know.
Yeah, but then he
Mhm.
has the other son who is a total deprivation.
But
Manny,
okay, you say that. No, no. Let me finish about one more thing I want to say.
Hey, go ahead,
Everybody's
man.
all
You have
on.
the word. Go ahead.
Okay, all of it is all about Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. He wants to testify in front of everybody. He wants everything out in the open. That's one. Two. Why doesn't anybody say about Trump's son-in-law getting $2 billion? Nobody says anything about that.
who be you from where?
From Saudi Arabia.
I have not seen that, so I cannot speak on it.
Okay, go to Google right now or do whatever and see if his son-in-law didn't get $2 billion from
I
Saudi
will look at
Arabia.
that for sure. Manny, let me ask you another
Mhm.
question real quick while you're on this topic, Manny. So the 10% that goes to the big guy, who's the big guy? That's in the emails. Who is that?
10%. I don't get your question.
You haven't heard about the 10% for the big guy, Manny?
Yeah, like
No,
You haven't heard
what
about
businesses
that?
do they run?
no. Tell
Are
me,
you
because
do you only
I'll be research it too.
So also
When
it came from
Rocky?
my
You can
favorite
explain, or
uncle.
Cynthia, whoever.
I'm not going to explain. I'm going to say my favorite uncle or your favorite uncle from his nephew. I mean, he's obviously pointing to his dad in the emails. So before you go too far in the topic, you need to look up that kind of stuff
Okay,
because that
I'm
tells
not
you
going to
that
write it down.
there's a cut going to a politician when you say Hunter Biden has no political connection. There's a cut going to a politician.
What was it that you said? Because I'm going to look it up.
10% to the big guy. That's
10
all you got to
Because
do.
remember, Biden has always been a politician, and all of a sudden he's
10%.
doing all this umbrella businesses.
Okay, who got the 10%?
The current president now, Biden.
It's alleged that
Biden.
it was going towards Biden,
Okay.
and
Oh, I
again,
know what you're talking about.
the
I know
10%, right?
exactly.
It was.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Also,
The
researcher
10%, the
Anthony
the
Bobolinsky testified, but obviously, since the Democrat Party right now is in power, they are not letting him speak all the facts, or there is not showing on the news. But research on also Anthony Bobolinsky, so you understand how he was a whistleblower that also uncovered this story.
Wasn't there twice during congressional hearings? I forget the senator from Florida who had actual tested and proven documentations or videos from Hunter Biden's laptop that he was going to bring up, and they squashed him twice on it.
Manny, are you still there? Oh, Manny left. Never mind.
I hope Manny comes back and realizes that
He's
sometimes
here.
it's
He's
good to
here.
see.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Manny. You're
Hey,
here.
Mr. Manny,
no,
it
I
seems like
was
you're
I
very
was
smart. You're a very smart gentleman, sir, and I have total respect for you. How
thank you.
I would also recommend, sir, if you sometimes it's good to look at both news, which ones are conservative and which ones are
Yeah,
liberal,
I
just so you
do.
get two different perspectives.
I do, and right now I'm researching this 10% to find out because I'm the type that I'll read the Bible, I'll read the Quran, I'll be
No,
mob stuff. I
bring
love
all
it.
that for this, Manny. Real quick, can I ask you? Can I explain something to you real quick? Do you mind?
Yeah.
All right.
Something happened to Rocky there. I'm not sure what happened. Let's see if we can come back. Rocky, can you repeat? You dropped for a second there.
All right. I apologize.
Okay.
You hear me now?
Yes,
Man,
we can hear you.
I think it's when I switch screens, y'all can't hear me. So anyway, if you go back to the debates of 2020, when he was talking about the laptop was absurd to even bring that up. Then that came out into the open. When he was talking about the 10% to the big guy, that's in the debates. They were like, no money was taken for China, and now it's proven that it was. But if you Google literally just this, you don't have to put nobody's name in there at all. 10% to the big guy. It says this. Host, what was your name, host? I see Vega.
Yeah, my name is Max.
Max.
That's what I was.
Or you can call me
doing.
Vega.
That's what I was doing. I was when he said that I wasn't. I had left. No, I was researching it. I was starting to research it. That's why I was trying to talk, but then I had to come back, so I didn't get to research it because
Yeah, I don't think
I
y'all can hear
wanted.
me. I'm looking it up. So it says 10% to the big guy. 10% is referencing 10% of the money given to Hunter Biden through China, going 10% going to the big guy, the politician, which in other emails reference my uncle's brother, which is who? Your uncle's brother's who? Your dad, right? Right? Your uncle's brother's your dad?
I think he's not here. Manny, are you here? Can you hear him?
No,
Anyway,
Manny, do you hear that?
Yeah, but I'm
pretty
trying
factual
to.
that it goes back to
I'm
that.
trying to research it at the same time. I could hear him, but I'm trying to at the same time I'm trying to research it.
What are
So
you
that's
trying to
probably why
research?
the 10%
Okay,
of the
well then
big
have him
guy.
come
But
back. Have him come back, and then we can.
no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I think
But
what happens is
I think
when he goes on another website, he can still hear the live because
yeah,
TikTok
Yes,
goes on top of all the apps, but he
yeah,
but it
cannot
takes my
speak.
voice away.
right,
Yeah.
right, true.
I'm
Oh,
realizing
got
that.
it.
I didn't
Okay,
know
Rocky.
that.
So go ahead, Rocky. You can finalize. Go ahead, Rocky.
Well, I was just saying, like, one of the emails says, "Hey, my uncle's brother is going to get 10% of this." Who's your uncle's brother, Manny?
Who's my uncle's brother?
Yeah,
My other uncle.
your daddy. Your dad. He's literally saying my uncle's brother. That's saying my father. That's a secret way of saying my father. So when he
Well,
comes to that, it's obvious. It's in plain sight. The 10%
but
is going
see,
back to Joe Biden.
you coming up with that, right?
I'm not coming up with anything. This is all a fact.
But yet I know exactly now what you're talking about.
They called
But
it coming
yet
up in the 2020 debate, but it wasn't coming up with anything. It's all came to light since the 2020 debate. That's the thing. I wasn't a Trump supporter back then. I was scared of Trump. Well, 2016, I was scared of Trump. And now that I see what he's going to do, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's
listen,
go.
listen, listen.
Good.
Trump Trump is a cancer. He's
To
a
what?
cancer.
How?
He's a cancer to our
How?
country. It's
How?
all about him. When
Nope.
have you said it's all about
If it was
him,
about him,
him,
he
him,
was,
him?
No, it
Only
wasn't,
he could
Manny.
do it.
If you look at
Only
all the
he's
things he
got
all
it.
right,
accomplished in
And
man.
4 years.
Yes, he is the only one that can do it.
Okay,
He's talking
one at a
about.
time. One at a time.
Sorry. I apologize, Max.
listen, it's all him. He's the only one who knows. He's the only one who this. If you go back in history, as a matter of fact, I'll tell you, go to Netflix, go to Tyrants, and when how a dictator starts,
I love Tyrant, by the way.
it's like you just can't see a dictator. He's a
Manny, I think you
dictator.
just don't like Trump's personality
No,
based off what the
no,
media has shown
Well,
no,
hold
you
on.
about
no,
him.
no,
Hold on. Manny,
no,
Yes,
Manny, a
no,
Manny. I think you
dictator, a
need to open
dictator
up your
takes.
heart and your eyes a little
no.
bit, and then
Are you? Uh, listen, I see too much evil. Too much
with
evil.
with the
You're not looking in the
Democratic
right
Party,
way.
yes,
With the
absolutely.
Democratic Party, yeah, okay, yeah. They want anybody could buy a freaking a military rifle, and as long as they're 18, they could get a military rifle. Okay, while they're taking books out of schools,
They're
you
AR-15 is
know,
taking
not
you, but you
military
know why
right.
they're
it's
taking
just
books? Because they're trying to indoctrinate children with sexual content, sir. And that's
well,
what
but
the
that's none
liberal
of
media
my.
doesn't tell
That's
you that. The
see the
liberal
thing
media
for
doesn't tell
me.
you that, but that's they just say
See,
books, but they don't specify what kind of books they're trying to take out.
yes, they took out Rosa Parks books. Why
No,
they
they
take
didn't,
out
sir.
Rosa?
It
They
wasn't Rosa
didn't.
Parks.
Okay,
It
okay,
was indoctrination
okay.
books that were trying to sexualize little children so that they
Uh
could
huh.
all become
Is that
gay all
true?
of a sudden Yeah, it's true. and be
Okay.
part of the LGBTQ Can I chime in community. on this?
Oh,
Okay, I want to hold on before we do that. I do want to read this real quick. The comment section was asking about it. Manny brought it up. I'm trying to be fair, so let me read this real quick. Per Yahoo Finance, okay, Jared Kushner, post White House, $2 billion Saudi investment sparked ethical debate in and Saudi skepticism due to inexperience in public relations risks. Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Jared Kushner secured a $2 billion investment from a Saudi crown prince-led fund, despite objections from the fund's advisors about the deal. So just wanted to read that there because Manny brought it up. He asked for me to Google it or anyone to Google it, and I did. And so that's what the article says. I want to give the word to Sparky. Go ahead.
No, I'm just wondering. So Manny likes to talk about evil and so on and so forth. I just want to ask Manny something. Do you own a cell phone, right?
Manny, you got to unmute so he can hear you.
yeah,
You own a cell phone, right?
yeah.
Do you own Nikes?
Huh?
Do you own a pair of Nikes?
No,
Okay, so you own a cell phone, right? So you support child labor, right?
no.
Yeah, you do
Shop at
because
a
you bought
Walmart.
that. Yeah, you bought that cell phone, so you're supporting child labor in China. So that's an evil right there.
And you have a cell phone?
I'm saying, yeah, I have a cell phone, but you're talking about evil and you're against evil, but yet you own a cell phone and you use your hard-earned money and you paid for that cell phone, which supports child labor, and you're all for it too. So I mean,
Well,
I
aren't
guess
they
you're
trying to
part of the evil too.
aren't they trying to bring child labor back over here?
There is child labor here.
Oh, okay. So now what?
I'm just saying that you're talking
Yeah,
all this
but
game
what?
about. You're
Yeah,
talking
no,
all
but
this
now
stuff
what?
about that you're against evil, but yet you support it.
Yeah, but I support it. Okay, you saying I support it? No, I don't support it.
You're
Okay, I
supporting
don't
it with your
support.
money,
But
aren't you?
so are you.
But again, I'm talking about you. You're
Oh,
against the evil and
so what do you want
supporting
me to
evil.
do? What do you want me to do? Go back to the '60s? Put a
I mean,
No,
phone in
I'm
my
just
hand?
saying,
if you're truly against it, you wouldn't be supporting. You wouldn't have a phone.
yeah,
You would have
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, I
If
want to
you
give the
think
word to Angelica.
that one
Welcome to the
didn't make
panel.
sense to me.
I'll give the word to
Hello.
Angelica. Go ahead, Angelica.
I was just responding to Manny.
Go ahead, you can respond.
I just did. My bad.
Okay, Manny, do you want to respond?
No, no. You know something? I really don't know how to work this thing. I
What are
see
you trying
like
to
a
do? Tell me
board.
what you're trying to look up, and I'll look it up here
Mr.
on my
Manny,
end.
I think all that they're saying is that if you're going to say something and portray yourself as kind of like, I'm not saying that you said you were a saint, but I'm just kind of referring to
Never,
that. No, I know.
never.
I'm not saying you did, but I'm just saying that if you're gonna say something, you just gotta be careful because, it's like the Bible verse goes, like who that cast his first stone. Sorry, I'm not even saying it right now. I lost my train of thought. I had it, but you know what I mean. That it's like
Whoever
before you say
catches the
something,
first
you have
stone.
to back it up. Like if you
Say
don't
a bit
believe in
about it.
But
Don't
evil,
I,
just
then
talk
don't
about
do
it.
evil
but
deeds. Oh, I don't know.
but but I could back it up. I could back it up because I watch when I'm telling you I've been I'm 65 years old and I my lifestyle my lifestyle
You gotta remember too,
is
sir. Some people get stuck in their ways, and sometimes we
no,
gotta
wait a minute,
open up our minds a little.
wait a minute. My lifestyle was the most open lifestyle ever, except for going gay, right? That my lifestyle. I've been in the music business since I was 10 years old, and I played with the biggest. I've been around and I've seen it all. Running 5 nightclubs, and I see it all. It's just the experience I have, that I could tell when Trump was going after Biden, before Biden was gonna announce his candidacy. Okay, I had put down on Facebook. I put down he knows that Biden is going to run against him, and what happened? He ran against him.
So, sir,
It's
so you
just
talked about. So, sir, I have a quick question, real quick, and sorry, guys, thank you for your patience, Mr. Manny. I do want to ask you this. So, you say you're 65 years old, and would you consider yourself a conservative person?
I consider myself progressive.
You're called progressive. So, when you see Biden, and even you said that you do read the Bible, right? You said that you read the Bible and the Torah. You said that, okay.
Yeah, it's
And when you
just to
read the
get
Bible and the
knowledge.
Torah,
It's just to
hasn't it
get
hasn't it
knowledge.
hasn't it taught you that also that when we start becoming a certain way in the history of the world, if we look back, when it starts becoming too liberal, it always ends up bad. And when you see Biden, that he is also hosting a lot of very unmoral things in the White Office. What do you say about that, or do you even look at that?
A lot of more.
I feel like
What's the?
if you
What's the?
support Biden, then you are also wrong in yourself. Cause like
But
then you're against some racism or whatever the hell. Cause I mean he's said a lot of like racism things in the past.
Like,
Trump's only ever said, the only thing he's ever said, he doesn't want certain people, like basic cartels, when he says Mexicans, them. He loves Mexicans. He's not,
how about what we have here already? That don't make no sense.
okay, so you're
Look,
okay
If
look
with
at
that's the
look
everybody.
at
You're
all the
okay with
money
it.
that
You're
Trump
okay with
has.
everybody else in the world coming to America undocumented. Like you're okay with Hamas coming here, right? Like some certain kind of terrorist groups. You're cool with that, right?
who you talking to?
I'm talking to
To
you,
you,
man.
Manny. She's asking you.
Of course not. How could it
Okay,
be?
so then
You come in,
you should be
no,
on board with
you
like
you still
documented
you
immigration.
said my wife is an immigrant.
We're all
Okay,
You
if she's a
know,
immigrants.
legal
I
immigrant, if
And
she's
if
a
you were
legal
don't
native,
immigrant, that's awesome. I'm talking about
yeah,
everybody else who does
no,
come here. I'm not just talking about your wife.
no, but I don't like listen,
He's making
I
it
don't like
personal.
I don't like, okay, when he comes up and says, okay, that we're gonna poison the blood of Americans.
He
Because
didn't say that, Manny. Manny, he
When
didn't say
you
that.
yes, he did.
where?
He did not.
Have you ever
Manny, hold
seen
on,
it?
one at a
Google it.
time. One at a time.
Google it.
Manny, can you tell
He,
me the context of what you're talking about,
bro,
please?
It's
he
like Hillary.
he said that the immigrants are going to be the poison of the Americans. And all you do, look it up because it's him talking. It's not nobody else. It's him talking.
So you said he said
See,
immigrants.
he said the immigrants are going to poison the blood of America.
Here we go.
Okay, so why don't one of you go off and research it and look at the video?
Can I put context to this, please?
Yes, because I know that he's wrong, but go ahead. I wanted someone to say it. Go ahead.
I'll let whoever else got chime in real quick, but I have something to say to what he's saying. I see whoever was above me trying to say something, but I'll let you speak first.
No, go ahead, Jacob.
All right. So he stating that he said that the immigrants are going to be the poison to the blood of here of America, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you think the context that if he did say such a thing, because I am not clear, because I was not of knowledge of that statement, but when you don't control your borders, when you don't regulate the people who are coming into this country, look what happened in, for example, let's go to Europe in 2017 when and these countries were getting overrun by ISIS because I was in Syria in 2017 doing training missions and helping the local rebels try to fight against their I forget the president at the point in time. I think he's still the president of Syria, but all these migrants were flooding out of the country into Europe, who took them in open arms. But President Trump was like, nope, nope, not coming here. And people were getting mad. Look what's happening in Germany. Look what's happening in Holland. Look what's happening in Switzerland.
Australia.
Right now, with the issues they're having with the migrants that came over, and most of the migrants were military age men. There wasn't a whole lot of women, and there wasn't a whole lot of
Exactly what's
children.
happening to us.
And they were talking about how murders went through the roof that they haven't had for 20, 30 years. They were having their local women beaten and I don't know what the appropriate word, being violated
RPST.
violated by multiple people because that's their religion. They're allowed to do those things. And we were trying to avoid that coming here. And then just recently, when this whole situation with Hamas, Palestine, and Israel went down, did we not see what happened across the news with all the Palestinian and Hamas risings across the country saying what they were saying? And I understand
Yes.
there's a whole political view on this, but the situation in Palestine and Hamas and Israel is way beyond what we truly understand. Do you know that the Muslim religion in itself, the starting history of that, when Muhammad couldn't get the religion of Islam passed down. He spent 12 years in Israel trying to get it passed down and people believe it. And then after that, he came in with an army and started killing people.
chopping heads off.
Well,
That's why Poland isn't taking these immigrants in too.
well, and then so he started doing that, and then after that, if you were a Christian or a Jew and you wanted safety, you had to pay a protection tax to somebody so you wouldn't get injured. And since then, 1,500 years later, the largest genocide that has ever existed, 280 million people have been removed from this planet due to a radical religion. And these people are flooding our country. And we've seen what's happened in Europe.
It's literally the new Hitler.
And we're at.
You look at all these protests going on with Palestine and Jerusalem in America. It's freaking ridiculous.
So when you're saying
I
it's
think at the end of the day, we need to mind our own business, like the U.S. Stay the fuck out of anybody else's war. Who cares? Let them fight it out.
And President Trump at the point in time, former President Trump at the point in time, was trying to break ties with China with the tariffs, and he was almost successful in that. He was trying to break ties with NATO because NATO hadn't been paying their dues. And
Imagine
hold on 1 second, real quick. I just want to interject here, real quick, Manny, because it's crazy, guys. Like Manny brought that up about the poison in the blood of our country quote, right? And I know the context into what Trump was talking about, and I'm trying to pull up the full quote here, and I try to Google it, and guys, it's crazy. It's crazy. All of these articles, MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, everything.
Video.
Hold on, Manny. Hold on, Manny. I'm just going to a point here. When you read it, you almost feel angry because all they do is Trump said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, and they just put that little quote. And I'm trying to Google the full quote, and none of these mainstream media have posted the full quote. None of them. It's so crazy how they manipulate. It's unbelievable. So of course, anyone, let's say like, Manny or any other citizen that goes and sees that on the news and goes Googles it, or is having a discussion like we are, and they Google it, and you right away you're like, oh, he did say it. But you don't get the context. You don't get the entire quote. So I actually have the video right here, Manny. I know you're listening, Manny. I'm going to play it, okay? So we can see the entire quote of what he was talking about. So I'm going to play it right here for you guys. Let me put volume on this here. Okay, so here it is.
I've had plenty of the other life, right? We've had plenty of the other life. We got a lot of work to do. When they let... I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more. And the election was rigged, and we didn't do it, but I figured they'd just throw it up. Would have taken 3 weeks. It was over.
Okay, so that was a context.
My president. That's my president.
That was a context of, I just want to say, Cynthia wants to respond to that. I just want to say that that's the entire quote. And I struggled getting that entire quote from all of these mainstream media articles. It's insane. Go ahead, Cynthia. You want to say something?
So, Mr. Manny, do you understand where we're coming from? We're just trying to give you the facts and try to open up your eyes and see how you're being manipulated. Are you familiar with the Trojan horse? Are you familiar with the Trojan horse?
Yes, I am familiar with the Trojan horse. I learned that in 5th grade.
Okay, and do you remember what it was? Do you remember what it was, sir?
Yeah, the soldiers going in and going past it, and then they came out and started killing the other Romans.
So now that you heard that the full quote that Trump said, how do you take that? How do you take that into your
how I take that?
interpretation?
I take a lot of things towards him. Okay, I take a lot of things towards him.
Man, let's
He's
be
just
specific on
not
that quote
fed.
because you brought it up and
Okay,
you were very, very
okay.
passionate about it. After listening to the entire context of what he was talking about, he didn't say all immigrants. He was specifically speaking about the border once again. Do you think that was still racist or
Yeah,
evil, as you say?
uh, yeah, yeah.
No.
Because he didn't do. He did.
Oh my
He did.
God.
What did he do?
Oh my God,
What did?
listen.
If please, if people stop with the border, is border just put more border control, sheriffs in there.
That's not how it works. I
That's
was on the
that.
border.
Okay,
I was
let's
on the
put.
border.
I'm talking about how the economy is going well and everything is going well.
Wait, do you
With
think
the
it's actually going well right now under Biden administration? Do you think it's going
well,
well?
I just said,
You like paying $10 for a little bit of cheese?
I
Are you living
mean,
back in New
like,
York?
is it like this? Is it like
You like
this?
paying
Like
$8 gas
36,000 points.
rent?
The 36,000 points went up in the stock market. Did you know that?
You
And
don't.
ever. And don't tell me I don't know because
Man,
I
I can
sold
talk to you
mine.
about the stock market because I'm an investor. The stock market,
Uh,
it is up. The stock market, it is up, but let's not forget that the stock market nearly crashed in 2021 right after Biden took office. It was
well, get
oversold.
well,
It was oversold. The
uh-huh,
companies, the companies are
uh-huh.
reporting. The companies are reporting decent numbers, not overwhelming good numbers, decent numbers, but they were so oversold. It has come back, but not specifically because of Biden, because the market was doing really bad when during Biden's presidency until now that is getting better. But I want to
Hold
stick to
on.
the
You're
quote
right.
again.
You're
Hold on, I
right.
want to
Yeah,
stick
You're
to the
right.
quote.
I wanted to go back to
I don't
the
want to just switch
bottom.
subjects here because Manny, you said that quote was evil and it was racist, and Dana wants to respond to that. Dana, what do you think?
So, Manny, I'm sorry, honey. Lay off of the coke and the weed. But, the whole thing is that no, you're absolutely wrong with that. You're not listening to what he says. You're listening to Fox News. You're listening to the ones that you don't want to see or hear or listen to because you hate him so much that you just don't want to hear anything. Like, I lived in El Paso. Okay, I lived in El Paso and worked there for almost a year, and I saw that dilapidated fence. Okay, and we and it was nuts. And yes, people could cross over, and I didn't care who crossed over if as long as you're not a terrorist, But everything you're saying is absolutely false. Like, do your actual or real research.
And
It's
the
all.
thing is, for me too, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I just want to
Yes, go for it.
point this out before I forget my thought, Mr. Manny. All we're trying to do is like, hopefully that you see that for us, the way we see it is that it's a Trojan horse. And how do you bring down? Because we know that there is a political agenda. We do know that things are gonna come down. So when we do see this, it is, you gotta understand too. It's like, for example, in your household, right? You want to make sure that you teach your kids good values. But when we're bringing in, they're pouring in all these people that don't understand how America works, and they're just here with a presupposive like concept, but they don't really understand what makes America so special from the whole world, because they don't understand our Constitution, and our Constitution is the first 10 amendments of the Bill of Rights. Those little things is what makes us so unique, because if you research any other country, they don't have that. So when you're bringing and pouring all these other illegal people that are coming into this country, that is a poison, because guess what, we can lose that. And it's just losing freedoms is just a generation away, and that's what we're fighting for
I
here.
see, and I understand everything you're saying right now too. Like, if you're saying like other countries, like when they come here, I was just talking to somebody. I think it was like an Uber driver, and they told me something about. He's like, from where he's from, like if they even like I think it was like a Muslim. I think he was talking about Muslim religion. If they even have a beer, they would get crucified. They can't drink. And then I was like, oh my gosh, so many people are complaining about American freedom. We have so much fucking freedom here. Nobody knows until like they would go, I think, in any other place, any other country, and then they come here, they'd be like, oh, we have a lot of freedom, dude.
Yeah, Angelica, that's a fair point. The left loves to support, the Palestine movement and all that stuff, and I get that that's a complex situation over there, but a lot of these LGBT people wouldn't even be able to do 10% of what they do here in America over there, and we know that.
Exactly. So me and my friends, we were talking about this the other day. We were talking about like we would save up, like reparations or whatever to get them deported, like to go whatever country they want because they hate it here in America so much that they could, when they are there, they could never come back when they are crying when they want to come back because they realize they lost a lot of freedom. They can't do anything.
No, they'd be unalive.
And Mr. Manny, all we're trying to make you understand is that we are fighting for freedom. And right now we see a political system. Freedom because they can be taken away in an instant, sir.
Manny, if you don't like it, you can leave.
Listen, no, what do you mean I don't like it? Yeah. I serve my country. What do you mean if I won't like it, I could leave?
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Manny, go ahead. You have the word. Go ahead.
Freedom to take the rights for women to do whatever they want with their body. Freedom that they want the Bibles to be in school.
As a woman that lives in the United States,
no. Maybe
we
for
are very
you,
privileged.
Hey, one at a time, guys. We can't talk over each other. Manny, finalize your statement.
Maybe you don't care about it, okay, or anything like that. I got daughters. I got nieces. I got granddaughters. Okay.
Well, I hope that you teach your daughters good manners and good values and principles so that they respect their body. So that they don't have to do the ultimate anti-Christ.
My daughters, they both have their own businesses. Okay. I did a good job with my son. Like I said, he passed away 5 years ago, and my son was a child prodigy in music since the age of 5. Okay, at the age of 6, he played with Mark Anthony. So I've been in the fast lane all my life. So that's why I could tell like ahead of time, something like this is going to happen, ahead of time. I don't know if you want to believe that or you don't. I could tell you some things that had happened that I had dreamed first, and then it happened.
Mr. Manny, that has nothing to do with what we're seeing right now in our country.
No, the freedom, they're trying to take the freedom. They're going into people's bedrooms. What's next? What is going to be next?
Who's going into whose bedrooms?
The Republicans.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds like what a Democrat would do. A liberal.
No.
Yeah.
Manny, can you specify how a Republican is going into people's bedrooms? One at a time. One at a time. Manny, can you specify, please?
Whatever. If two women love each other, whose business it is for that to happen? So what?
But what, Manny, hold on a second. But under Trump, gay people were still around. So what do you mean exactly? Nothing happened to gay people under Trump.
Oh, they got abused.
How did they get abused, Manny? Please specify.
Them two clubs.
Hold on, guys. Let's let him speak. Go ahead, Manny.
The two clubs they were gays. It was two gay clubs that they went and killed a whole bunch of them.
Hey, let's be careful with that word. Let's say unalive. Let's say unalive better.
Those were isolated moments. Manny, let me chime in here because this is another service member. I want to call you out here quick. All right, bub.
Did Trump legalize same-sex marriage too, or am I tripping?
Same-sex marriage was legalized in 2012 under Obama. So It was all across the nation. So those, the one in Florida, I believe it was, I think the other one was in New York.
Yeah,
Those were isolated moments. Those
I
weren't
understand.
Republicans. You cannot blame Republicans for isolated
It's
moments.
the ideology. Oh man, I'm trying to get that
Well,
word out.
Mr. Manny, you have
So,
to
but
understand our point of view. When you we
how did
understand that both
the
parties are
Republican?
corrupt,
Uh,
How
uh,
and when you say a certain party, obviously it's like, well,
listen,
no, like,
listen. It's a man.
and then Mr. Manny, and
This
then you
guy
say that you're religious, but then
is
you
gonna
support
be. I'm
abortion.
not religious. Oh no, 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 no. I don't believe in anything. No, 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 no. I do it for knowledge. I read it for knowledge, not for this. Don't please. I'm not. Because if everything that's happening now, and if there was a real God and everything, why is there so much hunger? Why is so much hate? Why is so much of
Hey
all
man,
kind of people?
you're going down a
So
rabbit hole way too
Okay,
fast.
I
yeah,
don't want to get into the religion topic. Hold on a
yeah,
Well,
second.
let me
okay.
I
just
want
say
to.
this,
You're going down a rabbit hole, man.
I want to
If
hear
I
what Meg
may.
was saying.
No, I just want to say this, Manny. Can you
Mhm.
please give me your email after this? And you don't have to do it right here live because I understand, but or can you send it to Max? And I'm gonna send you some information that is neutral. You look at it, you make your own judgment, and we'll go from there.
I
Okay.
man,
How am I going through this? I don't know how to work this.
You can just. I'll send you a message, man. It's okay. It's okay. I
Okay,
just
I'll
kind
have
of.
Max send it to you.
Hold on. I just kind of want to go back to the poison of the blood statement thing. So, Manny, do you believe that all the migrants that are coming through the border right now, to the southern border, are all good people?
No, no. It's
No.
like
Okay. So,
no,
are you
no, no,
concerned then
no. I'm not talking
we
about.
may have some terrorists coming through?
Yes, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm not talking about that. I want people to come in legally.
Okay,
Legally.
Manny, hold on. One step at a time. Hold on. So you do believe that some of those migrants coming through the southern border right now, as we speak, may be terrorists? Not all, but some.
Yes, I strongly
Okay,
believe
so
that.
if terrorists come to America, wouldn't they be poisoning the blood of our country?
thank you.
Well, if you
Manny,
say
answer
it
the hold
that
on,
way,
guys, one at a
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Manny, answer the question.
Yeah.
If terrorists make it through the southern border, wouldn't they be poisoning the blood of our beautiful country?
And the terrorists by
If a
killing,
terrorist makes it through the
killing,
southern border,
by killing.
would they or him or her would they be poisoning the blood of our beautiful country? It's a yes or no question.
Terrorists, yeah, they'll be poisoning our blood, of course, if
Okay,
they're
so that's what
terrorists.
Trump was saying in that speech. He was specifically speaking about that.
And Vega and Manny, you bring up a good point here with this conversation. Manny, I want to chime in here because you were in service as well. You remember counterterrorism tactics and how
Yeah,
you dissolve
yeah. I
how you
was a
dissolve
scout.
government, how you
Yeah,
dissolve a government. So
yeah.
the first instinct to dissolving a government is what's the first thing you do?
To dissolve a government,
Yes.
start your own army.
Okay, but if without the militia concept to it, I'm talking about the psychological and underneath the table stuff. So, in the revised counterterrorism and dissolving of governments, one of the first things you do when it comes to infiltrating a country, one of the first there's two things you go after first. It's either the men or the women. And what have we seen here in the last 5 or 6 years? You saw the education systems dropping on a lot of things. You saw this new infiltration of gender neutral information being pushed in the schools. And then, but before that, how for the last 20 years, and this is not to cause a gender war here. It's just the psychological factors of what's going on, so everyone understands me. The news and how hard they've been criticizing how men aren't working hard enough, how men ain't doing this and men ain't doing that. The male suicide, excuse me, the male can I say that?
The male offsides.
The male offsites rates is a 75%
We
before the age of 40. Okay, before the age of 40, it's 75% statistic versus that the offsite men before they reach 40. Okay, so You have
Wow,
the you
I
have
never knew that.
you have a collapse in male infrastructure. So the spine and the backbone of the male construct is corrupt. You have children being attacked now more than ever in their schools, and they've completely removed and degraded women with the whole situation with the whole transgender concept, and we've seen it for the last few years.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and the psychological warfare in this country, they went after the men and they succeeded. They went after the women and they succeeded by stripping them of their integrity, their dignity, and their womanhood. And now they're going after the kids harder than ever. And there was just a movie released, I forget what it was called, Sound of Silence or something like that, about what's been going on in this country. I was at the border. I was at the border for 6 months. I cannot begin to tell you the certain things I've seen over there.
Same here.
So when you're so if you remember the how to's of bringing down a government, it's not just one politician or one group in particular. It's a multiple collection of people, and this is why we are doing this. This is why we are here, because we are voicing what we are seeing, and we don't all have the facts. That's why we are fighting like we are fighting right now, because we want to see and believe one another. But the thing is, we're missing certain key information. But the evidence is right in front of us, because but where's the best place to hide, Manny?
So here's
In a
my thing.
basement.
Laker 2024 just keeps putting a lot of stuff out there that Trump is signature clothing and all these people saying that he sweatshops.
The sweatshops, yeah, I saw that too.
So propaganda. I'm so
But
like, did we block that person?
Come again, Dana, please. Can you elaborate again?
Dana, no, if I might butt in before Dana, I will come back to that. But before we lose Manny's and Jacob's point, can we go back to what we were talking about?
Please,
How?
yes.
But wait, do I need to
Because all
block
I
someone
want
in the
to say,
comment
Mr.
section
Manny,
that's being rude? Let me know.
Lakers 2024.
Yes.
Look at
Okay.
his comments.
Absolutely.
Yes, Donald J. Trump's Senator's clothing brand company is a crime to humanity sweatshops.
So,
But anyways, Mr.
Manny,
Manny, going back to the statement of poisoning the blood of America. I hope that, sir, what you see with us, and even just by
Well,
speaking with
no,
us
but
Trump supporters, you see that is more to meet the eye. And what we're trying to protect is what makes us all American, and it is those values. And obviously you're a veteran, and we're thank you for that. And I hope that you see how the Biden administration is taking all of that away. And that's why we're in this battle where we need to speak up. And right now, and it's infiltrated the system. And I don't know if you ever heard of this George Soros guy, but this George Soros is another billionaire that funds a lot of politicians that and he's anti-American values. And all I can say is this: we need to unite as Americans to
Facts.
protect what is the best and the beacon of hope for the world. Because if America was bad, America had the opportunity in World War II in the 1940s to take over, because we were the only country at that time that had nuclear bombs.
well,
But
and we
America
were
didn't do that.
We need to
America let every country
we need to
be
fight
their
back for
own
our
thing.
land too. And honestly, you know how like Trump was taken off the ballot for like Colorado? They need
Yes.
to do the same thing for fucking Texas and take that motherfucker off for letting fucking like what 8 million illegals.
Okay, let's just watch out with the language. We want to protect the life. Let's just try not to use
Angelica,
crazy
I'm so
words.
with you, girlfriend. I get you.
The
I
way
get you.
he took Trump off the ballot for something he's not even charged for already in Colorado, which I am from, they need to take him off of Texas, where
They're working on that right now in Texas.
Talked about that.
Yo, take Biden off the board. Take Biden off the ballot. No fucking. That's so not fair.
Angelica, you're from Colorado, right? You said?
Yeah, I'm from Colorado. It's like
How is the people in your community reacting to the news that Trump was removed from that ballot?
My Republican friends were pissed because if we feel silence, like what the fuck, we don't have a voice. We can't do anything.
anyway, folks, I'm gonna wish you a good
I'm
night.
not white.
Mr.
And,
Manning, it's great talking to you. I hope that even talking to us, Trump supporters, you can see that we mean well for our country. It doesn't matter where you come from, but
it's You want the best. He wants his for his. It's for
Sir,
him.
don't be manipulated. You gotta see
Yeah.
beyond. You gotta see
No,
beyond the
I know
characteristics of a
his.
person.
No. It's all about him, and when it's all about him, that's part of that's a
Sir,
sign of
he was in office
addiction.
for 4 years, and it
And
wasn't
he
about
messed
him.
the
It was the
whole thing.
best time that America had no wars. Our
Yes.
economy was great. It was
Dude,
booming.
he
Oh.
He
shook
did a lot
hands
of
with the
great things
fucking
for Hispanic Americans, for Black Americans, for Asian
the first
Americans, for
president
all
to shake hands
Americans.
with North Korea
Okay. Have a good
to
night,
even step
everybody.
over.
Okay.
Good night, Mr.
Have a
Manny.
good night, everybody.
You
Bye.
got
Manny,
it, sir.
thank you for joining.
I will send
Okay,
you.
I'll
I
join
will send
again.
you the link, sir.
Okay. How
Manny,
do I
just
get it?
Ha-
See, this is I don't know. I got something
Max
like.
Yeah,
will
we can
send it to
tell.
you. Max will send it to you, sir.
no, don't worry,
Uh,
Manny. I got you. Manny, just so you know,
uh,
tomorrow I'm interviewing Jacob tomorrow. He's a veteran. You're welcome to come by 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern if you want to stop by again. Thank you for your
yeah,
service again.
sure. What is that number? I can't really see if it's a 3 or what is that number on my thing?
I'm not sure what you're talking about,
He's
Manny.
talking about
On
right.
the little box, it has a 3 or 5. I can't really look at it. I can't see it. What does that mean?
Honestly, I'm not sure what he's talking
Vega,
about.
so in the TikTok
Uh,
brackets in the boxes with all of
the
our
box.
pictures right there, there's right in the left hand corner is asking what that little bubble with the number means to it.
Oh, I think those are gifts, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Let's go night.
Yeah.
Good
That's
night.
Manny,
what it is. Oh, okay.
yeah, you're good,
Thank you,
Manny.
Mr.
Thank you so
Manny. We
much for
appreciate
joining,
you
Manny. I
having. I
Have
appreciate
a
it.
hope
good
that
one.
you really think about what we spoke about, and hopefully you can get and expand your points of view and your mind.
I have. Thank you.
Hey, Vega,
Thank
I
you,
Have a
sir.
still
good
love
night.
you.
Have a good night, Manny. Go
Okay,
ahead. Go
buddy.
ahead, Angelica. You have a question.
Oh no, I was just saying. I said, oh, Vega, I think who was talking. I followed her. I thought she was like really accurate on a lot of stuff. I like her.
Oh, me too. Oh, I'm totally following.
Oh, Vega. Yes, actually, guys, for everyone joining, Cynthia is my special guest for tonight. She's on the picture below. She's using my backup account, Vega Access Backup, because she doesn't have a TikTok. So she's a special guest, and she's a Mexican American, but her
Hello.
name is Cynthia.
And she's hot.
Hello,
Hi,
Cynthia.
hi, Dina. Hi, Angelica. Thank you, guys.
Says
Finally, we get to
Mace.
introduce ourselves. Hello.
Can I just bring one thing up though? I'm so sorry. So Marco, Trump instigated the insurrection or whatever. So they want to talk about Trump being a terrorist, and he instigated this whole thing. No, that was not him. He said, "Hey, let's march. Let's do this, whatever." And I'm so over that shit.
Which is legal. You can say let's do a peaceful protest. He never said go break the windows, go storm in the Capitol. He
Yeah,
never
those
said any of those
liberals.
words.
Actually,
They were the ones breaking down and burning things. All the Republicans, they were saying, like, don't do it, don't do it. Trump was saying even to have a peaceful protest. Democrats, dumbass liberals, sorry, they were all like, oh, look, we're gonna burn this, we're gonna break this down, we're gonna steal TVs for a peaceful protest. They're trying to get their word around for stealing TVs and stealing for small shops. So
absolutely. So
Are
so
you?
what was the difference when it was the whole Michael Brown case or this case or that case, and they're burning things down, they're blowing up cop cars, they're
Can I chime in on this?
and that's all
How
they
you
Yes,
guys
want.
Jacob,
understand?
I'll give you the word, and then I'm going to give Jason the word. Go ahead, Jacob.
So we're going to bring up the Michael Brown and George Floyd situations and burning down the cities and so on and so forth. We're how do I explain this? When the voice of a certain group of people reaches a point that is not heard, usually violence, which is natural to human nature, is brought into a situation. And those situations where you saw them cities and those towns being burned down because of situations is because at a certain point the voice was no longer done, and then the actions of an intelligence, negligence, naiveness, and so on and so forth brought that out. But there's also I don't like calling it cultural appropriation, but that certain minority group has also been suppressed for so long
that violence is what they tend to use, what I have read statistically, to bring up ballot points. Even with, as well as Martin Luther King tried to do what he did with civil rights, the Black Panthers who came into play in the process of that, they were a aggressive force. He didn't want that to be the thing, but so they were causing more conflict for him because they were saying support, him, and he's like, no. So the Michael Brown and the George Floyd and these situations that we saw happen across the United States was a last action psychological warfare, because violence usually brings a cue point in certain situations. Now, there's been proven aspects to those situations. In certain aspects, when those peaceful protesting were going on, someone of an opposing force, either blue badge or someone that was of a government status, instigated certain situations that's still trying to be worked out. But this is what I have read. But those are why those situations happen. The violence was to change a voice, to change a means. Because what happened, let me ask everyone on this, and I'll stop right here before we get into anything else. When we lose everything, what's the only thing we got left? Numbers. There is no numbers. There are millions of us. There's millions of us versus them. Does anybody remember what happened in 1914? So in 1914, when what kicked off World War I was the collapse of the Tsars. The people of the country of Russia at the point in time were so deprived from their government, they finally said, we have enough, and they went through and they basically exterminated the last bit of the aristocrats, who were the politicians and the nobles and so on and so forth, to have their rights given back to us, or given back to them. But that didn't turn out into their favor, because then Stalin took over. So, but violence would be the last thing we have if we were stripped of everything, but we are too afraid to stand.
Go ahead, Dana.
We're at. That is not where we are at.
No.
So what you're saying?
Go ahead.
Are you military or anything?
Yes, that's
a veteran.
I spent 7 years as a combat medic for Marine Corps.
That's awesome. Oh my god. So I'm an RN. So what you're saying is that was okay when this little old man was pew-pewed in the head and unalived for just standing his little post. Poor guy.
I don't know which person you're referring to in context. I do not know this situation.
That was awful. It had to do with the Michael Brown case.
Oh, there was so much that happened in that Michael Brown case. I'm not aware.
When they incited those riots, like the dad was standing on top of a car, burn it all down. It's like, tiny businesses, family businesses that had been there for years were torn down.
Black-owned businesses.
Yes, and when George Floyd happened, I even did the math on this. I still have the written down information that when George Floyd's death happened nationally on TV.
Not Michael Brown. George Floyd, I get that. Oh, no.
Well, you're talking about black businesses here, okay? Here in Indianapolis, where I'm from.
I'm talking about family businesses.
Yes, black-owned.
Not white.
Well, no, that's what I'm referring to. Black-owned family businesses, right?
So that's like George Floyd tried to steal from a small business?
Not black.
No.
Black, white, purple.
Sorry, I don't have no sympathy for George Floyd. I don't care.
Well, so, you know what? So if you watch that whole video, if you watch it from beginning to end, the guy was out of his mind. And they did use a little more force than they should have. Michael Brown, however, no, they didn't. Michael Brown came at him. His thumb was blown off because he was coming at them. But George Floyd complied. He was like, okay, oh my God, I'm sorry. and he was just taken to the ground and hovered over, and
What was
yeah,
his cause of death?
that was different.
Cause of death.
Cause of death?
The cause of death for George Floyd was a fixed. I'm trying to think of the lack of oxygen.
He overdosed.
No.
He was overdosing. Yes, the guy should not have had his knee on his back, but like when he came back, like he was overdosing on methamphetamine.
Well, what?
So I just put it up here per AP. It's saying that the claim is this: a new autopsy report for George Floyd has been released in 2023, revealing he died from a drug overdose, not from the actions of arresting Minneapolis police officers. Now that's the claim, okay? But AP's assessment is this: is that it's false. Social media users are sharing a page from the 20-page autopsy report that was publicly released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiners. Oops, I got an ad. Hold on. By the County Medical Examiner's Office in full on June 3rd, 2020. It has not been changed since. While the page says he had fentanyl and methamphetamine in his system, it did not have a life-threatening injuries. The full report concludes Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest, not an overdose. Then it says here the facts.
Before he said he could, before he was saying, "Oh, I can't breathe," before they even had him in handcuffs or whatever, he was already saying he couldn't breathe. He was overdose. He took whatever the shit that he took. He was already saying before he was like being taken out by police. He was like, "I can't breathe." He was already saying that before somebody was on his back.
Well, here's the other thing. So we have the information that there was a loose of drugs used in the situation, but his cause of death was a completely different aspect. Here's the problem with the whole situation with George Floyd, which I will stand by through and through, and I will be on my hilltop with this. As someone who worked in the medical field, and also someone who worked in a law pertaining concept in the military, the lack of medical attention and the aggressive behavior of said officer was beyond moral and humane concept. There was absolutely no need for how aggressive and the situation. The officer denied not one but two EMS members to check him out because he was sitting there complaining about wanting to breathe.
Okay, so I'll say this: in the beginning of the video that I watched and everybody's seen, he wasn't properly complying. He was fighting kind of the officers. He's like, no, like he wanted to get away, and so the officers, I feel like in any other like certain like areas like where they have to deal with that kind of case or whatever, they have to like restrain the person.
Yes.
So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would have done the same thing.
But why was if he was already in handcuffs?
Erica Lozano in the comment section, she's saying that he was not resisting. That's what she's saying. What say you?
No, he was resisting. He kept trying to get out of the cuffs. He was like, oh, he didn't want to be there.
Well, wouldn't you be afraid if you were about to be handcuffed and so on?
I behave. I'm like, okay, if I'm under arrest, I'm gonna let you, and I'm gonna comply. I'm not gonna give you a hard time because I do not want to act like an idiot.
When you have
dumbass.
When you have an altered mindset.
He was out of his mind. He was on so many drugs.
Okay, so you agree that he did. So he was on drugs, right?
Okay.
So you agree. So that was the cause of his death, right?
Well, no, his cause of death was due to a different complication. They stated
he overdosed. Exactly.
Hold on. That is not what was stated in the autopsy from what Vega just read. Vega read he had methamphetamines and fentanyl in his system, but his complication of death was due to a cardiac pulmonary arrest, which means he basically had a heart attack or the lack of oxygen being given to his body. So, but here's the thing. I worked as in my field. I had to understand human behavior and human construct and psychological awareness. When someone has an altered mental status, the first thing you try to do is remove any aspect of anything that can harm themselves. Once you remove that,
cops supposed to know that if they're acting erratic. They have to detain the person to make sure
You,
everybody around them is safe.
you, well, yeah, but you have to keep the situation calm. If you watch how the officers try, if you watch how the officers approach the situation, they treat him as a stereotypical African American, like any other officer does. I've seen it before. I've been in the car when these things
There we go.
happen.
That's
They,
because of the color of his skin, right? Okay.
well, and
No, no, that is
it's a
not
psychological thing.
an issue. It has
It's
nothing
That's
to
what
do
you just said, Jacob.
with fucking skin.
it's a psychological thing.
No, yes,
Let's just try to avoid profanity so we can protect the live and keep having the conversation. Thanks.
I'm
No
sorry, I
problem.
get so passionate about it because I feel sorry for him, because he did have issues. He had a lot of issues. But at the same time, he didn't comply, and I get that. But when someone is on a certain amount of drugs, or they're, your whole your adrenaline is way up there, right? You're on drugs, whether it's
How did they know that?
drugs. You don't even have to be on drugs.
How did the cop knows that?
Yeah, your
They
whole
need to protect themselves.
exactly. So it's fight or flight, fight or flight. And
Yes.
so I feel like for that guy, and I don't think he was all there. I really do not think he was all there. And and I've watched a lot of the videos and different angles, and he was not all there.
Well, I'm also trying to
So
give you
hold on, Dana. So what you're saying is that based on him not being all there, is that the reason why he was not complying as he should have? Is that what you're saying?
Right. So, okay, so he was in a whole other realm. He was somewhere else.
But to Angelica's point, then how would the cops know that he wasn't all there?
Because they're not
Thank
trained.
you.
The cops were not trained to
The fuck do they know
recognize
if they're
this.
trained? They don't know if he's on drugs. They don't know if he's on drugs. They don't know if he's a psychiatric patient. They don't know if he's having an episode. They're basically doing what the best they have to do is detain him to protect them and him and everybody around them. How the fuck do they know?
Hey,
All right, let's be careful with the language. Let's try to protect the life, please.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay, Jacob, go ahead.
I'm trying to explain this to you guys because I've been on the other. I've been on the other side, and I'm trying to explain to you guys because in the military we are held to a much higher regard and standard to what I have personally witnessed in certain aspects of the law enforcement that says serve and protect on their badge. So the first thing you try to do in a situation, if you're dealing with someone that you think is having erratic behavior or you think is a suspect of a certain situation, first thing you do is try to remove any aspect of the situation that would conflict any other person's life, not including yours, because you are immediately in the situation and you're sitting here like, all right, cool, this may be something much more. So you try to minimize civilian aspects. Then, if there's any presence of a weapon of some sort or something that can harm life, you remove it. Then once you detain said person, if there's a struggle, you have to be mindful of that as well. And then once you detain that person,
Is that not what I said?
hold on. Once you detain said person, then you put them in a position where they can be collectively assessed or put in what you would consider the back of a police car to calm the situation. That officer who spent 9 minutes and 52 seconds on that dude's neck was not how you handle that situation. That is not how you handle that situation.
Because he couldn't breathe? Because he was saying he couldn't breathe before.
No. Once he had him detained, the next procedure is to put that person in a position where there is no public display of any other erratic
supposed
behavior.
to do? They were in an area where they were going to attack the police.
But Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I haven't watched the video in a long time, to be honest. Wasn't he in the back of the car at some point? I think
he was.
Was he or no?
Dead on the street. He was unalived on the street.
He was.
Hold on. But Jacob, didn't I see a footage of him in the back of the car, or maybe I'm wrong?
No, he was in the back of the car. He
was in the back of the car. So what happened then, Jacob?
They brought him because he was panicking. He was freaking out. So they brought him back out. Because he was panicking in the back of the squad car. And
So was that a wrong move on their part, according to what you're saying, or should have they left him in the back of the car?
I personally would have left him in the car. I would have alerted EMS, letting them know this is a situation. And then after that situation, when EMS would have came on board,
They brought him out because he kept saying that he couldn't breathe in the back of the car, so they let him out. And then he started fighting. He started fighting them, so that's when they started trying to like detain him.
So that's my okay. So Jacob, this is my question, right? So he's in the back of the car. He's
Yes, sir.
struggling. At that point, what happens if he, if what happened to him happens to him in the back of the car, like he just stops breathing and he gets the cardiac arrest?
Then the officer's job at that point in time is to become a first responder.
But wouldn't they still be to blame because you put him in that other car? He couldn't breathe.
Well,
why didn't you get him out?
It's a slippery slope.
It is.
That's what I'm trying to ask Jacob, because I can see where he's coming from, but I'm trying to,
it's one of those things where you have to constantly assess the situation. As when I used to, so when I was in Afghanistan, when we would deal with VIPs.
Jacob,
Go ahead.
for everything you've done. I'm just saying thank you, Jacob.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yes, thank you, sir.
When we would deal with VIPs, usually most of them were hostile. They would be usually handcuffed to a chair, and I would be giving them medical aid. I would be doing their vitals and doing their assessment and so on and so forth. And when there would be interrogation processes to do that, I would have to be there at all points, because as a medical personnel in the military, you are considered a non-combatant by the Geneva Convention. Therefore, you are basically a threshold to stop certain things from happening in certain situations.
That is so interesting.
Hey,
Okay.
can I say one thing real quick? Like real quick. I have to go. Can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead. You have the word.
I appreciate all of these guys. You guys are all fucking awesome. Like, respect. Like, host, I love you. Like, I love your hat. Your glasses are dope. Donna, fuck yeah, let's go. And everybody else, like, let's go. I have to head out. But much love to you guys. Mwah! I have to go. But
Thank you, Angelica.
I hope these guys have a good debate. Mwah!
Angelica.
Hey, follow me. I think I followed you, Vega.
So sweet. I think I did already.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Okay, bye. I have to go.
Back to what I was trying to say. The situation with George Floyd was not handled correctly. That's why there was this whole procedure. That's why it went to court, and that's why these officers are being pursued in the way they were doing, because they did not uphold the standards that we perceived that we were originally thought of. And there's a lot of people who are in the military sitting here like, what are you guys doing?
No, look, Jacob, I agree with what you're saying, and obviously I respect you. You know what you're talking about, specifically when it comes to this subject. But where I question things is, like I said before, he was in the back of the car. Mm-hmm. What would have happened if he would have encountered that episode then? And then would the cops still be in big trouble at that point? Because, like, to Angelica's point, how will they know that he had that in his system? You can say that he was acting erratically. You can say that, but let's face it, anybody can act erratically, right? That doesn't mean that they are under a certain influence. That's my main point.
That's where, okay, so there's this.
So at what point do they call the ambulance? At that,
the ambulance the EMS should have already been on the hotline when the moment the dude started complaining about I can't breathe, and if he started showing erratic behavior the way.
Got it. Okay, so the moment that the person says I can't breathe, they should have called EMS. Did they or didn't they?
I wouldn't know. I've as much as I've watched some of the videos, I did not hear other radio chatter or the only time I recall any EMS in the situation was shortly after, I think it was 8 minutes, when an EMS member went to go assess the situation, and the cop on him said, "You need to back up."
The cop said to the EMS?
When I read the report, the officer told one of the EMS members who come on the scene because he's complaining about not breathing. The officer told him he needs to step back.
Oh, well, Alan in the comment section is saying that he was denied EMS. That's the problem. Again, guys, I don't know if he was denied or not. We'll have to look into this case because this is a whole case here to get into.
Right, you're right. Now, yeah, like I'm not sure myself. Like I've watched all of this and I've seen the video and I saw them wrestling him to the ground. And there was actually in Texas. I don't know if y'all know, a little outside of Houston, kind of where I'm from. Obviously you can hear my voice, but you had the husband and wife that decided they took their children. They went to Denny's in the morning after they went out that night. And it was kind of a very similar case. It was really similar. And the guy was smothered. And the woman was a cop. The husband, was just a husband. I don't even know what he did for a living. And, all of a sudden, they're like, oh my God, and, this guy's peeing in the parking lot. And the woman is just like coming apart. Like she's pissed off that this guy's peeing in the parking lot. I'm like, okay, who cares? I don't care. I would just keep walking. So it was kind of the same thing for Floyd. It was like, and and like I said, as a person who is, you've had trauma in your past, you've had whatever, here you are, and then it's fight or flight. That is fight or flight. Someone.
Yeah. And Max and Creek in the comment section is saying you should not discuss this unless you know, or unless you freaking know what you're talking about. This is not the topic of the live. It just came across during our conversations here. But, I just want to clarify. We just came across this topic, obviously, and we just appreciate Jacob's expertise on this topic. Dana, I do have to let you go. Do you want to say something here to finalize your statement?
No, I'm just saying, there's a lot of other extenuating circumstances for a lot of these cases when you're talking about these particular cases. I mean, like, you don't know all the facts. You haven't been there. You haven't seen it. And you're in front of you. And I feel horrible for, Floyd. And, the other guy was just, out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a complex case, and that's why there's a lot of questions, probably more than answers. Dana, anything else you want to say to finalize your statement here as a guest? Anything you want to say in regards to the topic? Anything at all? Go ahead. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I just think you're so cute. And I love your lives, and I'm going to keep following you.
Thank you, Dana. I really appreciate that. Mr. Jacob, you are the special guest for tomorrow.
I do love
Yes, sir.
Anything you want to say here to finalize your points here for the night? And we'll be connecting with you tomorrow. I have a lot of questions for you, but I do have to let you go. So go ahead.
No problem. No, again, I appreciate the moment. I do want to call out on someone's comment here before I get off here. It's Erica Lorenzo. She said, when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. Trump said that. If that can be a topic point brought up at some point in this, I have no problem coming off, but I would like to have elaboration on that because with what time I spent at the border, the legal aspect versus the legal aspect, I want to know where that's coming from.
Erica, I'll have Jacob tomorrow as a special guest, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. If you're feeling better, you're welcome to come and join. And Jacob, we can talk about that tomorrow too. We're going to talk about everything you've experienced because I'm very interested, specifically at the border.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cynthia, my special guest. I noticed you were quiet during the George Floyd. You were like, I want no part of that.
No, it wasn't that. I just never agreed with it either. I don't agree with what happened and how it was so blown out of proportion, and it's sad. I mean, yes, it's unfortunate that he lost his life that way, and but also he also had a lot of convictions. So when cops obviously are doing their jobs, and he looked like a pretty heavy guy, so I am not a cop, so therefore I don't want to comment on something that I'm not 100% sure on how that works. And especially when people are under the influence of anything, I know that that could make them even stronger. So again, I'm not a cop, I'm not a doctor. It's just from what I've seen and my personal experience. So yeah, so that's why I stood quiet with George Floyd. But do I agree? No, for me it was also political. My opinion was George Floyd was a political stunt to overthrow Trump. And unfortunately, with the dirty tactics from the Democratic Party, they succeeded with that. And that's all I could say on that. They
Yeah,
used
and we
his
can
death as a
agree.
political tactic.
Yeah, we can agree that the media blew this up like so crazy. Like it was preposterous the way they manipulated this whole narrative, in order, like you said, to like make people angry and like we don't have bigger problems. Like these communities don't have bigger problems. They don't like to talk about black on black crimes either. They don't like to talk about that. That's like taboo for them. But the
Yeah.
minute they encounter this unfortunate situation, they highlighted, oh, the white cop and the black victim here.
See
They
that right now in the
highlight
comments, it
that.
says, because you don't value black lives. I'm like, no, it has nothing to do with racism. And that's why I think people are so indoctrinated and they're so institutionalized, unfortunately, by what the government does for them, and they're not free thinkers to understand what's really happening and see beyond that narrative that's being pushed forcibly through the media and everything. And especially during COVID, where everything was just the all you saw on TV was COVID and that narrative. So it's just crazy. It just boggles my mind. I
Yeah,
hope
Mac
people.
is definitely manipulated for sure. But Cynthia, I do want to ask you something that we were talking before we went on the live. Tell me about before you leave, because I know you do have to go at some point. But let me know, by the way, if you do have to run. I'll end it as soon as you want to.
No, go ahead. We'll finish it off. I think this is the first time that I stay pretty long with you, but let's do
And
this.
you're
I think it's
welcome to do this, by
important.
the way. You're a great co host. You're amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you
You
for
are
that. Well,
amazing.
thank you. Well, like I said, I do try to make sure that I feel like we're in a very what is it called? A very important time in our lives. I never experienced what I'm seeing now, and therefore I feel like it is important for me to speak up. Again, these are just my opinions. Um, I hope that I could, with my experience that I have lived here all my life in the United States, I could also maybe open other people's minds and for them to start asking questions, because that's what we are. We're free
Guys,
thinkers.
please give Cynthia a W in the comment section. She deserves it. She stayed the whole life as a co host. I think she broke a record as the co host here, staying all this time. Please give her a big W's for Cynthia in the comment section. Cynthia, please tell me about the 2020 election. Why do you think it was rigged?
Um, well, for one, the way everything was manipulated. If you know history, I remember reading in my history books that they say that the Democratic Party, or just the government in general, and they never let a crisis go to waste. But it was a very turning point in our lives, because you could see right away the manipulation and the tactics and the political agenda that they were trying to push. For me, I'm for freedoms 100%. I feel that we're all sovereign. Um, and when I see that mostly from the Democratic Party, they were telling you to shut down, you have to wear a mask, although it wasn't, there weren't laws created, but they were saying it was like, what are they called? Mandates. They were like mandates. And I was just like, you just see right through that. And that also opened up my eyes to see how people are so easily manipulated. And I hate to say that, because, I know people are going to take that the wrong way just because they don't really see what I'm trying to, what I mean by that. And when I see that most of the population are kind of like just like robots, and then you're just living day by day, and you don't expand yourself more from what your norm is, well, you're easily manipulated. And unfortunately, because I saw that, I felt that the election was rigged, was because obviously now we started seeing different things that have never been done before. For example, the mail-in ballots. That was something that was never done before. Also, the day of the election day, it was it was prolonged, and now they were saying, oh, it's going to take a whole month. It's like, what? It doesn't, like, the biggest country, the greatest country in the world, they don't have their election systems fixed. And what, like, you see all these things, and then you obviously see how the media was pushing against Trump. You have to question all those things. It's like, well, why of all the presidents are they really attacking this one guy? The whole government system is well, because obviously to change something, it takes an immense amount of effort to be able to change something. And those are the things that I saw, that eventually I said, you know what? I think we're onto something here. There's something wicked, and I'm not liking this.
So it
Obviously,
really
too.
bothered you that it took so long to count all these votes, and the mail-in ballots bothered you a lot too?
Yes, because it's easy to commit fraud.
Do
The
you
Logan
think
Stride,
it's
they're not fairy tales. I hope
do you,
you can read. I'm just commenting to Logan Stride that he commented, keep your fairy tales going. They're not fairy tales, baby boy or girl. I don't know what you are, but
Legal
um,
said that do you
watch
understand
2000
Trump?
Mules.
Legal said that do you understand Trump is a criminal? Do you think it's criminal to question the election?
No, it's not. And if you look at it, even Carrie Lake, who was a contender, the contender for the governor position in Arizona, she tried to bring this up. But people got to remember, when you infiltrate a whole system, and what I mean infiltrate a system is even the judges, the attorneys, and all these people that are for one party only, and they're not doing what the law says, it becomes a two-tier system. And that's what we're seeing right now, where the law, it doesn't matter, because the law could be one thing for one and then another thing for another. And then you lose a country that way. And then going back to your point on Donald Trump being a criminal for questioning it, is like, no, you have to question those things, because like I said, with Carrie Lake, she tried to bring all these points but got shut down, and keeps getting shut down in Arizona for the mail-in ballots, because you also have to verify the signatures. The signatures don't match. All of a sudden too, you see that all the ballots that came after the election day, they were all for Biden. That's impossible, because we have independent people. We have people that don't even want both of these parties to. They don't want to vote for any of them. And what happened to those? The statistics were not there. Everything's just very fishy. And of course, the people that put this, which it was an inside job, I really believe that, call me whatever you want to call me, but they know that because we live in a system, it takes a system for you to make sure that you prove and you have the evidence. But if the system is corrupt from the inside, you can never bring that evidence to light and flourish, because the evil will always succeed in that sense. And that's what we're trying to fight against, to make sure that the evidence does come to light on how he did not.
But
It
what
was a rigged election.
but what about do you remember when Hillary was questioning the 2016 election, by the way?
Exactly. Even her, she was being a crybaby about it. And then she's the one who started with the the Russian collusion story. Talk about, you want to talk about fairy tales, especially for that person that said fairy tales. Question your leaders and question those people. Those are the real freaking corrupts and the real dictators.
Well, and that's the thing, right? A lot of the Democrats were questioning the 2016 election. They were
And
citing Russian
and then right.
interference. Remember that?
Yeah, and election interference is like, well, don't you see, like, this person on your comment sections, SA 2024, Trump just lost, get over it, snowflakes. And it's like, no, he didn't. And if Biden won with so many supposedly votes, really, come on now, like, you gotta question his character, and you have to question all that as well. Like, it's such nonsense. I don't buy it at all. And to know that we're in this corrupt government, it's like, no, something's gonna have to be done. Either we
Do you
abolish.
think that this could happen again next year, 2024?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why it's important. It's imperative that we do something now and we start speaking up. Because if once they do that, then they know that we have no voice. At least right now, we have the voting system, and that's why, I hear people, and I used to believe this as well too. I would hear people, it's like, what do I vote? It doesn't even matter, but it does matter. It does matter after all. But if it continues to be like the 2020 election, then it won't matter. Then you won't have a vote or a
What do you
voice.
think? What do you think about the fact that, per the numbers, okay, Joe Biden is on record as the most popular president in the history of America?
That is BS. I don't believe it. And again, I obviously it comes from a media that it's pushed by one party and it's one-sided. So obviously it's manipulated, and the
I
narrative that
mean,
they're
he got
trying
more
to
votes than
push.
Obama. Can you believe that?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's insane. There's no way that this guy got more votes than Obama and is more popular when nobody even knew him until he started running for president. Plus, he's a shady president. He stayed under the basement the whole time. What kind of leader is that? You want a leader that's gonna stand up to your enemies and say, "Hey, what's up? Here I am." You're not a coward. You don't cower down, inside a basement. What kind of and people that vote for that kind of crap, it is just unimaginable to me. Yeah, like, and I
Okay,
feel.
$1 million question. Do you think that Joe Biden will actually run in 2024 and make it all the way till election day?
Oh, that's a great question. Honestly, right now, either I have a couple of theories, and let's see if I become a prophet after this. Then I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm being sarcastic. Um, if he does, the Democratic Party is in big trouble. If he doesn't, it's because it's either he's gonna get eliminated some way somehow. And by that I mean in all kinds of ways you can eliminate a person. The same way that
Eliminated
they're
from the
trying to
ballot.
eliminate. Pardon me?
Eliminated from the ballot. We want to be clear.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so if Biden runs, no doubt they're in big trouble. His poll numbers are tumbling all the way to you know where, even with minorities, by the way.
Yes.
So in that sense, they're done. I mean, I'm not sure what they can do because he's just going from the most popular president in the history of America to almost one of the most unpopular ones. It's crazy, right? But it's happening. So if he doesn't run for whatever reason, who do you think? Well, obviously, it depends on the circumstances, but who do you think will run for him then? Who will replace him against Trump?
Wow. Well, I believe it's either, for one, the Gavin Newsom guy, only because it seems like he's trying to also appeal to the conservative audience when he's coming up at the, Fox News, and also trying to debate DeSantis.
But
For
what about
two, that
Kamala? What about Kamala?
that's another thing. I mean, for me, I mean, woman to woman, I think she's really bad. She doesn't represent anything, America, any American values. Um, Again, they're just using the Democratic Party is just using the race card, the women card, all this nonsense to make sure that we vote for that. But I look beyond that. Another thing that they did say that they might bring is that maybe Michelle Obama. But again, I don't
Oh,
know.
Lord, save us. Save us.
The Democratic Party is just full of a lot of they're, to me, they're the Democrats, and I just can't. I'm just I'm just up in arms to see what they're gonna do this election year. I could just imagine all the wars.
I don't think Michelle Obama will run. I don't think so. I think the next in line will be Kamala for sure. She's the vice president. From there, unless she doesn't want to do it, or she's just losing worse than Biden, like getting close to election time, then probably Newsom. But I think it would be Biden, then Kamala, then Newsom. But let's face it, those three choices are just, I don't know which one is
Terrible.
worse than the other. And that's the thing, the Democrats have really nothing to offer, not even with candidates.
No, and I'm sick and tired when
Like they
bring
have
that
no movement.
No, they bring back also the pro-choice, pro-choice, and going back to, I'm like, really? And also for the women that, I'm like, really? They had contraceptives already
They
since the
love identity
1960s.
politics. That's what they
Yes,
do.
it's like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing the same narrative for the past 50 years when our technology has evolved. Obviously, now they have contraceptives. There's no reason for women now to use that excuse. And even for women now, it's like, come on, ladies, you guys are better than that. It's just ridiculous. I'm so over it.
Honestly, personally, I think that Biden is not going to run in 2024. He might run, but I don't think he's going to actually make it. And the reason is because he's elderly. I don't think he's doing well. And I'm talking about his health. He's not all there. Obviously, he's tripping most of the time. We've seen a lot of videos of him falling, and at that age, let's be honest, anything can happen at that age, right? So, not that I'm wishing on that on him, obviously not. I'm just saying, realistically speaking, someone that's at that point in their life, for me, with all the things that are happening, and even though he's doing a terrible job as a president, we cannot deny that there's a lot of pressure when you're the president. I can only imagine the amount of pressure you have. So seeing him tripping and losing himself on stage and shaking hands with a ghost or whatever the hell he was looking for, and naming people that already passed away as special guests in his audience and stuff like that, I just don't think that he's going to be able to run in 2024. I think that Kamala will probably take over either as president or as a candidate. But that's what I think. That's in my
Well,
opinion.
that's a huge fear of mine because I would hate for that to happen. It will really will be the end of our great United States. I really feel.
Yeah,
So
obviously it's up to nature, right? If, nature takes its course, and whether he makes it or not, we don't know. But I just don't think he will be able to do it. I honestly, another
no, I don't think
year,
so
I don't
either.
think so.
And I was going back. I'm gonna read one of the comment sections where it says royal, like little greater sign or left sign, whatever, number 3, royal 3. A lot of Democrats aren't that bad. A lot agree with Republicans, the general public that are in office. No, which is true. Even some. Well, that's the whole point, that we're losing those American values, Royale, where now we have a two-tiered system and we don't hold anybody accountable. What I mean by that is it becomes what's the word? It becomes a little dangerous zone, I guess you could say, because how is it fair that these are the people we elected to represent us, the people? And remember, we the people is what make this great country what it is. So it is not fair that if we don't hold any of these leaders accountable, then why are they holding us, the people, accountable? So I just want to make sure that people understand that, because then we get so lost in politics that we forget about what the foundation is. And our foundation is that we have to keep our morals and our constitution and our sovereign rights aligned, so that these lunatic politicians, no matter what party they are, they know that they don't mess with us people because we're united.
I agree. And somebody said there are no morals anymore in the comment section. And it's true. I mean, everything is being lost at this point. Cynthia, do you have to go?
No, I'm okay. I still have like
Okay.
30 more minutes.
Okay.
Well, I do have
Do
to
you
go because I have
mind?
things to do, but
Do you mind if I let Chris ask you? I think Chris wants to ask you something.
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Bring
Okay,
him up.
Chris, briefly, and then I gotta give the. I have AK waiting here. So, Chris, welcome to the panel. You can share your question briefly.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Good.
Good.
Thank you,
How are
Chris. How
you?
are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic. Uh, Merry Christmas or
Merry Christmas.
And a
either
happy
way.
New Year.
Yeah, something like that anyhow. Uh, okay, so my whole thing with this Mexicans for Trump, all right? I need you to define what you're calling a Mexican for Trump. Right? Like, are you talking someone who has recently, like, within the last 10 years immigrated, whether it's legally or illegally? And then also define or separate out where the line is for how recently they can have immigrated for uh, them to have the right to vote in this country.
Lots of questions there. Just for reference, guys, if you're joining the live recently, Cynthia is a special guest for tonight. You see her picture right there in the background. She is connected via my Vega Access backup account. She doesn't have a TikTok, so that's why she's using my backup account. She's a Mexican American, and that's why the title and the topic of the evening is Mexicans for Trump. But go ahead, Cynthia, you can reply to that question.
Mr. Chris, me personally, I am a native here of the United States. I was born in El Paso, Texas, but I do come from Mexican parents who immigrated here back in the 1980s when Reagan was in office.
That's
Um,
awesome.
yes, I know. Thank goodness, because I don't know what I would be doing in Mexico right now. So, to answer your question, so that's my little bit of my story, and that therefore the title of today's podcast with Vega is in reference to my background and why I am a Trump supporter, and how I became a Trump supporter, because I wasn't. In 2016, I actually voted for Hillary Clinton, thinking that it was going to be the right thing for the United States. And then once I did more research and I started, investigating more, it totally changed my mind. So for me, Trump was a rude awakening, and it was a blessing in disguise, because I realized that I wasn't voting for the wrong party all this time. So again, to your question on how I vote, well, all I could say is the experience from my parents. My mom was a U.S. citizen since a long time ago because of my grandma. Before Texas was acquired from Mexico, I don't know, the history of the
Oh,
Alamo and all
yes,
that.
very, very well.
So there was a treaty back in the day that for Mexicans that still were staying on this side, they gave them citizenship.
Texicans.
So it's a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't understand and don't know. I didn't even know this myself until I asked my mom and my grandma. So my grandma was a U.S. citizen, and she made sure that all her kids were also U.S. citizen. So then my mom married my father, who's from Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico, and my mom helped my dad become an American citizen. Now that's another story right there, because my my dad hates Trump, because my dad is more for like a socialist kind of ideology,
Fair
and my
enough.
mom isn't, so therefore that's how they were able to vote in this country, because my dad did become naturalized. However, my mom did become naturalized as well, but only because she was already had the immunity from my grandma, who had that immunity ever since Texas became Texas, part of the United States, and not Mexico anymore, and it was acquired that way. I hope
Okay.
that I explained.
By the way, Cynthia, Victor is saying that I paid you to say
No,
all of these
I'm
things
not
and that
getting
you're here
paid.
because I
I'm doing
paid you.
it
Can you
because I'm
clarify that,
passionate.
please?
Yes, I'm not getting paid not even one penny because I'm just so passionate of this great country of ours that we live in, and I do this
Okay.
out of the goodness of my heart.
Okay, Chris, does
Can
that answer your question? You can reply.
Okay, cool. Yes, that does answer my question. Can I jump in here and ask one more and then kind of go off on my own little tangent?
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Ask away. Ask away. That's what we're here for, to
Okay,
exchange
if you
ideas
took
and
if you took one look at my profile picture,
okay.
which way would you say that I lean?
Honestly, Chris, I don't judge people by what they look like or their color of the skin. I don't really. So I have
I
no
could not
clue.
be more proud of you. I could not be more
Yeah, I
proud of
have
you.
no idea. You can go either way.
Yeah,
Okay, look.
nowadays I don't know. Like, I mean,
By the way, I want to make that clear, guys, and I'm glad that Chris
but
brought that point up. Hold on one
I
second.
do want to
I'm
say
glad that
that I
he.
mean, I see you with a like a cowboy hat. I know cowboy. Like I said, I'm from Texas. And I like ranch stuff. So I would say if you're from Texas, then it's normally red. So just going by statistics, I would say you're probably a Trump supporter.
Okay, but I just
Well,
want to make something clear, guys, because Chris brought up a good point. Whenever anyone sends a request to be a part of my panel here, I don't judge you based on what you look like or what your profile picture is. I've actually accepted people that have Trump as a clown as a profile picture because I don't care. I welcome everyone that wants to share their opinion here as long as we do it respectfully. Respectfully. So
But
go
go
ahead,
ahead,
Chris.
Crystal. What's your question?
okay. Well, no, that was my question. Here's my little tangent. Uh, Thank you for, not judging me just by my appearance. Uh, uh, so it's not that I hate Biden. It's not that I hate Trump. It's not that I side with one philosophical median or another.
Okay.
It's that can we all agree that the United States is starting to fall apart? Just yes
Yes.
or no?
Yes, that's where
Yes.
I do this podcast, and without getting paid, because I am very passionate at what I'm seeing, and I feel like we need to speak up.
Okay. So, can we all agree that for the last 115 years that the fact that our country has been ran on a two-party system is definitely part of the problem? We need something that is not Republican or Democratic because the left wing and the right wing are still part of the same bird that is about to crash into the ground if we don't say something and change it.
I agree, but if you notice, in my opinion, the Republican Party at least is trying to make it right. Again, it's hard to change a whole system, so it's obviously going to take a little bit of time, and sometimes, what's the word? It takes it's lengthy. It's not as easy as it sounds unless, like you say, we have like a civil war or something.
Well, I
Chris,
didn't say that, but
Chris,
at the same time, I
That's
do
why I feel they
feel
hate
like
Trump.
unless something truly changes, unless something truly changes, that it's almost inevitable because we are in a technological civil war already. You see all these different people that are on this app that are constantly just going around and trying to make inflammatory statements so that they can get as many views and as many different donations as they can get a hold of. It's it's the people who will accept technology versus the people
who refuse to let go of the fact that they can break their backs and still make just as much, if not more, than the average person who's willing to monetize their technology.
Correct. So what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that if we do not dissociate from the two-party system, that we will self-destruct, whether we get polarized by left and right wing.
That's true. Yeah, that's why we the people have to unite. I agree with you. I agree your point. I guess my sentiment is that I get what you're saying, and I am so in a totally in agreement. However, how do you beat a big system? I guess for us, that's why me personally, I can
That
only speak for myself. I'm voting for Trump because I see that at least of all the corruptness that's been going on, I could see why both even the Democratic Party and the Republican Party want to eliminate him because it
Biden
doesn't meet
and
the agenda.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done. I apologize. Uh,
No, no, no. Sorry,
Biden,
go ahead.
Biden and Trump both just need to go on into their 80s without ever seeing the inside of the White House ever again. We need someone in their 40s. We
So
need
you want like
people.
Vivek
We
Ramaswamy?
need
Because
Ramaswamy. I don't care. I don't care if we elect Joe Blow down the street who has never held an office. I'm saying we need somebody who understands what the world is,
well, you
not
gotta be
what it
careful with
used to
what with
be.
that too, Chris, because we cannot just vote anyone. I mean, they have to have some expertise, especially holding offices. I mean, there's a lot that entails being a president. You know, you have to deal with foreign affairs. You have to
They
deal with your domestic, crisis, and there's just so much. Even domestically, there's health, there's the economy, there's oil, there's this. I mean, it's just a lot that you have to deal with. You have to create alliances as well. So it's important who you vote. The reason what I think Donald Trump is so popular is because he's an American icon that's been speaking out since the 1980s, and therefore and he's a business guy, and unfortunately the world is running like a business, and it's a capitalist, that there is people and interests, yes, that are trying to push a certain agenda. Yes, I do believe that, like you have BlackRock is one of the biggest companies. They're bigger than most governments there is. We don't talk about that. Well, those people are the ones that are pushing certain agendas. We got to look at the inside and check that out. And I get what you're trying to say, but again, unfortunately for all of us, we gotta see the bigger picture, and Trump is what it is. I guess he's like the beacon of hope that we have right now. Because other than that, you are right. We're in a corrupt system, both in both parties.
well,
Chris,
it's
you brought up good points, and I was actually agreeing with you. Then towards the end, you lost me there. So
where did I lose you?
that's in a perfect world, right? Because we can say that. By the way, people have tried. We've had independents try to run, and it just doesn't work. Like Cynthia said, it's just really difficult to defeat the system that's already in place. And I believe there were even rumors that Trump was originally going to go as independent, but he knew that if he did that, he was going to lose, like hands down. No matter how popular you are, it's too big to defeat that system. And then when you said, "Oh, I don't care if we vote anyone, just as long as they're around their 40s," I don't agree with that. Obviously, just to echo what Cynthia said as well, there should be some form of expertise, not necessarily as a politician, because obviously we know that doesn't really work too well. But I believe that there should be some form of success attached to if you're running, right? Not just pick up anyone from the street just because they know I think you said how the world works or something like that. Can you repeat that part that you said? You said you would elect anyone in as long as they
How the
knew.
world, I want someone in that understands how the world is, not how the world was.
Okay, how the world is specific. Can you be specific? In what sense?
In the sense that in the last, 20 years, I have watched bubblegum that I bought as a kid for 50 cents go to almost $2 for the same pack of gum.
Again, Chris, those are economics and things change through
Yes, I know
time.
what economics are. I don't need
But
that explained to me. I'm saying someone needs to see that our dollar is degrading, that we are no longer the financial powerhouse of the planet, that we are no longer the economic gods that we were.
So you would be for abolishing the Federal Reserve, Chris?
yeah.
Not the Federal Reserve, just the Globalization Act that they're trying to enact upon our they're trying to make our wallets completely electronic. They're
Yeah.
trying to globalize the dollar. Well, not the dollar specifically. They're now trying to globalize some form of monetary unit, and that's the problem. You
So
can't
okay, so then
globalize a single
okay,
monetary
so then what
unit.
would be your solution? Because you mentioned that, as far as the something that you purchased before for 50 cents now is $2, and then basically the dollar is losing its power. We're not a financial beacon of stability that we were before, per what you said. So I asked you if abolishing the Federal Reserve would be the answer. You said no. So then what would be the answer then?
Go back to a gold standard.
But that would be abolishing the Federal Reserve.
Wait, are you talking about getting out of all of these electronical banks and shit?
No, I'm talking about the Federal Reserve. Do you know what the Federal Reserve is, right?
Yes, it used to be ran off of a gold standard where there was a physical object that our dollars were based off of.
Right, and that's why the Federal Reserve came along and they banned that completely. So that's why I asked you, are you for
No, it transferred.
abolishing the Federal
It
Reserve?
didn't abolish it. The Federal Reserve predated the transition.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is being ran differently. So you will be for abolishing the Federal Reserve to go back to the gold standard.
Meaning, let's get rid
Because
of
the
that.
Federal Reserve is not going to go back to the gold standard because that's what they're there for. They completely eliminated that. So I agree with you on that sense. That's why I'm asking you. Your solution would be abolishing the Federal Reserve so that we can go to the gold standard.
Only in its current form. If we could revert, that's the word I'm looking for.
So how do you think that's gonna happen, Chris? Then, so what is the solution?
Well, if I knew that, I would be in office, not on TikTok.
No,
So Chris,
it's good. I
basically
mean,
you
these are
want
good talking
someone
points.
that understands economics, and I agree with you that a lot of these politicians have no clue about economics, clearly, because we are in a huge debt and it's a disaster, no doubt about that.
Chris,
So you're saying
I have
you want
another
someone that
good.
understands economics and can get us back to the gold standard while being in their 40s, while also being independent, not or creating a new party. That's the way you see the solution to this problem that we have.
I'm not talking about a new party. I'm talking about reverting legitimately back to what America was originally designed to be, which was, I mean, you had straight up opposition to one another that ran as president and vice president. They would run together, and then whoever came in first and second on the electoral college was who became the
But Chris, but you
president
said
and
you
vice
said that you
president.
were opposed of
It
Democrats and
was one more
Republicans.
checks and balance. Do what?
But you said that you were not for what's happening right now, the two-party system. So that would mean a new party, correct?
No, it would be a dissolution of the government as we know it.
Well, how do we get there then?
Well, most likely war. I mean, that's the way that every country has ever truly changed.
Okay, so you're saying not so anarchy,
No, not anarchy.
like a
Everybody wants to go
revolution.
to
What are you
anarchy.
talking like civil war? What are
Do
you
you know
talking
what
about?
anarchy actually is? Anarchy
But
is the lack of government.
but you just said you want to completely, I don't want to say the word, completely blank the government.
Dissolve?
Yes, but you said that it wouldn't be via votes, correct?
What?
I asked you how
word
can
are
it be
you so
done? You said
chicken to
war.
say? Just
You
say
said
it.
war, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not via a democratic way to take over the government. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that in our own constitution that we are given the right to dissolve any government that we do not want to subject ourselves to. And I'm not saying let's resort to anarchy because, that's a straw man and a half. Legitimately say, hey, this is broken, this is corrupt, this has been just further and further and further and further and further segregating every type of person that they possibly can from one another so that only those that are here can get farther up here if they're willing to, do the right job.
Okay, Chris.
And
The comment
say,
section wants you
hey,
to be specific.
hard
I want you to
reset.
be specific. Okay. How would you go about it? Can you be specific? You mentioned the Constitution gives us the right. Okay, I get that. How would you go about it? Be specific, please.
Oh, find about 2,000 to 3,000 square acres, or square. I'd said square. Conjoined acres, and move 15 to 20 families out there, and then just slowly start stretching out into the average American home and say, hey, look, there's land here. There's the ability to live here. We have our own sustained version of life here. We just keep coming out there. And then throw a backbone straight into straight up into the United States.
Well, Chris, I mean, what you're saying, it seems a little out of touch of how we work things
Yeah,
because we're
Chris,
a
you lost me completely,
meritocracy.
buddy. You
I
lost
know
me
you
there.
just lost me, but I'm
That
trying to
sucks
kind
for
of
y'all because,
Chris,
So
what are
your
you
solution is for us to move into like some sort of land and start growing our own community?
like? We are in
yes,
a land. We just gotta see how we can come into an
or it's
agreement with
falling
each other.
apart.
It is falling apart, but that's what I repeat myself and I say that's why for us, well, I can only speak for myself. I'm voting for Trump because I feel like at least he making some changes. Because obviously, to change a whole government system, yes, it will take a war. It will take something drastic, something like that big to make a humongous change. But we're trying to avoid bloodshed, right? So therefore, I vote for Trump because I see that under his presidency, those 4 years that he was in office, to me, it was great. America was great. Again, in my opinion. So thank you, Chris. I appreciate
Yeah,
your.
thank you, Chris. I really appreciate your point of view. Thank you for joining. Wow. I mean,
And then in the comment section we have Jacqueline Colo. She's been saying a couple things, but I don't know if she wants to come to the live because I'm curious to see.
the
I
comment
really.
section had me I was laughing because the comment section was pretty wild when Chris was sharing his points of view.
Oh, I know.
That was like he started really good, and then towards the end, I'm not
This
sure where he
this
went.
Jacqueline Colo. She's saying that you're not trying to get her in, which I don't think so. But
Who is
have
it?
her.
Who is it?
Jacqueline Jackie LN Colo.
Jackie. She
The,
wants to join. You said.
yeah, it looks like she's a liberal, so I'm curious to see what she has to
Okay, I
say.
invited her because the special guest requested you, Jackie. So if you want to accept, it's up to you. Oh, we had someone here and we lost him. Who was it? I accepted him, but I'm not sure what happened. I don't think Jackie accepted the invitation, Cynthia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was it? Chris, right? Chris? He started good and then he went like
Completely to the left. Went out of the
I'm
left
not sure if
field.
I'm not sure if he went to the left. I think he went all the way down. Like I don't know where he went. I'm trying
But
to
he went
find
to
him
the
still.
left.
Chris, where are you?
Oh,
Chris?
she's saying that her husband is sleeping next to her. That's why she couldn't answer you,
Oh,
the Jacqueline
okay.
girl.
Got it.
Well, it looks like she,
Jacqueline, go to the living room. Go to the living room. Listen, Louis saying that he drank a little bit too much. I'm not sure what happened with Chris, but he started really good and then he just derailed from there. And this
Which,
is why I
he
like to
has
be
some valid
specific,
points that
Cynthia.
we
You know,
do
I
have
really
a
like to
two-tier.
ask all those questions to break their statements down, and that's when they tend to fall apart.
I know. It was funny. I mean, he had, like you said, he started good. He had some good points, and then I don't know what happened, but to his argument, I guess, or to his conversation, it's like, no, well, yes, a war is, but that's what we're trying to avoid, right? We're trying to
Well,
avoid a
he was all
civil.
over the place because he first said we got to go to war. Then I said, well, you want anarchy? Because he said war and then dissolve the government, right? I said, you want
Yeah.
anarchy? He said, no, I don't want anarchy. We should just go to a land and move there and create our community and expand.
It's like, okay, well, how do
What?
you move to that land? Yeah, anyways, let's move on. Next topic.
Oh my
Another
goodness.
thing I wanted to point out, changing the subject a little bit, Max, was when people confuse politicians, of them not being public. People forget that politicians are public representatives, are us. So we have every right to make sure that we know what they're doing and their whereabouts. Whereas, and the reason I say that is because people were saying, oh, well, you're defending Trump because he was a businessman back in the day. I'm like, well, yeah, because when back then he was a private citizen and he wasn't a public citizen. There's a huge difference that I feel like I need to bring that up so that people understand why is it important now for us to question all politicians, all our representatives in general, and not just one person and attack one person by his character, which that's what they're doing, a character assassination with Trump.
Well, it's funny because with Trump, they really love to go back and get anything they can from his life, right? But we don't see them doing that on Nancy
Yeah, people
Pelosi,
tend to
Barack Obama,
forget.
Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
exactly. People tend to forget that for example, I'll bring back the Clintons. Clintons did that under his presidency. Now that's more disrespectful. Where Trump did it when he was nothing. He was not a politician. He wasn't even around. He was just doing his business deals, which is very different. Plus, I don't know. I feel people get so stuck on that and they don't really see. It's like you gotta, like, if you're so perfect, nobody's perfect. So just move on with that
Nobody's perfect, and then they bring up
and look
all
at
of
what
these
he did.
personal issues like that affects any that has anything to do with being president. You know?
Exactly. The same with Obama. It's like, well, no, the people tend to forget that at that time he was a private citizen. And of course, now that he's a politician, now it turns into a public citizen because
Oh yeah,
now he's
like
representing us. So now
right
we need to know
when
what's
they
up.
I think what was it that Obama smoked weed at some point, right?
Yeah, him and
Okay,
Kamala.
and like, I'm saying the media didn't highlight that, right? But I'm saying like the media loves to highlight everything that Trump did. Like,
Well, they even say with Obama, they even say that they hate that he's kind of like a homosexual. I mean, that's why he in his presidency, he in 2020 and 2012, is that how he changed the law, the federal law, where the LGBT community now it's able to
well,
homosexuality
I don't
being
know
legalized.
I'm not sure I don't know who's saying that. I don't think I've heard about that. Oh, well, actually, have I? I mean, I've heard jokes about it, but I don't really think
Well, it
has
is
like a.
out there, except obviously, like you say, the media, since it's controlled by mostly one party, they're controlling the narrative and they don't want that to come up because obviously, that would really mess up the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but again, going back to that point that they love to look into Trump's personal life and try to dig up any little thing like Trump did this, Trump said this, and Trump divorced I don't know how many times. Like, hold on a second.
Again, at least I know this, and this is a fact, and people could even fact check me if they want. But just the fact that I know that Donald Trump was fighting against child trafficking, that alone for me has my vote. A lot of people could you say whatever you want, but when it comes to children's innocent, that is one thing that I will never, there's just no debate about that. That no, like whoever, even when I see that the Biden administration isn't doing anything about it, for me, that's lame. There's not leadership, and I don't want that in our country.
Yeah. By the way, somebody reported a live, and I got a warning from TikTok saying that our content is not age appropriate, which is fine. I mean, kids shouldn't be watching TikTok at this time anyway, but we're not talking about anything inappropriate. I don't think.
No, we're not. I'm telling you, the comment section sometimes is. I hope they go to a real school. Okay.
I'm not sure what was that all about.
Well,
So since
Jay Gordon said Trump isn't ethical. Well, which politician is? And then Jacqueline Colo said nothing inappropriate.
yeah,
I don't know.
Jay, yeah, Jay Gordon, Nancy is very ethical, right? With her insider trading. Nancy made
Exactly.
millions, Cynthia. Nancy made millions.
I
I'm
know.
telling you, because I'm a stock market investor, right? We see her as a god of investing because she was right almost all the time. Her and her husband.
Yeah, who is
All of us
also a
in the stock
banker,
market
and they
community, we're
work in
like,
cahoots
wow,
with
how did
each
they
other.
do it, bro? They're so amazing. Oh, insider trading. There you go. That's the answer.
Yep, that is so true. That is so
Yeah.
true, Max.
It's
It's
and like you
crazy.
mentioned, before, right? I think, who was it? Was it can't remember who it was. The veteran that was saying that, oh, Trump enriched himself. Remember what was his name again? That he was saying
Oh,
that Trump was evil. Remember
oh, what's his name? The guy that I told you I was gonna send him that
the article or
the,
something?
the documentary. Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
wrote it down. Give me 1 second. Let me see. What was his name?
was it
Marvin? Was it Marvin or
wasn't it
Martin?
like Victor or something like that, or Marcus? Anyway, but that guy, right?
We're so bad.
He was clearly a Democrat. He said Trump enriched himself. And then we're like, what about Nancy Pelosi? What about the Obamas? What about the Clintons?
Exactly.
Them too, he said. But you're focusing on Trump only. And this is the double standard that I keep bringing up in my lives. Okay, you want to investigate Trump? Go ahead, right? You want to do that? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
But
but
let's
let's be fair.
investigate Pelosi,
Yeah, then let's investigate everyone.
everyone. Let's really open up those cases and see what's been going on. But they don't do that. It's only Trump.
Yeah, that's what yeah, those are the things that I disagree with, and that's when I know that I have to vote for Trump. It actually draws me more to him when people become so uh you know, like a deranged Trump deranged syndrome, as they call it, because it's just crazy.
They suffer from Trump derangement syndrome for sure. You know who suffers from that a lot? Whoopi Goldberg.
I know. You know what?
Have you
It's
seen
funny.
her? She gets really mad when they bring up Trump.
Yeah, that goes to show her character,
She can't stand anything Trump. She goes like wild. Did you see that rant that when she ranted on Judge Janine Pirro, I think it was?
What is it? I don't think I saw that one.
You did. Oh, I have to show you that video. She lost it because Judge Janine told her that she suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, and she just basically kicked her out of the show.
Wow.
Yeah, she lost her mind. And I encounter some of those liberals here during the live sometimes where they don't want to have
Conversations.
real conversations. They just
Yeah.
get in here and then they just start yelling and insulting and they just lose their minds. And you see how I do my lives, right? I let everyone speak, regardless of their point of view, and I'm very respectful. But there's a lot of liberals that they don't want to have a conversation.
I know, and that's what's sad. And I hope liberals that are listening to us understand what we're trying to do here because, we're just, if anything, I feel like we MAGA people, which MAGA is nothing bad, it just stands for Make America Great Again. It's, we're trying to protect our freedoms, and that's what I really feel. And if I'm wrong, I'm willing to stand up for when I'm wrong. Say if Trump wins and I don't know, whatever he does is not good for the country, then I will stand up for that. Just like I said, I voted for Hillary until I found out the truth, because before I was very blind. And I will admit my faults.
Cynthia, I have a question for you. As we are wrapping up here, I think, let me see. I have two people that want to join the live right now. Do you want to let them in or do you want to just call it? It's up to you. Your call.
You know what? Let those two people and let's do it. Let's finish it.
Okay, we'll finish it. All right, I'm going to let Joey and Tyler for Dems join. Please be brief because you're coming towards the end of the live and we've been here for 5 hours. We just clocked in 5 hours.
Wow.
So please understand that we do want to wrap it up here. So, okay,
That's
I'll
how
give
that's
it.
how you know we're passionate about this.
We're passionate about this. Tyler, welcome to the panel. Go ahead. Please be brief.
Let's talk about the hand job Lauren Boebert gave her boyfriend in the movie theater Beetlejuice. Let's investigate that. Let's
What was
talk
that,
about all the
Tyler?
racist.
Hold on, I'll
Let's talk
investigate
about
it.
all the racist remarks Marjorie Taylor Greene spills out of her life every single gosh damn day. Let's talk about how Matt Gaetz likes to rape kids.
Oh shit!
Wow, you're really bringing some information. Matt
Okay,
Gates.
Tyler, you're getting kicked out because you use words that we don't allow here in this conversation. Once again, you see how liberals react. They can't come here and have a normal conversation. They
Matt
got to
Gaetz
come
has
here and
never
say a
bring
bunch of
brought
wild
up.
stuff and then
Oh my
say,
gosh.
and then mention RP and then mention kids in the same sentence. When you cannot say stuff like that on these lives. He could have brought up all of those points in a different way, but then he comes here to rant like a little child. So goodbye. Okay, Joey, go ahead.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? It's Joe from last time. I just changed my profile pic.
How are you, Joey? Yes, I remember.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not sure if I asked you this before. But like, what's your opinion on the I'm trying what's that thing called? The replacement rate, basically the age of our population, and how basically because the United States is so old, because the average age is so old, that we need to supplement our population with like younger immigrants to do like work that we don't have anybody to do work for.
What was the name again of the theory?
I can't remember. I think it's like the replacement rate or something. It's basically the rate at which a population is able to replace itself. So if a population is having less children.
Is this like a conspiracy theory or?
No, this is like this is like an economic concern. So basically, because like if a population has less less children, then as that population gets older, you're gonna have this like huge glut of people that aren't working. And are
Okay, yes, yes,
dependent.
yes. I've heard about that. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So what is your question?
So I'm saying,
Like, what's my take on it?
yeah, well, yeah, because I'm saying because Trump and his policies are very like anti-immigration, right? And
Yeah.
so my point is that how do
Anti-illegal
you
immigration, let's be clear.
how do you reconcile that issue with that Trump policy?
Well, it's like you mentioned, right? The working population is decreasing because we're having less kids. And that is true. We're having less kids. The trend, it's looking pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, Japan too.
Right. And China, I believe they also changed their one-child policy because they're scared now. And yes, that's correct. However, that open border or lets everybody in to continue having this replacement rate stabilized theory doesn't work because most of the people that are coming now are trying to abuse the system and take advantage of the system. They're not really coming here. They're not really coming here to work hard. And that's the problem now. If they were hardworking individuals, and we wouldn't be seeing a lot of them on social media platforms twerking or flashing their sunglasses and talking about how they're taking advantage of EBT. It's called EBT cards, the food stamps, taking advantage of the shelter system and how they're going to maybe, I think some even are giving lessons on how to give birth here and take advantage of that via giving birth and all of those things, right? If they weren't doing that, then that would sort of work. But the fact that a lot of them are coming here and taking advantage of the system, then I don't think that's a proper way to do the replacement rate or handle the replacement rate correctly.
Okay. How do you know it's most though?
Because we're seeing the shelter system collapse in a lot of these sanctuary cities. And then you have people like the migrant that I interviewed, where she's twerking on social media and just laying there on her TikTok live day in and day out, just talking smash about taxpayers and telling other people how to do it or how she did, how she completed her journey here into the United States while she's laying down on her shelter bed. So you see a lot of those. So yeah, it's most of them.
Okay, but that's like so if I go into the freeway, right, and then somebody with a red car cuts me off, right, I can't use this example of a red car and then apply that to like most people in a red car. Right?
Correct, you can't. But if a data is showing that a lot of red cars are getting tickets for that, then your theory starts making sense. And the shelter system in New York is collapsing. The same is happening in Chicago. So you're seeing that a lot of money is being spent rather than being put to other places like to help the economy.
Yeah, but the difference between like people in a red car and people that are undocumented, right, is that people that are undocumented, right, means you don't know how many of those people are like in the country, right? And so if you have that unknown, right, and you look at the amount of people that are in your city, right, because you don't have the bottom denominator of that fraction, right, you can't tell me if that's more people that are taking advantage or less people, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Right, because you don't have
Yes, you're saying that we don't know, and that's correct. We don't know the exact number. Again,
well, it's
I'm not saying no.
It's not even the exact. I'm saying like to make the judgment that you said earlier that most of these people are taking advantage of this system, right? When we can't
Most of the
account for
ones
those
that have
people.
come recently, let's be clear, because we had people that came 10, 15 years ago that actually worked
recently,
hard, and
though.
you never saw them
Even
overwhelming the
recently,
shelter system.
If they're undocumented, they're undocumented, whether it was last year or this year, right? And if we don't have that data, then we can't compare the amount of people that we do see to like the amount of people that are here, right? Because we don't know how many people are here, right? So this statement.
What do you mean that we don't have that
hold
data?
on. Because they're undocumented, right? Because these people
Yeah,
don't
but you're
have
seeing them, Joey. You're seeing them
Okay, but
being
now
placed
we're
in
talking about the
hotels, being
anecdote
placed in
again.
shelters. You're seeing a large number of them
Are most of them
sleeping next to police stations, inside
illegal?
police stations. So what do you mean that the data's not there?
Are most of them illegal?
Technically, no, because they're coming via the asylum process.
I mean, that's wait.
If
So
they
all
come
the
the
people,
wrong
wait,
way,
okay, so
yes, that's the wrong
so
way. But
so
technically,
all the
they're not
people.
illegal because they're getting
Okay,
documentation.
all right. So all the people that are in those like shelter beds, right? You're telling me that those are all asylum seekers?
A large number of them, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, when you say large, I'm like, do you mean like relatively speaking?
We're
Like
talking
you said
about
most earlier.
the data that I got from people that I've spoken to that work in these facilities is up around 70 to 80% of them are asylum seekers.
Now, asylum seekers, like, is that like?
When I say asylum seekers, I'm trying to be, I'm trying to protect the life here because we can really call them something else. But asylum seekers.
Asylum, there's like a paperwork process to go through that, like, right? Like if you're looking for asylum, it's
No,
because you're not
there is a
safe.
paperwork process, but the system is so overwhelmed right now that when they come through the border, they go and say, life is in danger. I need asylum. So Border Patrol processes them. They fingerprint them, and they do, like a basic interview like that. Like, oh,
Okay, but what about the ones that
what are you
don't get
coming
through?
here?
Oh, wait,
Hold on,
wait,
let me
wait.
tell you the process real quick.
Yeah.
So then they're like, oh, my life is in danger. Okay, all right, we'll give you a court date here. One of my videos shows that a migrant got a court case or an appointment for 2031. And they're like, okay, here's your appointment. See you later. We'll see you in 80 years, 5 years, whatever. Goodbye. And then they just go. So they're technically legal here. They have a permit to stay. In the meantime, their case takes its course. But so yeah, we do have the data of that of those that are here. Most are asylum seekers, and they're taking advantage of the system.
Wait, so okay, so you're saying if I decided to illegally cross the border right now, basically all that would happen would be the Border Patrol would pick me up, take me to wherever they do their paperwork, right?
It's right there. It's on the border.
Yeah, right. They would take me there, and then they would process me as an asylum seeker, and they would release me into the United States.
Correct. Yep, that's
And
happening.
wait, how many times? Like, okay, so if like 100 people pass through, right? Do they process everybody, and like 100% of those people go through?
Yeah, so it depends. If they go through Border Patrol, yes, they get processed. There's also over 1.5 million gotaways. Gotaways means they were able to detect them via camera or the technology system they have at the border, and they're able to sort of calculate an estimated amount of individuals that just cross the border without being processed at all. So they sort of counted them, and that's how they got that figure. But yes, there's a group of gotaways, and then there's a group that they process.
So those
And
aren't
because
asylum
there's
seekers, though.
what was that?
Those aren't asylum seekers.
Who aren't?
The ones that are crossing without being processed.
We don't know what they are. They could be terrorists. They could be,
Well,
evangelists. Who the hell knows?
Yeah. Well, like we said earlier, right? To be an asylum seeker, right? You have to know. Yeah, I mean, sorry. You have to go through the asylum seeking application process.
No. I just mentioned the gotaways, so that there's because you said what's the process if I can just cross the border? Yes, you can. You can do either the gotaway way, which is hiding from Border Patrol, but most of them know that they don't need to do that anymore, unless they have something to hide. But most of them they just.
Yeah, sorry. Just the whole reason I'm asking this is because earlier we said that that most of the people that are in those shelters are asylum seekers, right? And so so what I thought was that you were using the word asylum seeker and immigrant as interchangeable, right? Because I think it makes more sense.
I originally said migrants, but you said are they here illegally? So that's why I told you they're asylum seekers. Technically, they have a permit to be here temporarily.
Okay, all right. I'm sure that some of them do have that grant process, but I don't think it's most of them. I think that's a very small amount of people that do actually go through the process, because most people that go through the asylum seeking process, like most of them get rejected. Like that's it's
Yeah, Joey, but that's at the end, Joey.
Yeah.
That's after like 6, 10 years that they get
Yeah.
rejected because their cases, exactly like
Well,
you
even when
said,
you apply,
it's not valid cases.
Yeah, I mean, even when you apply though, like in the addition, like there are some people that don't that are rejected early. Like,
Exactly, Joey. When they do it, like you said, because we had another person that had his father-in-law, I think, was an asylum seeker via the app, and they did it via from their country, and he took a while to get approved, but he did it the right way. But they know now; these new migrants know the loophole, which is you can come through the border and seek asylum right there because Biden is allowing it. And so that's the loophole. So anyone, like
did
you
you hear that he
said, can I
actually
just
wants
go
to
through the border?
deport?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Did you hear that he actually wants to like deport more migrants?
Who wants to deport?
Biden.
I mean, he can say it, but he's not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's actually like deported. Like, I mean, he's continued like a lot of Trump's policies.
But Joey, he's going to have to right now because the country is falling apart. I mean, I'm not kidding. You
Do you
can
think it's
Google
do you think
New
it's
York
falling apart
City
because of
budget
immigrants?
cuts. Huh?
Do you think it's falling apart because of immigrants?
I don't think it's falling apart because of immigrants. Some of these sanctuary cities are falling apart because of immigrants. Yes. But there's the nature of the sanctuary cities at the brink of collapse economically because of they're spending so much money on this, right? That they don't have. And then they're asking the federal government. And the federal government is like, well, we'll send you 5 billion, but they spent 11 billion. Just an example, right? So that's an aspect that they're hurting, but also is a safety issue of the country of what could happen down the line. Like you said, those 1.5 million gotaways, who are they? We don't know. We have no idea. It could be Al Qaeda already in here. We don't know. Could be Hamas. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just like fear mongering. Like, I feel like that's like that Chicken Little story, where like so that little guy's like, oh yeah, the sky is falling, and when I think of like Republican politics, right, or conservative politics, like that's like most of their strategy. Like,
So, Joy, 1.5 million gotaways without being processed at all, to you is fear mongering that
no,
terrorists could,
the
like,
idea
let's
that they
say
could be that they could be Al
1% of that
Qaeda
could have been terrorists,
or
and you think
rapists.
it's fear mongering?
Yeah, the idea that these people could be like terrorists or rapists, yeah, that is fear mongering.
Let's use RP for that.
Sorry, excuse me. Grapers.
Right.
Or our peers. What?
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Let's say RPs. I get what you're saying. We all know what you're saying. So to you, that's fear mongering. You're not concerned at all about that.
Well, I think if you're looking at like a very at like this like. All right, imagine there's a box in front of us, right? And there's something inside the box, right? And you're like, oh man, this could be snakes and rats and all these things, right? And so, because you have that like initial assumption about what's inside of that box, right? It makes you prejudice against the box, right? It makes you fear the box. Whereas I could be like, that could be a really good, I don't know, cook or a really good.
I see your point, Joey. With the exception that if you have a legitimate person, let's say, that is telling you, "Hey, I work with intelligence, and that box can have something really bad in there." That's the exception. And the FBI director just recently announced that there's a lot of threats towards the United States right now, and he's very concerned.
Yeah, I think the biggest threat to the United States is domestic terrorism. I think even the FBI has already said this. But like there's a lot of like white supremacist militias. Here in Southern California, here in I think it was in Santa Barbara, they actually like arrested this guy that had like a whole training camp. He was building like pipe booms, like booms, right? The pipe booms.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So you're saying is we have already a lot of problems here. It's okay to bring additional problems from outside.
Yeah,
That's what you're
what I'm
saying.
saying is that like I think that people hyper fixate on brown people. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're bringing the racist point to it. Cynthia, do you want to say something to Joey here? By the way, guys, Joey is a socialist. Just so you know, he's been here before.
Yeah.
You're a socialist, correct?
And the Mexican, yeah.
And Mexican American. Cynthia, you want to reply to Joey?
I think if I think I think Joey, eventually you mean well, but you get so stuck on other points that I cannot agree with. Like I cannot agree with you. And when you said that the race card, for me, I've never seen that. On the contrary, let me tell you something. My whole life I lived in the United States. Actually, white people have helped me the most, even more than my own Latino people and Black people or in any Asian people. I obviously I don't account for anybody. I created my own wealth through my own merits. But I think this, where you say fear mongering and racism, I think you really need to reevaluate that and understand that it is happening. I don't know how you see it the opposite.
I mean, we're
And you
just talking
being
about
a
the
social,
FBI, right? Like the FBI saying that white supremacist groups are like literally one of the biggest terrorist threats in the United States.
but you gotta
So like,
remember that the FBI has also been infiltrated, and it tends
oh, okay.
to push one narrative.
Well,
You
Vega, what do you
know,
think about that? Because you were just using the FBI as like a way to anchor your position. So if
I
he's
said
saying that
no,
we
no, no.
can't
I
trust
said
the
the
FBI,
FBI director
yeah,
recently stated that there's a lot of threats
yeah,
towards the United States,
hmm,
terrorist threats,
yeah,
meaning outside of the country. That's what he meant. He didn't say domestic. He meant outside of the country,
mm, okay, but what she's
highlighting concerns
yeah.
that terrorists can be find a way to come inside the U.S. via the southern border.
But what I'm saying is that you're saying that we can trust the FBI for this
I
opinion,
didn't
right?
say
And
we can
then
trust. I'm just telling you what he said because you were
wait, so
mentioning,
we do we
well, how
not?
would you
So
know? I'm just telling you that intelligence
yeah.
have been talking about this recently.
Yeah. Wait. So if we don't trust him, like, what's the point of like bringing up the thing that he said?
No, no, I didn't. I didn't. I'm just saying that I didn't mention anything about trust. I'm just telling you that the
Well,
intelligence.
he agrees with you though, right?
What was that?
He agrees with you though, right? So you guys are
Who?
like in agreement.
Who?
The FBI guy, right? That there are this
The
threat from
FBI
outside.
director.
Yeah.
I don't know if he agree. I don't know if he agrees. I'm just telling you what he
Wait.
said.
You were just talking about that, like about like Al Qaeda and Hamas getting into the United States, right? This threat from the outside.
Correct.
Yeah, and he's saying that, according to you, that that there's threats coming from the outside. So you guys agree?
Well, I mean, I don't know if the threats are coming from the outside. He's the intelligence. I'm already concerned as it is because obviously, if I have to be thinking that way, clearly, I would say, hey, my enemy has an open spot over there. Let's use that to our advantage. I mean, that's just common sense.
Okay, so wait,
The
so
fact
you
that he confirmed it, I'm like, oh, well,
okay,
I'm not
so
surprised.
so you are trusting them then?
I'm not surprised.
But you are trusting them. God damn, dude. I think this is I'm
It's
like
not. It's
I'm
not
like
that I
you
trust
still
them
are
because they
like
have
I
made
think it's like
mistakes in the
right there.
past. Just to be clear, it's not that I trust them blindly because they have made mistakes in the past.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, but it's a concern that I already had even before he said it.
Okay. So we trust them. So we trust the FBI only if they already agree with our concerns.
No, I didn't say that. I mean, look, if it says certain things are to be looked into, I will look into it absolutely, even if
Okay.
I don't agree with it.
So what about the white supremacist thing, right? You guys are like minimizing the idea of like
I'm not
veterans.
minimizing. Go ahead. What's your question?
Oh, well, because like I was saying, right? The FBI said that the biggest threat to the United States right now is domestic terrorism, particularly like white supremacists. And Vega was saying that we can't trust them because they've been infiltrated, right? And then
Well,
I
to
have
be
you
fair,
also
guys, Cynthia's using my backup account, Vega Access Backup, but it's Cynthia, the one that replied to Joey.
yeah.
yeah, sorry,
So
Joey. No, yeah, it's been infiltrated. But like I said, when you're pushing a political agenda, obviously you're gonna it's wishy-washy because you can always switch back and forth instead of being firm on your decision. So when you have an FBI that for certain things they do one thing, but for other things they do another, Well, it's like it's you could see it's kind of like being an inside job where it's
Vega,
contradicting itself.
yeah, Vega. Have you ever heard of Operation COINTELPRO?
What was that? Operation who?
COINTELPRO, COINTEL, and then pro. COINTEL.
Let me look it up.
Let's see. What is it?
COINTEL pro. It was an operation done by the FBI during the '60s, basically to undermine the civil rights era and people that were like asking for equal rights for Black people, basically. It involved spying on MLK, even threatening to blackmail him. So, like, when you say like the FBI has been infiltrated, I like
Well, you
the
heard of
FBI
NK
started
Ultra
off
too,
this
no?
way.
You heard of NK Ultra and the
Yeah.
Tuskegee experiment. All this was done by the government as well. So what's your point?
Okay, I'm saying that these people specifically targeted like people based on their sort of like racial politics, right? And like I'm trying to get you to understand how like deeply embedded this was in our culture, and that this still exists today, right? So when you say like, oh, the FBI was infiltrated, like I don't hear like the FBI being infiltrated. I hear the FBI basically being going back to its old ways, right? Like,
But
that's
you
why I was
gotta
trying to ask you
remember,
if you knew
it's
about
a
this,
whole. They're bureaucrats,
because
and
that
it's
should change
all
your
one
opinion.
system.
I mean, that should change. Like, if like the first time that I heard that they tried, like, they literally threatened to blackmail Martin Luther King, right? Like, that's a pretty crazy thing.
Okay, Joey, but what's your point? So what are you trying to say here?
Well, what I'm saying is that like she's saying that we can't trust the FBI because they've been infiltrated, right? And that because they were originally good, right? And then they went to being bad, right? When I'm telling you that like them behaving badly isn't this new exceptional thing. There's actually a history of them behaving badly, right? And like it's been declassified.
Look, Joey,
Correct, but we gotta
go
remember
ahead,
back
Cynthia,
in
go
the
ahead.
day. Sorry, I say remember, Joey. Back in the day, we didn't have this information because they would hide it from us, and we don't have the technology that we have now to be able to do our own research. And that's why we're in the position that we are now, where we see it's like, well, wait a minute, this is not right, you know. But luckily, we're in an
It's
awesome.
still going on today. Like, I mean, I don't know about the blackmail, but there've been like since Occupy
There's
Wall
always going to
Street.
be blackmail as long as they're humans.
Yeah,
As long as you don't have, there's always going to be blackmail no matter what. Blackmail has existed,
but
since the
I don't,
beginning of
that's
time.
besides the
And
point, though. Like, that's besides the point, right? Like,
but that's what I'm
the
saying.
issue.
Besides the point, we're in a country that where now it's being completely blatant in our faces, and we got to make sure that we also protect that. And if the FBI is infiltrated, then guess what? Let's create a new government where it's gonna be for the American people, and it's not
Okay,
gonna be a bias, or it's not gonna try to
so
do something
overthrow.
that is not right.
We're talking about like overthrow.
Yes, correct. Overthrow. No,
Overthrow the
not
government.
even.
Okay.
It's not even overthrow because you're not overthrowing the FBI. You just gotta have to cancel that program and start a new one because it's our own program in the United States. Overthrow is when you're trying to really conquer something.
So, so do you think you could like vote like somebody in, and then they'd like handle all the things you want them to handle?
No, obviously it's a process. It takes time.
Because like I don't know if you're aware of this, but like this like CIA and the FBI, sorry, the CIA and JFK, he wanted to dissolve the CIA, and like a lot of
Yeah,
the
that's
theories
why
is
they
that,
got rid of him.
yeah. And so what I'm saying is that like whether it's the CIA or the FBI, there are people that are like embedded in our government that are willing to commit violence to or violence or blackmail or any of
Yeah,
these
I'm
things
not arguing that.
to
So
maintain
what is
power.
what's the point? What are you
Well, I'm saying
trying
Yeah,
that
but Joey,
to?
like
let's try to
if
go back to the migrant thing. That's what you were talking
yeah,
about. We're
okay.
sort of dwindling into other things here. So you're saying that because your main thing is that you brought up the what was it, the sub replacement fertility and the replacement rate, right?
Hmm.
So that's what you were talking about. So
Hmm.
you, per what I think where you were going at is that we should let the migrants in, or we shouldn't complain that they're coming because our population is needs to have this sub replacement fertility rate in order to continue working maintaining the system, if you will. So per what you were saying is we shouldn't be complaining, we should be welcoming them because we're having less babies. Is that where you were going at with this?
What I'm saying is that I mean, yeah, in a way, that's what I'm saying. But
So that was your main point. That's what I want to. We sort of went
yeah,
around to a big circle here to get to the point.
sure, yeah, yeah. Like again,
So
like I feel like
you're
there's
welcoming migrants, Joey. You're okay with
yeah,
this then.
yeah.
You have no stress about it.
I'm okay. I'm okay with migrants. I think there are lots of things to stress about. This is not one of my biggest stresses.
You're okay with them taking advantage of the system, getting food stamps,
The cost of
shelter,
food
free
stamps
rent.
is like a nickel out of our taxes. Like it's so insignificant. Like there are people that are stealing like by the billions from our government. And like
Which those are the politicians, yes, because they're the only
no,
ones
not,
that
not
could steal
even. Oh, dude,
billions.
not even the politicians, dude. I'm talking about like Raytheon, Boeing, people that get government contracts that like bill the government for like $10,000 for like a toilet or like 5 grand for like a pen.
Yeah,
Like,
Joey, look, I
But
look,
again, that
so
goes
you
back to
have some
it's like
valid
politics.
points.
capitalism,
You
dude.
have some valid points when it comes to that, there are certain things that are full of
Yeah, we
corruption
talked
within
about
the
this last
government.
time. There's
Nobody's saying
seven
that the
trillion
government is
dollars
perfect.
missing.
So what is your
But
point,
Seven
Joey? Are
trillion.
you
no,
a
no, no.
Biden or you're for Trump?
No,
What?
he's a
No, I
socialist,
don't. Yeah, I don't. I
Cynthia.
don't. Yeah, I don't.
He
I
doesn't
don't.
like
So
Biden or Trump right now.
Yeah.
oh, okay. Well, I just figured because
He he's
I
a
just thought
he's
he
a
was gonna
Bernie
be for
Sanders guy,
Biden.
right, Joey? You like Bernie Sanders?
Oh
Yeah,
God.
I like Bernie Sanders until his like stance on like Israel and
Right. So
Palestine.
he was pro Bernie until the Israel thing happened.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
what I want to clarify, Joy, because you brought up some points about the corruption and this and that. That's fine. But the thing that Americans are upset about is that migrants are getting all these benefits, and there's still Americans that are not getting the
It's like one
assistance they
percent.
need.
Yeah, I know, but we're like fighting over scraps, right? Like this is like such a small like percentage of our
How
taxes
do you
that's
see the
getting
scraps
stolen.
from veterans? We have veterans, homelessness. Me,
Yeah.
myself, I don't even
Okay.
have insurance. How come we
Yeah.
don't fix those problems first before bringing other people
Okay. Why don't
on
why
a
don't we
system?
why don't we fix the corruption in our military that's causing us to lose $7 trillion before we start complaining over something that's like not even $1 trillion?
Because military is important to also
Okay,
safeguard a
but is
nation.
it is it is it $500,000 for like I don't know like a couple
Well,
of
it doesn't matter.
screws
What's your point?
important?
That they're just trying to inflate the
It's
price?
$7 trillion. What are you talking? That's $7 trillion that are missing. That's an insane amount of money.
Exactly.
The
Well,
amount
tell
of
it to.
taxes that we pay every
That's why
year.
we need
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
accountability.
hold
We
on.
need a.
The amount of taxes that we pay every year is $1 trillion, right? So $7 trillion could have bought us of our governments. That's insane. That is robbery, dude. That is such a theft. And we
Yeah. So
and
then,
we're
what's
we're,
your point
we're
on that?
complaining
I don't
about
get it.
immigrants. We're complaining about like a nickel out of your income taxes. Like this is like you guys
Let
you
me tell
guys
you
have
something. I
lost
work
you
really
guys have
hard for my
lost the
money, so
plot,
it's not a
dude.
nickel. I pay way more than a
It's
nickel on my
no
on
no
my
no 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 no.
taxes.
What I'm saying is the cost of welfare, the cost of EBT is like a nickel out of your taxes. That's what that is. It's so cheap.
Joy, but that's still, it's not really the point. I get what you're trying to get with it. Again, you have a socialist mentality, right? So I understand that for you, that's how it should work, right? But that's not how the real world works, right?
What does that mean?
We work hard. We're not okay with other people getting a nickel of our taxes while they're sleeping and having a chill life and telling others, hey, you guys can come and take advantage of this deal while they working and they give me nickels. You guys can come on and just do what I'm doing and just take advantage of the system. You know,
Let me
our
ask you
our
something, Joey.
nickel hurts us. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Well, what is it
I
that you
say
do?
nickel because I'm trying to be sarcastic, but you know it's more than that.
I work with like autistic kids and like special needs.
Okay, and then my point is that okay? So who is it? Like a government program or is it a nonprofit
It's a
organization?
it's a private corporation that has government contracts. So it's like a hybrid kind of.
Okay. Um, where am I? How do I formulate this next question? Let me see, because I'm
It's like
just
the charter schools. It's like you know how like some charter schools are private businesses and then they get paid by the government. It's like the same
so
thing.
then. So obviously, so that's why you're kind of like a socialist and you're for more government because, they're the ones who pay, giving you a paycheck,
No,
correct?
I'm a socialist because of like history and what I learned about economics.
Okay,
Okay.
what did you learn from economics?
Um, I mean, that's a big question, like I like just the
Like
history
who?
of it, right?
Well, name
Like
name at least a person that influenced your thought.
um, there's a bunch, right? I think Michael Hudson, I think he wrote this book on junk economics, where basically he tells you the history of of neoliberal economics from
And
liberal economics.
have you always worked doing something, or have you ever tried
What do
starting
you
your own anything of your for yourself, like starting your own
like being an
business?
entrepreneur?
Yes.
No, I've basically gone to school.
So you're
Got an
institutionalized with a school
internship.
system. Got it.
I'm sorry, what? I
Okay.
feel like you're
All
just
right.
trying to
Hold
use
on.
like
Okay.
character
I want to move on
assassins
here
without
with the
me
last guest.
to try to rationalize my arguments, right? You're trying to attack my character. You're just making ad hominems, right? That's a
No,
very ignorant
because
thing to
what
do
I'm
about
trying to
somebody.
say is that that's what we see now. There's an
No, you're making
indoctrination of
character
the
judgments
institutions
to
of
analyze
the
my
people that.
arguments. That's what you're doing.
No, no, no.
I could
I'm
say the
trying to
same thing about
understand how
you
you
to try to
became,
generalize
how you're a
something based on
socialist,
some surface
and you
fact.
think that other people that you have to benefit from other people working. Because how do you think an economy works? I'm just trying to understand your logic.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't have time to like teach you like
No,
all of
I don't have
economic
time.
theory.
Like Mexico, Mexico is like a
I don't know what
socialist
you
country. How
know.
come you don't
I
live
know,
in
but hold
Mexico
on, hold
instead?
on, hold on, hold on. I don't know like what you don't know, right? I tried to ask you earlier if you knew what COINTELPRO was, and so like for us to like get to a place where we understand each other, we'd have to
Yeah.
establish some like common facts, right? I mean, whether it's through history, right? I don't know how much you know about like the U.S. government and like how they try to influence like socialist countries. Oh, by the way, Vega, I looked up some of the history on Venezuela. It was kind of interesting. This is a side question, a side thing, but if you want to talk about that some other time,
Okay.
we can
Just
get.
just hold on to that because we're wrapping up the live
Yeah.
here, Joey. You came
So like,
towards the end here, buddy.
Mexico is socialist. They had a socialist revolution. They had land reform. They literally took the land from everybody and gave it to the peasants. This person is uninformed.
Okay. Hold on. One step at a time.
Yeah, and that's why Mexico is what it is. You
No,
can't
no,
progress.
Mexico is what it is
I
because
wouldn't
of the
have what
drug
I have
war.
if I would live in
No,
Mexico. That's
it
why I
is
don't
what it
live
is
in
because of the
Mexico.
drug war.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay. I want to give the word to Michael, the last guest for tonight, guys. Please don't send no more requests because I won't accept. Michael, welcome and go ahead.
Hey guys, holy cow! It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Engaging conversation, guys. As long as I've been alive, and actually before I was alive, there has been illegal and legal immigration to this country. Right? It's no worse today than it was when my forefathers came from Europe in the mid 1800s. This idea, my concern is, given that historically this has been the case. Even so, one of the first elections I was able to vote in was 80 for Reagan, and Reagan sought amnesty for all illegal immigrants. Right? That's what he wanted. Did he get it? The answer is no. He did not get it because our government didn't permit it, didn't allow for it. So, I mean, how am I going to say this? It feels to me like the concern that this country has for illegal immigration becomes heightened when a Democrat is in office. The day that Joe Biden was elected, the first day on Fox News, the very first day after the election, and it was determined, the major news story on Fox News was the line, what's the term they used? The caravans of El Salvadorian asylum seekers coming through Mexico to the United States. Like video, that was like their key. Like for a week straight, they showed all of these lines coming. Those lines were there before Biden was elected. They were there when all the presidents I've elected that were elected in my lifetime. Those lines have been there. What I find interesting is the topic was Mexicans for Trump. And what I'd like to understand is what are the attributes of Trump that is so engaging and so positive for Mexicans in this country. He every time he gets a chance to speak about Mexicans immigrating, illegal or illegal. Have you ever heard him say?
You said illegal or illegal and legal?
Have you ever heard him say anything positive about the Mexican population coming into the United States?
Yes, I have. I have heard him
Okay,
say good things.
Cynthia, do you want to respond to that, being that you're Mexican American?
What's that?
Go ahead. Yes, I do, but I don't know if were you done, Mr. Michael?
I've been listening. I would be very interested if you could provide some evidence of Trump saying anything positive about Mexicans coming into this country. There's a few good of them, but most of them coming in are rapists and murderers and drug dealers and
oh boy, let's use RP for that. Let's try to protect the life, please.
You're not listening. If you haven't heard that, you're not listening, because that's every time.
Michael, we actually, I know you entered the live late, but we actually discussed that intensely here in the live. We went through the whole quote and actually read it here on the live. The media manipulated that quote. They cut it. They cut the quote after he said, and I assume some are good people. He was referring to the border as the quote continued. He continued speaking about that. And then he even said, it's coming even more. It's not just Mexico, it's all over the world as well, he said, specifically speaking about the border. That's what he was talking about.
So tell me how this is taken out of context. When he said this specifically about Mexico, they don't send their best.
Because they don't, sir. You
They're
think,
not sending the
the
best.
best in Mexico want to come over here? Well, no, because they already built their life over there as doctors, as lawyers. When they are bringing people over here, they're not. Me personally, as a Mexican American, they're not bringing their best, and I agree with Trump 100% on that. What he said is 100% true.
Are they when the migrants are helping? When the migrants are coming over to do work in this country, are they the best?
Michael, you are focusing on the good only. So you mentioned that there are RPs at the. Do you believe that there are RPs happening at the border? Do you believe those stories or no?
I don't know enough about it, and I would tell you that nobody.
What did you say?
I don't know enough about that.
That's why. That's why you're saying that Trump is a racist.
That's true. So if you had some evidence of that, then I'd like to see it.
The people themselves, Michael, the people crossing themselves are saying that they're being unalived, they're being RPST. Who's doing that, Michael? The Americans?
By whom?
Exactly. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, you tell me.
They cartel themselves, Michael. They cartel themselves. They cartel themselves. The cartels that run that section. They're doing all of that. They ask for money.
I hope that you can reresearch some of Mexico cartels and what they do.
Yeah, Michael, you're clearly uninformed about the topic. Because you're saying that migrants come here to work. That's your mentality. And I get it. You're coming from a good place. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying that I get your point of view. You're coming from a good place. And actually, I appreciate your point of view, but I'm telling you, I'm a Latino American, I'm Venezuelan American, Cynthia's Mexican American. There's bad people within our community. There's a lot of good ones too, but there's a good number of bad ones, and they're coming in through the border. Right. You know why? Because they can't get visas.
And Mr. Michael,
because it will never be approved.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what?
And if I could say this, well, go ahead, sir.
On a percentage, and this is a real question. I'm not like this is statistics. There are more white criminals on a percentage basis than any other in this country.
I know, Michael, because Jorge Ramos talks about that in Univision all day, every day.
Let's not apply that concept or consideration of...
Michael, that's not the point.
We've all got bad and good, all right?
Michael, that's not the point. Just because we have criminals here in America doesn't mean we're going to bring criminals internationally now, because that's going to make it better.
That's what we did. When my ancestors came over. We had a lot of Italian and other Irish, which I am.
But those were different times, sir. Those were different times at that time.
So, as Trump would call them, there were some bad hombres, right? That was his quote. Was that out of context? The bad hombres, was that
But
out of context
But,
discussion?
again,
Was that part of your
that's what I'm
but there
saying.
are,
You're
Michael.
trying
There
to
are some
repeat
bad
history
people.
stuff, and when I'm telling you that now we
There's
see
some.
because history
There's
has
some
taught
bad
us.
everywhere. But if you generalize it and say that bad, he didn't say some.
I'm not sure what happened to Michael. Oh, go ahead. We thought you fell off for a second there.
He didn't say there are some bad hombres. He said they're bad hombres as a generalized statement about a
Because they
population of
do.
people.
There's bad hombres that come on the border and
There's bad
that are
hombres here
control.
already. There's bad hombres. If we're calling
Well,
them
then that's
hombres,
why.
that's not
Why don't
really a
we need
cool
to bring any
term to
more?
use. But there are bad people here
Let's
already.
fix our problem here at home before we bring any more trouble.
So let's make an
So
assumption here.
what's your point,
I'm
sir?
going to
What
put
is it
this
that
into
you're
a
trying to
vacuum
do? So you're just
conversation.
again, Trump deranged syndrome. Is that what it is? You're just
No,
attacking his character. Is
no, no,
what
no,
what?
no, no.
Because it's
I'm
not
just
him.
speaking. I'm just using his words. It's his words. They're
Yeah,
not my
and his
words.
words were that's
But you're
true.
using
And
his words out of context, Michael, to be fair. You're using the words out of context.
yeah,
No, not
and you're
because it
going
can. No, I'm quoting Trump.
Out of context.
yeah.
What was he talking about when he used that term?
Which term?
Bad hombres.
Yeah, give me a
Calling
second.
them grapists.
The similar to what we discussed before.
No, what was the context? You said there was a good context to his message.
No, I didn't say good context. You're taking things out of context.
What was the context of his comments? If they weren't bad, if they were not horrendous comments, what were they? Like you tried to.
Now you're talking about a different quote, so I will have to look up the quote. But before you were talking about when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. But now you're moving on to something else.
I didn't say that. Trump said that.
No, but you brought up that quote specifically, and you only to assert your point of view, you only left it at that. You didn't read the entire quote. That sounds pretty bad when you say that.
What part of the quote did I miss? What did I miss that made his
You
comment
missed
any
you
better?
missed the quote when he said, "And they're coming from more than Mexico, from all over the world. And I speak to border guards, and they tell me what they see." I'm paraphrasing, but the quote is similar to that. I speak to border guards. And that's what he was referring to, the border, not all Mexicans, like you said, illegal or legally. No, because he said it many times. I want people to come the legal way. But you don't see that highlighted on CNN or MSNBC. You only see the quote that you shared. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best, and they cut it right there.
Right. He wants to do it the legal way, but he wants to make it very hard to make that legal.
How, Michael? I've sponsored people under Trump, and they came in. How?
Why, when Biden took office, did he have to undo a lot of the things that Trump did to?
But hold on, Michael. You said that he made it harder. Tell me how, because I've sponsored people, and they've come here under Trump. So tell me how he made it harder.
You can tell me if he didn't, but I think my understanding is he made it harder. And
okay, explain to me how, because I brought people under Trump legally, and they're here today.
Right, and you couldn't do that now.
Right now, I'm actually struggling to get people here legally.
Right.
Because I have other people waiting outside of the country, and the waiting times are so much longer now than they were under Trump. I've had under Biden, I had
I'll have to do some research on that piece of it.
three people I've sponsored came under Biden, longer periods of times than the ones under Trump, and there's still 2 that haven't been approved.
Right. So what's preventing those 2 from being approved?
No answer. Immigration doesn't give answers. They just say you gotta wait, and that's what we're complaining about. Immigrants like myself, we're complaining about it because the migrants are coming through the border. They ask for asylum. They get a court date 8 years from now, and they just get a legal status in the sense of they have a permit of being in the country while their case runs. That's unfair. Without paying $1 single to the immigration services, while we're paying thousands of dollars to bring people the right way, and they're still waiting outside of the country. Is that fair to you?
So you're suggesting that Trump's process was faster?
It has nothing to do with Trump, sir. It's how the system is already in place. But yes, we have the leaders. But for you, example, do you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair?
Do I think what's fair?
What I told you, that some of us immigrants have to pay thousands of dollars, wait long periods of time to come in the right way, and immigration is still, they're not really helpful when it comes to the process. They scrutinize every document you send, and they look at every line within the documents. They vet you up and down. And these migrants are coming in without being vetted, and they just walk through. Is that fair to you?
Wait, who's walking through without being vetted?
The migrants.
The migrants, and then the people that want to come here, and are they coming in legally?
Who are you talking about? Be specific.
You're talking about.
You're not answering my question. Is it fair to you? Yes or no?
No. I didn't. I need to understand what you're asking first before I can answer the question.
Again, I explained it to you.
Well, let me
Immigrants that are coming the right way, they're paying thousands of dollars to USCIS for their application. They're having long waiting periods of times to be able to get processed. And on top of that, I told you they get vetted up and down. All the documents that they ask for are ridiculous. But I understand that because they have to be vetted.
Sir, I'm going to follow you. If you don't mind, I'm going to follow with you. I'm going to do some research on this. I'm going to find out I'm going to get smart about the path to legal immigration under the last, 10 administrations.
Michael, I'm telling you, I've sponsored people under both.
Folks to come through under each of those administrations. I want to see I want to compare, contrast.
Michael, I'm telling you, I've sponsored people.
Well,
so I'm pro-immigration. I'm pro-immigration.
You're one person, okay? You're one person. I want to get
okay, so you don't believe me, right? But if I was telling you the opposite, you probably would.
Yourself and your experience and apply it to the problem, right? The issue.
Michael, what do you think the Latino community is supporting Trump more than ever before? What do you think that is? I'm glad that you're following me, Michael, because I know you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm glad that you're going to follow me, and I welcome you to join my lives, because there's a lot of Latino Americans that come here and tell me I'm going to vote for Trump because what's happening with the migrants is it's a joke right now, and they're telling me that, and they're Latino Americans. What do you think that is, Michael?
Wait.
Since you don't want to take just my word for it, because I'm just one person.
When you say migrants, what do you mean? Do you mean migrant workers?
No. I'm talking about the migrants that are coming through the border today. We're not talking about the immigrants that came back 10 years ago.
What about migrant workers?
What about them, Michael?
They're not
I'm
here.
asking you, what are your thoughts on them? What are your thoughts on the migrant? Here's the big argument I get. The migrant workers from Mexico that are coming to this country are getting better benefits than this is what I hear from conservatives. Migrant workers coming from Mexico are getting more money than our veterans. This is what I'm hearing from conservatives. Do you think that's an accurate statement?
Yes, I think
I'm not sure what you're talking about. The migrant workers. I know that migrants are getting benefits, and a lot of them are being prioritized in front of citizens.
Migrant workers or migrants?
No. I'm talking about migrants. I'm talking about migrants.
Migrants. So you're talking about immigrants?
No, migrants. Immigrants is different.
How are you defining migrants?
Migrants are the ones that are coming through the border right now, seeking asylum on a, if you will, fraudulent asylum case. But because the system is so overwhelmed, they let them in and they proceed with what's called catch and release, which I'm pretty sure maybe you've heard about it before. So that's what we're calling migrants.
Max, let's do this. He came towards the late of the podcast. He's going to follow you now. Hopefully he gets informed on what we're talking about, because obviously right now it seems like he is not. So we welcome you, Michael. You're more than welcome to follow up. Max is Vega is always open to counter arguments as well as we progress in this podcast.
Michael, feel free to do the research. Go ahead, Michael.
Why you made this statement. I've heard from a lot of folks who from Mexico or Mexican Americans who are for Trump. I'd like to understand why. I haven't heard why.
Okay, I told you on my end why. we specifically were talking about immigration. You didn't answer my question when I asked you, is it fair for immigrants to pay thousands of dollars, wait long periods of time to enter the country the right way versus migrants that are coming through the border right now without paying any fees? Some of them don't even have documentation because they lose it while crossing the river, and they still get in via the asylum process. You didn't answer if that was fair, yes or no.
So what's the difference between those two
I
populations?
just explained it to you, Michael. I just explained it to you. One group
So
of
Michael,
people
go
is
ahead.
coming here.
Max, again, I feel like Michael needs to do a little bit more research, and then you can come back, Michael, and then maybe we can have a more productive conversation, because I feel like this is going nowhere.
Cynthia, do you want to come back next week so we can do the immigration topic again?
Sure, we could do the immigration topic. I'd
Okay,
love to.
when would you be available? Maybe we
The
can just
reason I
have
asked about
Michael
this
come
is
back.
because I know the difference in the populations. I was trying to get you to answer the question. There is
What
a
question?
key difference. There is a key difference between those populations. Some are seeking asylum and others are not. They're just trying to get here to our country. They're not facing immediate danger. So
So you're saying, so you're agreeing that it's a fraudulent asylum case.
You're asking me if it's fair for someone seeking asylum not having to pay thousands of dollars to get here, and I'm saying yes, that is fair, because they are trying to get out of danger.
All of them? You think all of them are trying to get out of danger?
I think most of them.
Let me tell you, sir, you need to look at
Wow,
some of the people
Michael.
who are coming over.
You haven't seen the footages, Michael.
Right.
You haven't. I
No.
know.
Have you seen the footages
They're
from Ellis
they're not
Island
running away
in
from
the late
war, from political
1800s?
oppression.
No, we're talking
religious
about today,
persecution.
Michael. We're talking about today.
But I'm drawing a correlation because that's
No,
exactly
you can, Michael. It's different. It's a different type of mentality now. It's a different migrant population. The migrants that are coming in today are not even the same migrants from 10 years ago. You never saw Mexican, Ecuadorians, all of these immigrants from 10 years ago that were crossing the border, that were actually hiding from Border Patrol. You never saw them overwhelming the shelter system in New York City,
Now they're
in Chicago.
demanding. They come here demanding the United States for us,
Michael, you didn't
Americans, to
see
pay.
that before.
The places they're coming from are not lands of opportunity.
Michael, you're in denial. You didn't see that before.
You don't. So you think the folks in El Salvador? Let me ask this: El Salvadorian folks are why are they coming here?
El Salvador is actually doing very well right now. The majority of migrants that are coming are not Salvadorians, Michael. They're Venezuelans, the most part right now. Can that change tomorrow? Probably. But right now, most of them are not Salvadorians. So I'm not sure where you're getting that information from.
Right. I just did some research before this live. You mentioned some countries I saw too, but top of the list I saw was El Salvador.
Remember, sir, maybe your research, you also have to read more than one article, because articles,
I'm getting
it
statistics.
seems like
I'm
you're
reading
just
stats.
getting
I'm not just
stuck
reading
on
an
one
article.
thing, and we're not getting anywhere with your dialogue here.
I read articles. I don't read stories. I don't read articles. I read research and I read statistics.
Okay, what you're saying, that it doesn't make sense for what you just said.
I'm telling you that I didn't hear a question. Why are folks from El Salvador seeking asylum in the United States?
They're not, for the most part.
I'm not Salvadorian, so I'm not sure why. Do you have the answer?
No, I know because they're being raped and they're being unalived by a tyrannical government.
Oh, so you're against the Salvadorian government too?
Well, yeah. Why else would
The Salvadorian government?
coming in droves? Why are folks from Central American countries coming to the United States?
So the Salvadorian government that actually has made Salvador better, you're against that government?
I don't know enough about their government. I'm asking. I don't know why they're coming. So if it's so great, why are they coming here?
And let me tell you that criminals hate El Salvador right now because they have no chance over there. So maybe those that are coming are not the good ones.
Right. So you're suggesting,
because I have a lot of Salvadorians friends, and they're telling me, "Bro, I almost want to move over there right now."
Guys coming in, like it's the bad guys running away from the country, and it's.
You think that's not a possibility, Michael?
You think that's not
something to drink?
Wow, Michael, you're very close-minded, sir.
You think that's not a Michael, you really think that that's not a possibility that they're escaping from their government?
You're not even answering the question. It's like the bad
Okay,
guys.
what's your question? Go ahead. Hold on. What's your question, Michael?
Expanded.
No, what's your
I'm asking
question?
The question: why are so many people trying to get into the United States, regardless of how. Why are people trying to
Okay,
come?
why? I'll tell you why. Because they know there is a loophole to enter easily. That's why. And they're taking advantage of it. That's why.
Taking an advantage?
Yep.
Okay, I've
As I
seen the
told you.
folks that are crossing the border. They don't look like they're advantaged.
What was
They look
that?
very I see a lot of the people coming across the border. They don't look very advantaged. They look
Well, sir,
disadvantaged to
do
begin with.
you live here in the United States, Michael?
Yes.
Would you trade your life for another one since you're talking so bad about this country? Would you want to go to those countries?
What I'm trying to tell you is that this country, which is a primarily Christian country, are based on the beliefs that we should be helping our brother and helping our sister. So if there is anybody, if there is one person that can't get a bite to eat or can't get a drink or is being unalived, or there are people unaliving folks in their family or raping their daughters and their mothers and their wives, and they're trying to come here for a better life, I will step in front of anyone who tries to get in their way. So
I
that's what
understand
we
that,
think.
but that
That's
is
what
not
this
what's
country
happening
should.
in our
That's what this
that's not what's
country.
happening in
Hold
our
on, I'm not even
border.
finished. That's what this country used to stand for. That when my forefathers came over to this country, that they were escaping that nonsense, and we're not letting that same thing happen now. We are so selfish.
Because it's not happening. It's a different era, sir. And
It's we're
what's
no no
happening
we're being
now
we
is
are.
mostly
This
male
is a
people.
selfish
There's
country.
no families. It's very rare to see families.
There are. This has become a very selfish country because we don't want to give up whatever we got. And the people coming in are taking away from the things that we got.
No, sir, because you haven't seen how these people come and they're taking advantage of the system. There's nothing wrong with us
Let
helping
them,
people,
let them,
but
because
but
they
when they're
need it. They
taking
clearly need the
advantage,
help.
Hold on, because what he said is
Hear
very
me out.
important. He said, let them. So you're okay with them actually abusing the system,
No,
Michael?
no, no. I'm saying, generally speaking, if they are seeking assistance, they need it.
but how do you know? But you remember, they could lie, and not always the people tell the truth, and they can come and say, oh yeah, I'm seeking asylum, but in reality, you look at their lives, especially when they're posting it on TikTok, and most of these people are making a mockery of the United States right now, actually, because
Yeah.
they're really not being prosecuted, political prosecution in their country. They're just coming because they're finding a loophole, and now they're like, well, United States, let's go milk United States, and that's the sentiment, sir.
All right. Do you know who the king of the liars is in this country? Who's the king of all liars in the United States on the political front? It's your boy Trump, the guy that you're pushing for. Every time he opens his mouth, he tells a lie. So if you're looking for proof or evidence or, some
Well,
reasons why
sir,
we're
even right
liars,
now, even
you
you
can
could
look
I could
right
also say the
at
same
Trump.
thing about you.
I'm going to
Maybe
send
you're
I'm going to
lying
send
because
you
you haven't done
guys,
your
I'm going to send
research,
you a
sir.
link to all the lies that Trump told in his 4 years here.
What about Obama and Biden lies? You don't see those videos?
You send me your lies and I'll send you mine.
But what's the point? The
If you
point
if
is
you
that
if
the
you can
border
find
is in a
lies on
crisis right
Obama,
now.
find some
Yeah,
Obama lies
You're
for me.
focusing on propaganda. That's what
Send
you're
some
focusing
Obama
on.
lies, and I'll send you some Trump
There's
lies.
a
I'm
lot
going
of
to
YouTube. You just put Obama lies. There's a lot of YouTube videos about
let's
that.
shake on it. Let's shake on it. You send me Obama's lies, and I'll send you Trump's.
I don't need to send you. You can just put Obama lies on YouTube. You'll see
No,
a ton of videos.
I'm interested in your perspective. I could read 1,000 articles. I could read 1,000
Well,
statistics.
This is my Michael. This is my
it's going nowhere,
perspective.
sir. That's what
Where
I'm
you
saying.
believe.
You're
Yeah,
so
hold
stuck
on.
on Trump deranged syndrome that we're never gonna get anywhere.
Well, I'm not sure what you're talking
All
about.
you can have to do is the evidence, and the proof is right in front of you. Just open up your eyes and really see.
Trump is a horrible person to the
Yeah.
core.
Michael, so you clearly stated that you said, and it's recorded because you said, let them. If they need to take advantage, let them.
No,
So
no,
you're okay with migrants taking advantage of the system?
For me, sir, when you say those type of things,
I
you're
got to press you on it
un-American. I'm like,
because you said it, Michael. You said it yourself.
Yeah. Here's why I said it, because I don't believe people are truly taking advantage. The people that need it should get it, the help they need.
Michael, I think that you are following propaganda. You're not really seeing what's happening. Clearly, you said yourself you have to do some research because some of the information I gave you, you don't even know that it's happening. So, I think that you really do need to do that research, and then you can come back. I'll let you back in the live. We'll do an immigration topic next week. And I suggest you watch my lives. I actually interviewed migrants here on my live. And one of them actually, she was lying all over the place. Her story was flip-flopping everywhere. And she goes on TikTok. She shows how to take advantage of the system. She doesn't want to work. And it's been reported by the New York Post, only 2% of those hundreds of thousands of migrants in New York, only 2% apply for work permits. The rest don't want to work. I've had federal benefit workers here on my live echoing the same message. She speaks to them. They don't want to work. They want to take advantage. So you started in a positive light because you started saying, what about the migrant workers? I told you they don't want to work. Now, as I told you they don't want to work, they want to take advantage of the system, then you go and say, let them. So that's where you're starting to lose credibility with your argument because you just want to push anything that Trump supports. You want to go against it no matter what.
No, that particular point was not about Trump because that concept.
Well, that's how
It is because we were talking about immigration and migrants, and you jumped into hating Trump right away.
The concept of people taking advantage of the system is not one of immigrants only. It's one of there are people in this country that were born and raised in this country that take advantage of the system. And
it goes back to the criminal. But goes back to the criminal point of view, Michael.
I'm talking about people who I'm not going to go to work. I'm just going to collect a welfare check and food stamps, blah, blah, blah. There's plenty of that going on. And you don't need immigrants. If you were to if we were to put ourselves in a bubble and there was no immigration in this country, you would have a significant portion of our population, minus immigrants or migrants, taking advantage of the system. That's a fact. So
it goes back to the same point, Michael, that you made earlier about we have criminals here already, and you said I think you said most of them are white criminals. That doesn't mean that we're going to bring more freeloaders or more criminals from other parts of the globe because we already have problems in this country. So you're bringing more problems to the already existing problems. That doesn't make it a better place. That doesn't add up to me.
I think you need to reevaluate your questions, Michael, and then like Max says, reevaluate everything, come back, and we're more than happy to follow up with you because obviously time is running on.
Yeah,
right, guys, thank you.
We do have to go. You came towards the end of the live. Michael, I appreciate your point of view. And again, as you can see, we do welcome, opposite points of view, and we do it respectfully. So you're welcome to come on any of my lives. You will be accepted. So please do the research, and then we can have this conversation another time because it's really late over here. It's like 1:30 here in Nevada. So we've been here for almost like 6 hours, Cynthia, by the way. We broke a record tonight.
Marathon.
Yeah.
I'm on the East Coast too, so it's 3 hours later.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for joining, and thank you for following, and I hope to see you on my other lives. I have a veteran for tomorrow as a special guest, and he's a veteran for Trump. And we're going to be talking about him talking to him tomorrow about why he supports President Trump. And people that feel the opposite way, you're free to join and ask him questions. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it again. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia.
I can't believe this is a whole marathon of conversations, all kinds of conversations.
Can we thank Danielle in the comment section, Cynthia? Danielle's been here for a long time.
I know. And it looks like she's USA all the way.
Yeah, she loves America. Danielle, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. And thank you everyone that joined and
Danielle,
stayed.
if you ever want to join the Max's Live, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Cynthia, I think this is a wrap, right?
That's a wrap. I think we covered a lot of topics, and I hope people start seeing a different point of view besides what they see on the media, and I hope they understand our sentiment on why we're for Trump.
Cynthia, I think you got to come back next week. People want you to come back next week, especially Michael.
All right, I'll be ready, especially for Michael, because I have a friend who's also has worked for immigration all her life, so I'll get all those details.
please do so.
All
Well,
right. Thank you
again,
for
guys.
having me again.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, everyone that watched. Oh, Deacon saying, I see Christina didn't show up. That's right, Deacon. She did not show up. But hey, it is what it is.
God bless
Thank
us
you.
all. Thank you, Reese. Body 3 or what?
Yes. Reese, thank you. Likewise for you. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow's special episode, 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Veterans for Trump. I'm going to be interviewing this hero, and you guys are welcome to join us well if you have any questions for him. So I'll see you tomorrow, and have a good night.